Night falls over Blackstone City, plunging the bustling streets into a vibrant sea of magic crystal lights that burn brighter than the midday sun. I step inside the Mercenary Tavern, where the rowdy noise from packed tables is almost deafening, and the air is thick with roasted grease and ale. The entire thoroughfare smells incredible, and my nose instantly catches a scent so potent it practically drags me by the nostrils straight to a grill. Blackstone grilled meat skewers, premium grade. Price 5 silver coins. Effect hunger plus 40, stamina recovery speed increased by 5%, lasting 30 minutes. I buy one stick to test the waters, and holy cow, my hunger drops sharply the second I bite into it and realize this beats any cheap meat I have ever had. Blackstone grilled meat skewers added to inventory. Quantity now unlimited. Forget saving coins when infinite supply is on the table, because I order every single kidney, crocodile cut, and rare beast part sitting in the vendor's fridge. Crimson Flame Barbarian beef skewers, Ice Scale silver fish string, and Demon Vine Boar King's ribs added to inventory. Quantity changed to unlimited. I gorge myself on Cloud Feather Bird meatballs, Night Star mushroom skewers, and golden horned deer meat skewers until I stumble out with a nosebleed. Life in the main city absolutely crushes the pathetic starting village experience, and a hearty burp seals the deal after I eat and drink my absolute fill. I head straight to the Silver Deer Inn, where the sharp-eyed proprietress spots my glowing high-level gear and greets me with an immediately warmer smile. You paid 1 gold coin. You have obtained 1 silver deer sweet key. This item is a temporary access item and cannot be copied. Upstairs, the Silver Deer Suite treats me to a clean wooden bed, hot water, basic fatigue recovery, and protective runes humming quietly along every wall. Nickname, Night God. Level, 12. Class, Blood Shadow Hunter. Lifespan, 173 years. Reputation, 225. Black Rock City reputation, 130. Hunger, 100 over 100. Sitting by the window looking out over the city at night, I wonder what kind of progress players in other main cities across the world are making right now. Before turning in for the night, I recall the mysterious Blue Star Civilization message that started this whole mess, but shrug it off since survival comes first. I slam a low-level barrier scroll under the floor, raising a pale blue light curtain that seals the suite tight against any unwanted nocturnal visitors. Since my scrolls are literally infinite, I stack 5 more barriers, slap a concealment talisman on the glass, and prep a damage reflection shield for safety. Dropping onto my mattress after an exhausting day, I closed my eyes and got ready to catch some much-needed sleep. But the quiet of the night did not hold for long. A sudden, piercing tone rang inside my head as a massive system announcement tore through the silence, announcing the first 100 players reaching their initial class change. The Blue Star Civilization Progress Ranking had officially launched, opening up 4 separate leaderboards for levels, job changes, reputation, and lifelong metrics. I bolted upright in bed, blinking hard at the notification in front of me. Out of billions of people on Earth, only a mere 100 individuals had managed a class change? My eyes scanned the newly unveiled level rankings glowing on the interface. Right at the absolute top sat my own alias, comfortably leading the entire globe as a level 12 Blood Shadow Hunter. Other regions across the globe had managed to place their champions on the board, though every single one of them was stuck down at level 11, a full grade behind me. Elite titles like Holy Lance Knight and Shadow Warrior filled the runner-up slots. That foreign Necromancer class especially caught my eye as a potential calamity-level threat if left unchecked. Next came the Job Change Evaluation Rankings, which judged players by performance ratings rather than just picking rare paths. Even a standard promotion managed to sneak onto the board. When the Reputation leaderboard updated, my total blew past every competitor on the planet. I held the #1 spot with a massive gap over the rest of the field. Then came the Lifespan ranking, where my accumulated years left every other registered player in the dust. Even after hitting absorption caps today, nobody else's numbers even came close. Instantly, the Blue Star Civilization chat channel exploded into absolute chaos. Foreign players screamed in disbelief over my level 12 stats and perfect evaluation ratings. Rival competitors begged me to make my strategies public for the supposed good of human civilization, while players from my own district told them all to get lost. I watched the frantic messages scroll past for a moment before casually dismissing the panel. Handing over hard-earned strategies for free to foreign nations was pure delusion. A fresh system notification popped up to announce my total dominance across all four global rankings. As my reward, a mythical grade civilization treasure chest awaited my claim. A mythical grade reward sounded incredible, though the 7-day wait until settlement was a bit annoying. Still, as long as I kept the top spot, that chest was safely mine. Knowing the next week would require serious effort to keep anyone from overtaking me, I smiled and lay back down. Sleep pulled me under once more before midnight. While deep in the dead of night, a cloaked figure crept stealthily toward the Silver Deer Inn. It was none other than the Flaming Prince, desperate to settle a score. Grinning maliciously, he whispered about burning me alive using his newly awakened unquenchable flame skill. He really thought this surprise midnight arson attempt would finish me off. Waking up in a comfortable hotel room, Lu Chen stretches with a massive grin as a luminous panel appears in the air to announce that his daily recovery counts have just refreshed. Lifetime crystallization absorption count has been refreshed. Life-extending fruit absorption count has been refreshed. And Mirror Lake Ruins entry count has been refreshed. Without wasting a second, he pops open his backpack and immediately dives into absorbing his stockpile of lifespan crystals and lifespan fruits to pad his stats. You absorbed one lifespan crystal. Your lifespan increases by 1 year, and subsequent absorptions yield even greater bonuses across the board. You have absorbed 10 lifespan fruits for a total addition of 50 years, bringing your current accumulated lifespan to a staggering 233 years. Going from 173 years yesterday to 233 years today is a solid start, especially when most players are terrified of losing years upon death. First place is Night God in the Great Xia District at 233 years, leaving second place Augustus at 118 years far behind. The entire Blue Star channel explodes in absolute chaos as global players lose their minds over his impossible overnight surge, demanding answers he has no interest in giving. Stepping out of his hotel after a quick wash, Lu Chen casually resolves to buy an actual house with a purple gold coin so he can stop living out of inns. He finds a chattering crowd of NPCs gathered outside, gossiping wildly about some absolute idiot who tried to burn down the hotel last night and roasted himself instead. Brushing off the morning commotion as standard adventurer foolishness, he checks his profile panel, noting his level 12 status and respectable reputation values. A private message suddenly pops up from Baihei, reporting that her team managed to clear the first lighthouse of the Mirror Lake ruins using his travel guide. Baihei wants to buy a second pass, but more importantly, she dangles a brand new item in front of him that instantly catches his sharp mercantile eye. Low-grade contract stone is a rare item that can be used to sign system contracts, strictly binding the transaction behavior and loyalty of both parties. Realizing this is his ticket to building an empire of agents and supply networks instead of grinding sales alone, he immediately agrees to trade a pass and potions for it. You have obtained one low-grade contract stone, and the quantity in your inventory has instantly been multiplied and locked at an infinite supply. With his new contract tool safely pocketed, he pulls out a tattered animal hide map to locate the hidden dungeon awaiting him in the main city territory. You have discovered the Abandoned Hunting Grounds, a level 12 to 15 zone plagued by lethal traps, vicious hunting dogs, and the ghosts of out-of-control hunters. Smiling at the description of traps and hunter ghosts, Lu Chen strides forward to test out the very first beginner dungeon custom-built for his forbidden class. Leaving the safety of Blackrock City behind, I cross the threshold straight into the dangerous wastes of Blackrock Depths. The game warns me that dying out here comes with a much steeper penalty, but my 230 years of lifespan make me fearless. I calm my nerves with a hearty bite of Crimson Flame Barbarian beef before getting down to the serious business of surviving. Downing a Gale Potion and an Eagle Eye Potion boosts my agility by 20% and sharpens my critical hit rate. I layer on a Wind Guardian buff and snap open a low-level stealth scroll to shroud myself in total invisibility. Fully buffed and completely hidden from view, I stride briskly along the map's indicated trail toward the Abandoned Hunting Grounds. After a dozen minutes of travel, a dilapidated wooden fence marks the entrance to the Abandoned Hunting Grounds. Stepping inside instantly triggers my Shadow Blood sense, painting the hidden terrain with glowing crimson tracking streaks. Instead of stumbling into hidden hazards like a normal player, I realize my hunter perception lets me turn them against my enemies. Harvesting the first trap yields an excellent grade Rusty Bear trap that magically joins my inventory in unlimited quantities. I spend the next few minutes clearing out rusty tripwires and stinger mechanisms, adding every single one to my endless stash. Before I even finish dismantling the area's defenses, 3 level 12 Rotten Tooth Elite Hounds pad out from the bushes. These elite monsters boast 4,200 health points and heavy physical attacks, making them a nightmare for normal players. I tag the lead hound with a shadow blood mark and toss a bear trap that snaps shut tight on its front leg. Drawing my 10+ enhanced Mirror Blood Hunter bow, I loose a Shadow Strike arrow straight into its left eye for massive damage. The resulting weakness hit, Mirror Image Pursuit, and Shadow Blood Mark trigger simultaneously, dropping the elite hound instantly. The remaining 2 hounds charge forward, but a storm of arrows pins them to the ground and vaporizes their health bars. With my transformation damage scaling through the roof, I push deeper into the hunting grounds as the terrain gets denser. I finally reach a ruined wooden cabin at the heart of the grounds, where a semi-transparent figure waits by the doorway. A level 13 out-of-control hunter's soul blocks my path, warning me in a hoarse voice that this place turns hunters into prey. The boss suddenly turns hostile and triggers every single trap in the area in a massive coordinated chain explosion. I throw down a dozen barrier scrolls just in time, shouting that it is entirely impolite not to return the trap-setting favor. Liu Chen scatters hundreds of cruel animal traps and tight tripwires across the damp woodland floor, preparing a lethal welcome for his pursuer. The target was hit by a rusty bear trap. Target movement speed decreased. The target was hit by the damaged hunting net. Target briefly detained. Liu Chen wastes 0 time marking the entangled soul hunter with a glowing shadow blood curse before raising his heavy bow. He draws back the string and looses a shadow arrow that drills straight through the undead hunter's heavy brow with terrifying force. With a quick random teleportation scroll, Liu Chen blinks clean out of sight just as 7 rotten-toothed hounds leap from the gloom. He rains a devastating storm of arrows down from above, obliterating the hound pack and pocketing the cooldown refund instantly. 30 seconds later, the soul hunter drops below 20% health and triggers a desperate final counterattack of pure, true damage. The out-of-control hunter's spirit activates. A desperate counterattack. Note, this skill will deal significant true damage upon hit. Liu Chen dodges back and fires his mirror image stand, just in time to watch a Blackfire blade cleave his phantom substitute in half. Mirror image substitute triggered. This fatal blow was absorbed by the mirror image. You have been randomly moved 20 meters away. Reappearing 20 meters to the side, Liu Chen draws and drives a final shadow arrow deep into the back of the hunter's skull. Successfully defeated the level 13 out-of-control hunter ghost, a rare elite. Gained 3,000 experience points. Gained Blackrock City reputation plus 20. Obtained Soul Hunting Quiver, rare 1. Obtained 1 fragmented journal of the undead hunter. The Soul Hunting Quiver has been added to your inventory. The quantity has been changed to unlimited. Before he can catch his breath, the tattered diary flips open by itself to reveal that wild beasts never killed anyone here. Warn! You slay the out-of-control hunter's spirit, awakening a hidden area in the abandoned hunting grounds. Hidden area, underground beast cage, now open. Recommended level, LV-15. Danger level, high. Liu Chen steps carefully toward the newly revealed underground entrance at the back of the wooden house, greeted by a hot, stench-filled wind. You have entered the hidden area, the underground beast cage. Warning, you have been marked by the will of the beast cage. Prey tag generated. For the next 10 minutes, the monsters in the underground cage will continuously sense your location. Dozen of iron-toothed hounds rush out of the pitch-black tunnels at once, their scarlet eyes locked dead onto his marked position. LV-14 Iron Fang Hound, Elite Monster. Health points, 7,800 over 7,800. Physical attack, 610. Physical defense, 260. Skills, Iron Fang Bite, Group Pounce, Blood Sniff Tracking. Grinning at being called prey, Liu Chen uses a random teleportation scroll to back off 30 meters as the lead hound hits a trap. He looses a Shadow Strike arrow straight through its eye socket, instantly deleting the beast with over 20,000 total damage. Successfully killed the level 14 Iron Fang Hound. Gained 900 experience points. Obtained Iron Fang Fine Grade 1. The number of Iron Fangs has been changed to unlimited. Lu Chen retreats step by step down the narrow passage, laying animal traps, tripwires, and poisonous stingers to turn the tunnel into a meat grinder. Chugging a mid-level mana potion to max out his blue energy, he unleashes another devastating storm of arrows into the next hound wave. Lifting a lake lantern to pierce the profound darkness, he discovers the underground space is actually a massive, sprawling prison. Inside a heavy iron cage right beside him, a giant black hound covered in heavy chains glares out at him with vicious fury. Lu Chen catches his breath as he spots chained hounds bound tightly by heavy iron fetters in the passage. Confident in his advantage, he decides to eliminate the monster before any defensive mechanisms can activate. He draws his bow tight and lets fly a precise shock arrow straight at the beast. Dizziness triggered. With the hound frozen in place, Lu Chen immediately tags it with a Shadow Blood mark. He unleashes a Shadow Strike arrow followed by a Mirror Image pursuit, dealing massive damage. A final armor-piercing shot pierces straight through its skull to finish the job. Successfully defeated the level 15 Chain Hound, a rare monster. Gained 2,500 experience points. Chain Dog Hearts obtained. Quantity now increased to unlimited. Obtained Beast Cage Trains. Quantity now increased to unlimited. Just as Lu Chen prepares to push forward, a hoarse voice echoes from the darkness ahead. At the end of the corridor, an old man wearing a tattered hunter cloak is chained helplessly to the wall with a black iron nail driven directly into his chest. Roggy, Guardian of the Remnant Soul Hunting Grounds. Status: on the verge of collapse. Lu Chen steps closer to demand an explanation about the cryptic warning he just heard. The old man weakly lifts his head to describe the strongest hunting dog ever trained by the Blackrock City Hunters Guild. He reveals that his own soul was sacrificed to forge the hound into its perfect form. You have triggered the Hidden Area quest, the final room. Mission objective: destroy the 3 soul-sealing nails and kill the strongest hound. Current progress, 0 out of 3. Quest rewards: Blackrock City reputation plus 50. Hunters Guild attention increase. Unknown rewards. With a hefty reputation bonus and guild attention on the line, Lu Chen readily accepts the hidden task. The old man points out 3 crimson lights marking the locations of the soul-sealing nails before disappearing completely. Lu Chen activates his swift step and rushes toward the East Side Dog Cage. Entering the East Side Dog Cage, Lu Chen finds the area packed with iron cages hiding glowing scarlet eyes. Right in the center stands a massive soul-sealing dog guard, 3 times the size of a normal hound, next to a driven iron nail. Level 15 Soul-Sealing Dog Guard, Rare Elite. Health points 50,000 over 50,000. Skills: Pack of Dogs Command, Shadow Bite, Soul-Sealing Protection. All the iron cages suddenly spring open, unleashing a tidal wave of bloodthirsty hounds that roar into a frenzy. The Soul-Sealing Dog Guard uses Pack of Dogs command to boost the attack speed of every hound in the room. Faced with an insane solo dungeon swarm, Lu Chen wastes no time laying down suppressive fire. He brands the horde with a Shadow Blood mark and unleashes a devastating storm arrow rain across the ground. The plague-like marks jump effortlessly from beast to beast, refunding his cooldowns with every kill. Elite hounds rushing forward are instantly stopped dead in their tracks by 20 animal traps. Successfully defeated the level 15 Soul-Sealing Dog Guard, a rare elite. Gained 6,000 experience points. The number of soul-sealing dog fangs obtained has been changed to unlimited. Obtained Dog Guard Soul Bone. Quantity now unlimited. Congratulations on reaching level 13. Lifespan plus 1 year. Gain plus 1 to all attributes, plus 5 free attribute points, and plus 3 skill points. Agility plus 5. After allocating his attribute points entirely to agility, Lu Chen walks up to the first soul-sealing nail and shatters it with a powerful arrow shot. The entire underground beast cage trembles violently from the impact. Without missing a beat, he immediately presses onward to the west side skinning chamber. The western skinning chamber contains no cages, only rows of unsettling animal hides hanging from iron hooks. 18 invisible skin-peeling beasts wait in stealth, relying on camouflage and tear attacks to ambush intruders. Luckily, Lu Chen had the foresight to stock up on concealment-breaking items beforehand. Level 15 Skin-Peeling Beast, Rare Monster. Quantity 18. Abilities: Camouflage, Break Stealth, Bleeding/Tear. He scatters a low-level concealment-breaking powder that drifts through the air and strips away the camouflage of all 18 beasts. Caught completely exposed, they stand no chance against another relentless Storm Arrow rain. Lu Chen cuts them down in seconds before turning his attention to the Chamber Guardian. Successfully defeated the level 15 Skinning Chamber Guardian, a rare elite. Gained 6,500 experience points. Acquired equipment. Shadow Beast Cloak, rare. The number of Shadow Beast Cloaks has been changed to unlimited. The Soul Sealing Nail has been destroyed. Current progress, 2/3. Impressed by the drop, Lu Chen immediately checks out the newly acquired rare-grade Shadow Beast Cloak. The cloak grants a massive boost to agility and spirit, while adding a handy Phantom State evasion effect. He snaps it onto his equipment slot, eager to complete the rest of the hunting ground gear set. I pushed past the gloom and made straight for the final soul-sealing nail. Swift step carried me deep into the underground beast cage, right toward the bone altar. Right in the center of that grisly bone altar sat a pulsating tumor with a hairless giant dog guarding it. This was the level 16 Skinless Hound King, a rare boss. The beast leaped at me instantly, but I had my random teleportation scroll ready to go. Trading blows head-on was suicide, so I opened fire with my ranged skills. Shadow Strike Arrow, Mirror Image Pursuit, Blood Mirror Strike, and Storm Arrow Rain hammered the hound. One full combo stripped away a third of its health bar. Just as I cycled through my second round of skills without a single vacuum period, the hound roared. Flesh-bone regeneration kicked in, healing it for 2% a second. I grabbed my newly crafted, infinitely potent skinning poison sac and smeared it across my simple arrows. 3 poison explosion arrows burst into thick clouds of toxic fog. The putrefaction debuff completely crippled its healing, slashing its treatment effectiveness by 70%. Deprived of its recovery, the boss lost all its rhythm. 2 minutes later, a final shadow arrow drove straight through its heart and finished it off. That expensive poison sac paid for itself 10 times over. Successfully defeated the level 16 Skinless Hound King, a rare boss. Gained 18,000 experience points. Gain Blackrock City Reputation plus 30. Obtained 1 Skinless King's Heart, rare. Obtained Beast Bone Boots, rare, 1. Obtained Hunting Grounds Belt, rare, 1. Obtained Skillbook, Shadow Step, rare, 1. The number of hearts for the Skinless Dog King has been changed to unlimited. The quantity of Beast Bone Boots has been changed to unlimited. The number of Hunting Grounds Belts has been changed to unlimited. The number of Shadow Step Skillbooks has been changed to unlimited. Congratulations on reaching level 14. Lifespan plus 1 year. Gain plus 1 to all attributes, plus 5 free attribute points, and plus 3 skill points. I dumped all 5 free attribute points straight into agility. My equipment list was waiting, and every single drop was tailored for my build. The Beast Bone Boots gave me 40 agility and 12% movement speed, plus trap immunity. The Hunting Ground Belt added 400 health and boosted potion recovery. You have learned Shadow Step. I dumped my pile of unlimited skill books into Shadow Step until it hit level 10. It gave me an 80% speed boost and a massive damage spike for my next weak point strike. With my stats fully upgraded, I turned my attention back to the altar. I drew my bow and blasted the third soul-sealing nail clean out of the stone. The soul-sealing nail has been destroyed. Current progress, 3 out of 3. Hidden area quest, Heart of the Cage, Phase 1 completed. Gain Blackrock City Reputation plus 50. The Hunter Association's visibility has increased. The last room is now open. The tumor in the center split open wide with a wet tear, and a dark doorway tore itself out of thin air. Beyond that threshold sat the ultimate target of this cage. The level 16 strongest hound sat waiting as the core boss of the region. It couldn't move from its post, but it could summon endless waves of minions to tear intruders apart. A stationary boss that relies on summons? Oh, you sweet summer child. I plastered the corridor with trap barriers and let my poison arrows handle the incoming horde. With the annoying ads cleared by my traps, I stood at a safe distance and unloaded everything. Poison suppressed its healing, while armor-piercing shots chewed through its hide. Successfully defeated the level 16 Beast Cage Heart, core area boss. Gained 35,000 experience points. Gained Blackrock City Reputation plus 50. Gain Hunter's Guild Reputation plus 100. Obtained a special item, Soul Mark. Acquired equipment, Beast Cage Bracers, rare. Quantity changed to unlimited. Obtained 1 superior grade Beast Cage core material. Quantity changed to unlimited. Congratulations on reaching level 15. Lifespan plus 1 year. Gain plus 1 to all attributes, plus 5 free attribute points, and plus 3 skill points. 5 minutes later, the hound collapsed, and every cage in the underground facility shattered. My first ever superior grade material dropped right into my lap with infinite duplication. Then my eyes landed on the final special item sitting among the loot pile. It was a dark, pulsing rune called the Soul Mark, bound directly to my soul. Hunter's Mark, special item bound by Yagami Effect. Defeating monsters of excellent quality or higher will accumulate soul stacks. Current Soul Hunter level, 0. Every 100 Soul Hunt levels, the Blood Shadow Hunter class skill can be temporarily enhanced once. Every 1000 Soul Hunt levels permanently increases weakness damage by 1%. Lu Chen stares up a notification in absolute disbelief as a permanent weakness damage increase lands in his lap. He marvels at his own luck, realizing every single elite kill from now on is stacking his late-game potential. Permanently increases weakness damage. He straps on the newly acquired Beast Cage Bracers, a rare item boasting 45 physical attack and 25 agility. The gauntlets also slash trap placement speed and amp up trap damage nicely. Beast Cage Bracers, rare. Level requirement LV15. Physical attack plus 45. Agility plus 25. Trap damage plus 15%. Additional effect. When using trap-type items, the placement speed is increased by 20%. His equipment slots are virtually packed with top-tier gear now, leaving his main setup nearly complete. With his bow, quiver, leather armor, and rings all locked in, he decides it is time for a serious upgrade session. Pulling out a rare grade equipment enhancement stone, he eyes the current cap of plus 10 and sets to work. He decides to push every single piece of his main gear straight to the absolute limit. Should we upgrade the Shadow Beast Cloak? Shadow Beast Cloak plus 1. Shadow Beast Cloak plus 10. Additional effect enhancement. The probability of damage reduction for phantoms is increased to 20%, and damage reduction is increased to 70%. Beast Bone Boots plus 10. Movement speed greatly increased, trap immunity probability increased to 45%. Hunting Grounds Belt plus 10. Health bonus increased, potion recovery effect increased to 25%. Beast Cage Bracers plus 10. Trap damage increased to 35%. Trap placement speed increased to 50%. He finishes upgrading his leather armor, ring, and hunter badge to plus 10, and the visual transformation is staggering. Blood silver, ghost blue, and dark red lights weave together across his gear in a truly stunning display. His bow and quiver take on the terrifying appearance of blood-stained rubies, looking effortlessly cool in his hands. Honestly, if you were going to flex on the entire server, you might as well do it in head-to-toe glowing crimson. Nickname, Night God. Level, LV15. Class, Blood Shadow Hunter. Lifespan, 236 years. Blackrock City reputation, 260. Hunter's Guild reputation, 100. Health points, 2,680 over 2,680. Mana points, 1,280 over 1,280. Physical attack, 720. Agility, 318. Critical hit rate, 58. Weakness damage bonus, 50%. Movement speed, extremely fast. Equipment enhancement, all main equipment plus 10. He pulls up his character panel and lets out a slow, deeply satisfied grin at the sheer absurdity of his stats. Barely 2 days in Blackrock City, and he is already packing level 15 and a full set of plus 10 rare gear. Glancing at the cave-in chewing up the underground cage passageway behind him, he pulls out a mid-level return scroll. With nobody on the planet touching his top spot, it is high time he heads back to civilization. Return to Blackrock City? Blackrock City area announcement. Player Night God has successfully cleared the hidden area of the abandoned hunting grounds. Underground Beast Cage. The danger level of the abandoned hunting grounds has decreased. Blackrock City Hunters Guild reputation system now open. Player Noxgo tops the Blackrock City region contribution leaderboard. Chinese players who just arrived in the main city freeze in their tracks and stare upward in stunned silence. The entire plaza goes dead quiet for a full second as they process another insane server first from Yagami. A flash of white light marks Lu Chen's arrival at the northwest teleportation point inside the bustling main city walls. He immediately pulls up the newly refreshed Hunter's Guild Reputation interface to check his unlocked permissions. Hunter's Guild Reputation, 100. Permissions, access to the Hunter Association's first floor shop, BlackRock City Area Contribution Ranking. First place, Night God, contribution points 12600. Second place, Bai Lu, contribution value 740. Third place, Taishan, contribution value 520. Players stare at the regional contribution ranking and watch their scalps tingle at the sheer, unbridled chasm of the gap. Seeing 12,000 contribution points against everyone else's scraps makes people wonder if they are even playing the same game. Someone spots Liu Chen striding down the main street, his entire body radiating an unmistakable, blinding aura of enhanced gear. People gasp as they realize he didn't just upgrade one piece, he brought his whole kit to +10. While ordinary players are still scraping together 5 hard-earned enhancement stones, Yagami is casually glowing like a walking disco ball. You really cannot compare yourself to a guy who breaks progression over his knee before breakfast. Ignoring the gawking crowd, he makes a beeline for the Hunter Association tucked away against the western mountainside. A massive bone bow hangs above the entrance, flanked by dried animal heads and waiting NPC guards. The Hunter Association has upgraded your evaluation. You have gained Hunter's Guild Reputation +50. Current Hunter's Guild Reputation 150. The one-eyed old hunter looks him up and down, praising his flawless solo clear of the Dog King without friendly fire. Before he even steps inside, a cool 50 reputation points drop directly into his pocket. Hunter's Guild's authority has been upgraded. You have unlocked the second-floor shop of the Hunter's Guild. Stepping into the bustling lobby, he finds NPC hunters drinking and polishing their weapons while whispering among themselves. He walks straight past them to the shop counter, ready to see what kind of broken items his new permissions bought him. He spots a Hunter's Guild pass priced at 30 Hunter's Guild reputation points and 500 gold coins, unlocking secure hunter zones across BlackRock City. The Hunter's Guild pass has been added to your inventory. This item requires access to account privileges and cannot be copied. He climbs past the crowded lower arcade and reaches the restricted second floor, where the merchandise drops in quantity but spikes drastically in value. The soul-locking beast-taming array enhancement scroll of excellent grade costs 50 Hunter's Guild reputation points and 1 purple gold coin. This enhancement scroll is an instant upgrade for his newly learned rare tier trap blueprint, turning it into a superior grade asset on the spot. You have purchased 1 soul-locking beast-capturing array enhancement scroll of superior grade. The quantity has been changed to unlimited. You use the soul-locking beast-capturing formation enhancement scroll, upgrading the rare trap directly into the excellent grade cage formation. The trap system upgrades from single-unit animal snares into a devastating group control formation that deals continuous soul harvest damage to targets. The soul hunting arrow of excellent grade costs 50 Hunter's Guild reputation points and 1 purple gold coin to acquire. Realizing his Hunter's Guild reputation is completely wiped out, he listens closely as the short-haired female hunter offers a crucial tip. You consumed 200 BlackRock City reputation points and gained 100 Hunter's Guild reputation points, leaving 60 BlackRock points. He buys the soul hunting arrows, locking the superior grade ammunition into an unlimited inventory slot for all future dungeon raids. The Blood Mirror quiver gains a soul-binding damage effect, granting a 35% chance to deal extra damage equal to physical attack. He eyes the last item on the second floor, a Hunter's Guild recommendation letter priced at a hefty 100 reputation points. Despite draining his guild reputation down to a measly 15 points, he buys the recommendation letter to unlock high-level area quests. The short-haired female hunter informs him that the guild president is waiting on the 3rd floor for a personal audience. He steps into the top-floor office and spots an elderly, white-haired man carrying a massive black bow, identified as Chairman Grayson. Grayson greets him without turning, thanking him for wiping out the Berserk Hound pack that had long plagued the outskirts of the city. Grayson's affection increases and 100 Hunter's Guild reputation points are instantly restored to your account balance. Grayson awards you the Cage Cleaner title, granting a 10% store discount and bonus damage against hound and undead targets. He realizes with agonizing despair that if he had only met the chairman before going shopping, he could have saved a fortune on his purchases. An exceptional level boss in the Sunken Ancient Forest awaits me, recommended for levels 18 to 20. I need 100 BlackRock City reputation or a Hunter's Guild recommendation. Grayson tells me my level 15 is still too low and advises waiting until 18. but I just got the soul hunting potion and an excellent grade trap formation that need monsters. Grayson asks if I carry the aura of the Beast Cage core after killing the strongest hound. He offers a high-level forging commission if I hand over that core to the Hunter Association. I immediately agree to the President's request, since I desperately need top-tier weapon forging. Equipment alone won't keep up with the main city monsters, and my cores are infinite. You have submitted one Beast Cage core of superior grade. Grayson's eyes light up considerably when he receives the superior grade core from my hands. He instantly initiates a high-level blacksmithing quest from the Hunters Guild for me. I choose weapons from the selectable crafting parts, needing to replace my rare +10 Mirror Blood hunting bow. Otherwise, my firepower will fall behind my rising level. Grayson tells me to hand over the weapon and wait a full day for the forging process to finish. That completely ruins my momentum when every minute of grinding counts. Waiting until tomorrow is way too long for someone who hates wasting free time on crafting delays. I immediately ask the guildmaster if there's any way to expedite this tedious process. Grayson pauses before warning me that fast-tracking costs an exorbitant amount I probably cannot afford. 10 purple gold coins plus 3 superior grade materials are required for immediate forging. 1 purple gold coin equals 1,000 gold coins, meaning rushing this costs a staggering 100,000 silver coins. Because dropping a small house just to skip a timer is totally how reasonable people spend cash. You have paid 10 purple gold coins. You have submitted 3 superior grade Beast Cage cores. Unlimited inventory enabled. Related resources remain unlimited. Grayson stares at me completely stunned, wondering how on earth I pulled 3 extra Beast Cage cores out of thin air. He suddenly questions if he actually put that many cores on the hound. Grayson snaps out of his daze upon hearing my voice and quickly nods to rush the crafting job. He takes the Beast Cage core and hurries toward the back forging room on the 3rd floor. 10 minutes later, a bowstring twangs from inside the forging room with a deafening hum that shakes the entire hall. Every NPC in the Hunter Association building looks up in sudden astonishment at the sound. Grayson emerges carrying a weapon whose body resembles dark animal bone and whose bowstring looks like congealed blood. Because nothing says lightweight tactical gear quite like carrying an entire skeleton. You have obtained an excellent grade weapon, Beast Cage Soul Hunter Bow. Beast Cage Soul Bow detected in infinite inventory. The quantity of Beast Cage Soul Hunting bows has been changed to unlimited. I equip the Beast Cage Soul Hunter Bow and feel my aura surge instantly with an incredible leap in power. It grants 260 physical attack, 80 agility, 20% critical hit rate, and 25% weakness damage. The only downside is that forging resets my previous weapon enhancements back to 0. But with my infinite bag of stones, I can just grind those enhancement levels straight back up. Consumed 2 enhancement stones. Weapon, Beast Cage Soul Hunter Bow, excellent grade, enhancement failed. Original enhancement attempts retained. Warning, this weapon has reached its maximum upgrade limit. To continue upgrading, you will need to use a superior grade upgrade stone. Rare enhancement stones can only take an excellent weapon up to +3 before hitting a hard wall. I turn to Grayson and ask where I can buy superior grade enhancement stones. The 3rd floor shop sells superior grade enhancement stones for 20 Hunters Guild reputation points and 1 purple gold coin each. I buy one immediately and let my infinite inventory turn it into a limitless supply. Beast Cage Soul Hunting Bow +10. The current enhancement cap has been reached. Beast Cage Soul Hunter Bow, excellent grade +10. My physical attack hits 420, agility reaches 140, and critical hit rate climbs to 30%. My output is now nearly twice as strong as before. When I ask where to grind monsters next, Grayson points west toward the Blackrock Rift Valley. He says the level 15 to 18 rift beetles and stone skin lizards there are perfect for my level. Carrying my glowing, excellent grade +10 longbow, I walk through the crowd and leave a trail of dropped jaws in my wake, because nothing humbles a crowded room quite like casually flexing gear 2 tiers ahead of everyone else. Blackrock City Equipment Ranking Number 1. Beast Cage Soldo. Excellent +10. Owner, Night God. 2nd through 5th on the equipment ranking list are all my previous rare +10 items, making the entire top 5 a personal showcase. The whole city watches in stunned disbelief as one player dominates every single top slot. I leave the city gates behind and eat some Red Flame Barbarian beef skewers to replenish my energy. Then I chug a Gale potion and an Eagle Eye potion to wash it down. The potions taste surprisingly like a refreshing mix of Sprite and Coke, giving me an exhilarating rush. Time to head into the Rift Valley and grind some monsters. West of Blackrock City lies the Blackrock Rift, a gaping chasm carved into the earth, whose sheer black rock walls are smothered in countless fist-sized glowing insect eggs. Enormous beetles squeeze through the narrow rock fractures, their heavy shells grinding against the stone walls and letting out a harsh, teeth-grinding screech. Lu Chen steps right into the canyon floor and instantly unleashes his soul-locking cage formation, blanketing a massive area in intricate black and red light patterns. More than a dozen high-defense elite cracked beetles are startled right out of their rocky crevices, swarming the area with 12,000 health points, ready to crush intruders. Laughing off the danger, Lu Chen draws back his excellent +10 Beast Cage Soul Hunting Bow until the weapon emits a deep, resonant hum. He fires a devastating storm arrow rain infused with Shadow Bloodmark, sending a volley of blood-silver projectiles that pierce the beetles the moment they crawl out. Each bug falls in quick succession, triggering a cascade of weakness hits and Soul Hunter harvest effects that permanently ramp up his hidden potential. Activating his Shadow Hunter step, he charges deeper into the Rift Valley at breakneck speed, leaving ordinary movement techniques in the dust. A brilliant golden light washes over Lu Chen just half an hour later as he bags enough experience to ding level 16 and pockets another year of lifespan. He immediately dumps his 5 free attribute points straight into agility, refusing to waste a single drop of speed on anything else. He tops off his stamina by swallowing a fresh soul-hunting potion and sinking his teeth into a skewer of Crimson Flame Barbarian beef to keep his hunger maxed. As he pushes deeper into the black stone forest, the ground quakes violently and a horse-drawn carriage-sized monster bursts from the earth. This is the level 17 Rift Valley Insect Queen, a rare elite packing 90,000 health points and nasty skills like swarm summoning and rapid spawning. Seeing the boss flood the floor with fresh eggs makes Lu Chen grin from ear to ear, knowing every single spawn is just free experience for his passive stacks. He stands his ground and rains down arrows in a continuous loop, wiping out the small bugs the second they hatch, while letting the queen endlessly pump out more. His Soul Hunter level skyrockets through the roof, racing past 100, 300, and 500 stacks as the slaughter continues. Realizing the queen has officially run out of eggs to spawn, Lu Chen decides it is finally time to put the poor beast out of its misery. He unleashes a brutal combo of Shadow Bloodmark, Shadow Step, and an empowered Shadow Arrow that lands a devastating weakness hit and empties the boss's health bar. The queen collapses, showering him with a rare Osyst, a Mother Carapace, and level 17 split armor shoulder pads, while pushing him to level 17. He immediately equips the new drop and uses a rare enhancement stone to max it out to +10, raising his countershock reflection chance to 25%. Back in Blackrock City, the player leaderboard leaves everyone completely numb as they watch Yagami cling to the top spot, while leaving everyone else in the dust. With his gear slots nearly filled and his strength growing more absurd by the minute, Lu Chen steps right into the core area of the Blackrock Rift. A massive level 18 black crystal lizard blocks my path, boasting 38,000 health and an infuriating suite of protective traits that make it a stubborn target. I slip through the shadows without a sound, making sure I strike before these stone-skinned brutes even realize I am anywhere near them. My soul-locking cage formation drops first to lock them in place, and a relentless storm of arrows rips through the entire group to clear the field. In just 20 minutes, the ground is littered with their collapsed carcasses, leaving behind unlimited quantities of rare black crystal scales, tails, and blood. 1,000 stacks of my hunter's soul are consumed in a flash, triggering my very first permanent combat upgrade for future fights. A 1% permanent boost to my weakness damage might not sound like much right now, but every single stack brings me closer to absurd one-shot numbers later. Before I can push any deeper into the area, a violent tremor tears through the ground and a massive crystal pillar splits right down the middle. A monstrous black stone lizard stretching over 10 meters long crawls out from the ruins, radiating an overwhelming boss-level aura. The Inspect panel confirms a level 18 Black Crystal Lizard King with 180,000 health and 4 brutal boss skills ready to ruin my day. I pop a few pills to show proper respect to the giant beast before it even has a chance to roar. The boss lets out a furious roar that shakes the entire valley, instantly hardening its hide with thick layers of jagged black crystal armor. Its black crystal shield immediately absorbs 30,000 damage and slashes all incoming ranged attacks by 20%. Throwing up a shield right off the bat while I am still paying off my IOU? Honestly, you have got to respect the sheer audacity of this lizard. The moment its colossal frame steps into my array, the soul-locking cage formation drops its movement speed and binds it tight. I slap a shadow blood mark onto its skull and loose a poison arrow straight into its forelimb joint. A toxic miasma erupts to rot away its defense and healing, followed instantly by an explosive arrow that violently cracks its crystal shield. Stung by the damage, the boss shatters a section of its own crystal tail and fires a blinding rain of jagged shrapnel straight at my face. I tear through a random teleportation scroll to instantly force a displacement, dodging the crystal storm by the skin of my teeth. 2 seconds of relentless pressure later, the black crystal shield finally shatters completely into useless dust. With the barrier gone, I draw my bow for a shadow strike arrow aimed squarely at its left eye. The arrow splits the armor gap and buries itself deep in its eye, triggering a massive weakness hit and a cascade of stacked marks that chunk its health bar. Driven into a blind rage, the boss stomps the ground to trigger a rift tremor that cracks the earth and shoots lethal crystal spikes from below. Another random teleportation scroll saves me from being skewered, landing me safely on a distant stone platform while the ground erupts behind me. Realizing it is losing, the desperate boss starts devouring a nearby crystal pillar to heal its shredded body. I fire another poison arrow straight into its maw, choking the recovery effect and cutting its healing down by 70%. A devastating storm arrow rain blankets the entire area, tearing away its remaining scales while the cage formation locks it firmly in place. My controlled damage bonuses keep piling up, giving me an absurd arsenal of extra effects that almost make me feel bad for the overgrown reptile. Its health drops below 30% and it enters a near-death berserk state, instantly resetting its shield and expanding the tremors across the rift. I pull the beast cage soul-hunting bow to its absolute limit, channeling every ounce of my enhanced strength into one final, decisive shot. This arrow will send you straight on your way. My arrow transforms into a vicious streak of blood-silver light, slamming straight into the Black Crystal Lizard King's already battered left eye with absolute precision. Weakness hit. This weakness attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Shadow Blood mark triggered. Hunter's Arrow shadow triggered. The massive damage explodes instantly through its frame, shattering its half-formed crystal shield from the inside out and dropping the 10-meter beast hard onto the stone floor. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the level 18 Black Crystal Lizard King, a rare boss, and gained 60,000 experience points. Gain Blackrock City reputation plus 30, Hunters Guild reputation plus 30. Obtained equipment: Black Crystal Leggings, rare, 1. Quantity changed to unlimited. Obtained equipment: Black Crystal Necklace, rare, 1. Quantity changed to unlimited. Materials obtained: Black Crystal Lizard King's Heart, rare, 1. Quantity changed to unlimited. Skill book obtained: Crystal Eye Lock, rare X1. Quantity now unlimited. Congratulations on reaching level 18. Lifespan plus 1 year. Gain plus 1 to all attributes, plus 5 free attribute points, and plus 3 skill points. I let out a long, ragged breath in the damp cavern air because soloing a rare boss this punishing requires every trick in the book. I inspect the newly acquired Black Crystal Leggings and the Black Crystal Necklace, 2 rare grade pieces designed specifically to round out my combat panel. Black Crystal Leggings, rare grade. Level requirement, LV 18. Health plus 500. Physical defense plus 120. Agility plus 30. Additional effect: when affected by a slowing effect, the duration is reduced by 20%. Black Crystal Necklace, rare. Level requirement, LV 18. Spirit plus 40. Critical hit rate plus 5%. After hitting a weakness, a small amount of mana is restored. After equipping both items right away, I pile up dozens of excellent enhancement stones to push every core piece of gear straight to plus 10. Black Crystal Leggings plus 10. Deceleration duration reduced by 50%. Black Crystal Necklace plus 10. After a weakness is hit, mana regeneration is greatly increased. I turn my attention to the rare skill book Crystal Eye Lock. pulling out duplicate copies to rapidly force its mastery level straight up to 10. Crystal Eye Lock, rare level 10. Effect, locks onto the target's weak point. Your weak point hit rate is greatly increased for 30 seconds, and the first attack on the weak point will always be a critical hit. Even if it doesn't grant a flat 100% hit rate, turning that opening weak point strike into a guaranteed critical hit makes for some truly disgusting burst damage. You have reached level 18. You meet the prerequisite level for the Sunken Forest investigation, and you possess a Hunter's Guild recommendation letter. Hidden Area Quest, the Sunken Ancient Forest, now available. Note, a countdown has begun for the awakening of a top-tier boss in this area. Remaining time, 2 days and 21 hours. Mission failed. Black Rock City will be hit by a small beast horde. My gaze lifts toward the north, where a sprawling, mist-shrouded canopy looms under a dark sky, marking the ominous entrance of the Sunken Ancient Forest. A major quest grips Black Rock City with a ticking clock counting down precisely 2 days and 21 hours. If ignored, the monstrosity submerged in the ancient forest will awaken and trigger a devastating beast tide. Although sitting comfortably at level 18 with gear and potions far surpassing his peers, Lu Chen holds off on rushing right in. He needs to sort his status and patch up the last glaring gap in his loadout first. Knowing the boss lurking in the Sunken Ancient Forest hits hard and fights dirty, he refuses to risk losing his prized gear upon death. He decisively cracks open an intermediate-level return scroll to teleport away. A blinding flash of white light swallows the surroundings whole. In the very next second, Lu Chen materializes safely back inside the bustling gates of Black Rock City. The city teems with far more players than yesterday, with the top tier scraping by at levels 14 and 15. Yet nobody comes within striking distance of Lu Chen's staggering level 18 milestone. Naturally, Lu Chen turns every single head the moment he steps into view because the radiant light effects pulsing across his body are simply too blinding to ignore. Talk about making an entrance. He strides straight to the massive blacksmith shop in Blackstone City, which dwarfs any workshop found back in the starting village. Molten furnace fire churns like liquid lava, while lethal high-grade weapons line the walls. A shirtless, burly man stands planted before the blazing furnace, hammering away at red-hot steel. This is Augu, the senior blacksmith of Black Rock City, whose true level remains an absolute mystery. Augu pauses his work and casts a sharp gaze at the longbow slung across Lu Chen's back. His pupils instantly contract as he recognizes an exceptional beast cage longbow pushed to its absolute limit. After marveling at the bow, Augu inspects the rest of Lu Chen's attire and blinks hard at the glowing aura. Finding a full body enhancement of plus 10 on a descending player is frankly a bit outrageous. Without wasting a single breath, Lu Chen unloads his absolute best materials onto the counter. Black crystal scales, a stone lizard crystal core, an insect king's shell, and a beast cage core pileup. Augu stares at the rare components and rare minerals gifted by Baihei, his hands actually trembling with excitement. Using superior-grade core materials just to craft a helmet is pure madness. Augu demands to know why Lu Chen would squander core materials fit for a main weapon on a simple helmet. Lu Chen replies with total calm that he only lacks a helmet right now, so a helmet is what gets built. Augu falls dead silent, utterly defeated by the sheer wastefulness of using gold to make electrical wires. Still, when pressed, he confirms he can build it if Lu Chen provides all the materials. Lu Chen hands over 20 black crystal scales, 5 stone lizard cores, 10 insect king carapaces, 1 beast cage core, and 5 purple gold coins. Augu fires up the forge as usual and feeds the precious components directly into the roaring flames. The black crystal melts into liquid while the insect carapace weaves dark gold patterns in the fire. The first attempt blows up in their faces with a sharp hiss of failure. Without blinking, Lu Chen drops the second set of requirements right onto the counter to try again. The second attempt fails just as quickly, but on the third try, the furnace roars to life and a magnificent black and red hunting crown takes shape inside the blazing inferno. Forging successful, Lu Chen secures the excellent grade Black Crystal Hunter's crown, which instantly multiplies inside his inventory as an unlimited stash. The level 18 excellent grade crown grants a massive boost of 800 health, 120 spirit, 60 agility, plus enhanced weakness detection and mental resistance. Slotting it in completes his entire equipment suite. He immediately pulls out an excellent grade enhancement stone and pushes the crown all the way to plus 10. The stats skyrocket to 1500 health, 220 spirit, 110 agility, and direct immunity to mental illusions. The moment the crown settles on his brow, his perception explodes. The ambient sense of player gear, NPC footsteps, and even hidden probing gazes leave faint, distinct traces across the street. Aogu takes one look at the dazzling enhancement glow radiating from Lu Chen's complete set and jokingly asks if he plans to assassinate the city lord next. Lu Chen just offers a knowing smile before turning on his heel and stepping out of the blacksmith shop. That is right about when a sudden chime interrupts his peaceful stroll. Player Bai Lu sends over a direct friend request out of absolute nowhere. As the elite support player topping the job chain's leaderboard, her sudden outreach raises an immediate red flag. Lu Chen pauses his steps on the cobblestone street and hits accept on the prompt. Bai Lu wastes zero time cutting straight to the chase with a job offer. Bai Lu drops the bait immediately, claiming she has located a hidden dungeon harboring rare lifespan items. Lu Chen's eyes lock onto the message with keen interest because nobody ever says no to extra years. A mysterious player known as Yagami receives an unprompted message containing the complete coordinates for an extremely high difficulty hidden dungeon. The details flash across the screen, revealing that the secret instance holds rare treasures like the withered tree staff and vital life-extending items. Yagami agrees to a 50-50 loot split with the informant known as Bai Lu, who holds the exclusive location data for the dungeon. Bai Lu arrives at the Blackrock City blacksmith shop, wearing a stunning anime-style priestess outfit that leaves Lu Chen completely astonished. Catching Lu Chen staring at her high-end character model, Bai Lu teases him about his sudden daydream before asking when they set off. Bai Lu unfolds half of a tattered parchment map, sending a pale green ray shooting toward the southeast outskirts of Blackrock City. The system announces the discovery of the two-player hidden dungeon called Withered Spring Courtyard, designed for levels 13 to 17. Bai Lu warns him that this dungeon features brutal health drain mechanics that will wear down even the highest damage dealers without proper healing. She casts her first-tier support spell Deer Spirit Blessing on Lu Chen, boosting his health regeneration and delaying continuous damage. Lu Chen gains the Deer Spirit Blessing, which smooths out incoming damage spikes and keeps his health bar stable during fierce fights. Passing players gawk at the sight of two top-ranked elites teaming up as Lu Chen and Bai Lu head out through the gates of Blackrock City. Walking down the path, Bai Lu suddenly asks Lu Chen how much lifespan he has left, drawing a blank stare from the top-ranked player. Bai Lu muses that if life-extending items could be mass-produced, people wouldn't have to live in such constant terror of dying from their countdowns. Lu Chen shoots down her idealistic notions, explaining that the Divine Realm would never allow lifespan to be farmed without crashing the entire game. Accusing him of acting like a stubborn saint, Bai Lu insists she only wants to make the Chinese civilization strong enough to survive regional wars. Lu Chen dryly rejects her sudden declaration that she will be his personal pendant, and he will protect her throughout the brutal region. The pair finally reaches the abandoned grove, where a rotting wooden door marks the entrance to the Withered Spring Courtyard. Bai Lu's map vanishes into the stone pillars on either side of the entrance, breaking the seal and opening the hidden instance at last. The instance gates swing open to a breeze smelling of rot and peach blossoms, warning them that health will steadily drain inside the courtyard. Warning: you are affected by the Withered Spring Courtyard. Health decreases by 1% per second. Hunger decreases at an increased rate. Treatment effectiveness increased by 20%. Lu Chen's expression drops as he realizes his life isn't draining by flat numbers, but by terrifying percentages instead. Even worse, this disgusting hidden dungeon mechanic constantly bleeds his health and spikes his hunger. Instead of panicking, Lu Chen casually pulls out a skewer of Crimson Flame Barbarian beef and takes a huge bite. The food instantly restores 45 hunger and jacks up his stamina recovery speed to counter the drain. He then washes it down with a swig of self-named Life Soda, healing 200 health points with every single sip. He strolls through the deadly ruins while eating and drinking like he is on a casual afternoon stroll. Bai Lu stares at him like he has lost his mind, demanding to know how he can be so casual in a hidden dungeon. Lu Chen replies that he is being very respectful by eating constantly just to survive the insane mechanics. As Bai Lu trails behind him, stacking buffs, her eyes drift hungrily toward the sizzling beef skewers in his hand. She tries to play it cool, claiming she doesn't really want any, before immediately asking to try one. Lu Chen smiles at the gluttonous white deer spirit and hands her a skewer, mentioning he bought them at the West Street night market for 5 silver coins each. Bai Lu counts 20 strings in her hands and freezes. She realizes those 20 strings cost a whopping 100 silver coins, making her snack worth an entire gold coin. Lu Chen casually offers her even more, since money means nothing to him when he's this hungry. Bai Lu swallows hard, takes a bite, and her eyes light up at how delicious it is. She instantly catches herself, slams back into her aloof pose, and claims it is only just okay, until Lu Chen offers to take it back. Dry branches rub together in the deep courtyard as fallen leaves swell and a dozen elite withered vine corpse servants crawl from the soil. These level 14 monsters boast 9,000 health and dangerous life drain skills. Bai Lu presses a hand onto her meat skewer, raises her staff, and casts the Spring Breath spell over Lu Chen. The gentle warmth instantly negates more than half of the courtyard's brutal health-draining curse. Lu Chen draws his bow and fires the Shadow Blood Mark, branding the lead corpse servant with a glowing target. He looses an arrow straight through its forehead, dealing a massive 18,420 damage. The first corpse servant shatters instantly, and Lu Chen immediately unleashes Storm Arrow Rain across half the courtyard. A series of brutal critical hits wipes out the remaining monster's health bars in a single blinding flash. A bleeding zombie servant rushes forward and wraps its rotting vines around Lu Chen's wrist, but Bai Lu instantly casts Purify. The vine snaps like dry twigs before Lu Chen finishes off the final enemy with a piercing arrow. Bai Lu takes a breathless look at the instantly obliterated corpses and asks if this damage isn't a bit too excessive. Lu Chen just calls it good, proving why the rankings gap between them is so impossibly wide. The pair head straight into the second courtyard, which features a dried pond and a half-collapsed stone bridge over thick black mud. Pale hands burst from the sludge, hitting them with the resentment of the withered mud debuff. Bai Lu immediately raises her hand and casts a purification spell, instantly wiping away the movement speed penalty and life loss rate. She proudly notes that she can handle these negative states, and Lu Chen gives her a solid nod. 3 rare level 15 mud corpses surge from the churning black mud with 24,000 health each. Bai Lu jokes about level 15 sushi, earning an immediate deadpan scolding from Lu Chen about her obsession with food. The 3 rare monsters spit black sludge simultaneously, but Lu Chen ignores the attack entirely and throws a low-level barrier scroll. A brilliant light blue barrier snaps into place, absorbing the corrosive sludge splashes with ease. Bai Lu stares in absolute shock as the barrier takes minor durability damage, screaming that a single low-level barrier scroll costs 30 gold coins. Lu Chen just keeps moving forward, burning elite gear and expensive items like trash. Bai Lu literally cannot watch this anymore because a low-level barrier scroll costs 30 gold coins, and Lu Chen is just burning them like scrap paper for pocket change. Lu Chen activates his Crystal Eye Lock skill to scan the targets and instantly zeroes in on the still pulsating black clay core sitting right inside the chest of each monster. Using his Shadow Hunter step, he transforms into a blood-silver afterimage and teleports straight to the side of the stone bridge before loosing a devastating Shadow Strike arrow. The first arrow slams home for 22,480 damage, triggering the Hunter Arrow Shadow effect to obliterate the first withered corpse instantly. He fires a follow-up trio of poison explosion arrows that shroud the remaining targets in putrefying green fog, cutting their incoming health regeneration effectiveness by 70%. Bai Lu seizes the opening to cast Deer Spirit Purification, slamming a holy beam of light into the corrupt beasts for 3,200 bonus damage against their corrupted flesh. Lu Chen glances over and asks if she has any actual output, prompting Bai Lu to grumble back that even support players have tempers before he finishes off the final Mud Corpse. Successfully defeated the level 15 Mud Corpse, gaining 3,500 experience points shared equally among the team, alongside 1 rare dry soil and 1 corrupting elixir. The two journey deeper into the third courtyard, where they find a solitary peach tree standing half withered and half alive, with a strange woman sitting quietly beneath its roots. A woman dressed in tattered priestess robes rests beneath the peach tree, sporting snow-white hair, skin as delicate as a young girl's, and cradling a dead wooden baby in her arms. Priestess of Withered Spring Remnant Soul. Status: on the verge of disappearing. Bai Lu's expression shifts slightly as she recognizes the entity, remembering she had saved a wisp of this very same lingering spirit during her very first mission. The priestess of Kuchun slowly lifts her head to look at Bai Lu with gentle eyes before turning her gaze to Lu Chen, pausing as she notices his overwhelmingly strong soul hunter aura. She explains how the Kuchun courtyard was once a longevity garden where spring longevity peaches ripened every decade, until greedy mortals used human lives to force the trees to fruit. The final mechanics of the dungeon are now available. Please select Purify the withered spring peach tree or forcibly harvest the spring longevity peaches. Purification grants increased difficulty and increased rewards. Forced harvest reduces the difficulty, decreases rewards, and weakens the spring longevity peach effect. Bai Lu looks over at Lu Chen, wondering how he will choose, but without the slightest hesitation, he opts for purification, causing Bai Lu to take a deep breath and nod in resignation. The white deer gains a temporary skill, Deer Spirit Purification Ritual. During the ceremony, the white deer cannot move or attack, and you must protect the white deer from being interrupted. The white deer trots up to the trunk and plants its staff deep into the ground, sending a wave of pale green light spreading out from beneath its feet as the entire courtyard shakes. LV-15, the Shadow of Life Stealer, Rare Monster. Health points, 18,000 out of 18,000. Skills, Life Drain, Penetration, Ritual Interruption. The rotten fruits on the left side of the peach tree burst open one after another, unleashing 20 malevolent black shadows that immediately charge straight at the immobilized white deer. The white deer looks up from her ritual at Lu Chen and tells him it is all up to him now, while Lu Chen steps forward to form an absolute wall of defense. Lu Chen deploys the soul-locking cage formation alongside high-end animal traps, then drops multiple low-level barrier scrolls to envelop the white deer in 3 glowing layers of defense. Bai Lu stares at the ridiculous number of overlapping shields surrounding her and remarks that his protection level is a bit too high, to which he tells her not to get distracted. The first wave of vengeful spirits charges headlong into the trap formation where their speed plummets, and Lu Chen instantly rips them apart with a devastating storm of arrows. Successfully defeated the Shadow Thief, Soul Hunter level +3, obtained 1 rare remnant of life stealing. The stolen life-sucking ashes have entered inventory. Ceremony progress, 30%. A second wave emerges from the ground with 5 shadows trying to sneak around behind the white deer, but the black crystal hunting crown on Lu Chen's head glows with hunter's vision. Lu Chen pivots instantly and fires a lightning-fast trio of arrows that obliterates the flanking shadows in a series of explosive blasts before the remaining 2 crash uselessly into the shields. The white deer looks up through the glowing shields and asks if he usually protects his teammates like this, and Lu Chen replies flatly that he does not usually have teammates. Bai Lu smiles and asks if she is the first, and when he confirms it, she happily notes that she will have to remember that while he casually piles on 10 more barrier scrolls. Ceremony progress, 65%. Level 16, Life-Stealing Vengeful Spirit, Rare Elite. Health points, 50,000 out of 50,000. Skills, Life Scream, Life Backlash, Ritual Pollution. A third wave erupts onto the battlefield, featuring massive, rare elite monsters boasting 50,000 health points each, immediately unleashing a terrifying coordinated shriek. A biting lifespan scream tears through the air, draining health points away by 2% every single second. Lu Chen suffers a heavy mental shock that threatens to scramble his wits right in the middle of battle. Luckily, his black crystal hunting crown flares to life with a protective concentration effect, slicing the incoming mental shock damage down by 60% before it can do serious harm. Bai Lu immediately steps up her healing output, supercharging her Deer Spirit blessing to keep pace with the drain. The delayed damage climbs higher, but she pours every ounce of her mana into the effort. Lu Chen's health bar bounces erratically under the pressure, plunging down toward the danger zone before he casually pops 2 intermediate-level life potions to instantly tot it right back up. Bai Lu stops mid-spell and stares at him in sheer disbelief, suddenly realizing that her frantic worrying was entirely unnecessary since the man practically swims through damage. Lu Chen draws back his soul-hunting bow from the beast cage, locking his crystal eye onto the first vengeful spirit and branding its chest with a glowing shadow blood mark before tumbling forward. He looses a devastating shadow arrow that hits a weakness critical for nearly 40,000 damage, instantly triggering his hunter arrow shadow and shadow blood effects to obliterate the spirit. A second lifespan-stealing spirit pounces and claws at his chest for a pitiful 420 damage, while Lu Chen doesn't even bother to step out of the way. He casually backhands a shock arrow into its face that triggers a heavy dizziness, then finishes it off with a barrage of armor-piercing arrows that send the second ghost crashing to the dirt. The third spirit tries to rush Bai Lu, but gets caught cold in the soul-locking hunting cage formation. Lu Chen raises his hand and unleashes a ferocious storm of arrows that turn it to ash. Just as the purification ceremony hits 90%, the thickest dead branch on the left side of the peach tree bursts open, and a terrifying Rebel 16 life-stealing infant spirit crawls out. Bai Lu's face turns pale as a sheet when she sees the rare boss step onto the field, warning that the creature is ready to cast a cursed spell that will completely ruin their purification. The infant spirit opens its mouth to unleash a withered spring curse that will wreck the ritual in 10 seconds if left unchecked. But Lu Chen just narrows his eyes and decides 10 seconds is plenty. He unleashes his absolute maximum power, maxing out every single combat potion in his inventory and pushing his skills to their absolute breaking point with Crystal Lock and Shadow Step. His Shadow Strike arrow transforms into a streak of blood-silver light that pierces the infant spirit's forehead for a brutal weakness critical of over 45,000 damage. The boss's health bar drops to less than 1/10 in a single instant, and the creature lets out a shrill scream as it desperately tries to crawl back into the safety of the peach tree. Lu Chen's second arrow arrives right on schedule, driving an armor-piercing shot straight through its spine and blowing the rare boss into a pile of worthless black ash. Bai Lu stares at the spot where a 90,000 health boss just existed, wondering how on earth 2 arrows were enough to completely vaporize it. The system floods his vision with rewards, handing over 40,000 experience points, rare life-stealing soul cores, a rare life delay skill book, and a shiny level 19 milestone. The Deer Spirit Purification Ceremony officially wraps up as the ancient peach tree trembles and shakes off its dead wood, leaving the right side bursting forth with vibrant pink blossoms. 2 pale golden spring longevity peaches hang ripe on the branch, offering a massive 50-year lifespan boost to anyone lucky enough to eat them. Lu Chen immediately eats one to stack his lifespan up to 290 years, while Bai Lu takes a dainty bite of her owed peach and happily squints her eyes at the sweet taste. The remnant soul of the withered spring priest rises from the roots, thanking Lu Chen and bowing toward the peach tree to send her divine blessing his way. Lu Chen receives the breath of spring longevity blessing, granting him 72 hours of resistance against life loss, withering, and the thick black mist in the sunken ancient forest. Lu Chen emerges back into the bustling avenues of Blackrock City just as dusk descends over the stone streets. Magic crystal lamps flicker to life one by one, casting an amber glow over crowds far denser than the daytime traffic. Realizing the sunken ancient forest is out of reach for today, he abandons his travel plans to postpone the journey until tomorrow morning. Heading straight back to the Silver Deer Inn, Lu Chen rents a spacious suite for the night to process his haul in peace. He settles down comfortably on the bed and reaches out to unseal the withered spring treasure chest he looted earlier today. As he rips open the container, he casually munches on sweet spirit peaches while watching the reward notifications pile up. Lifespan plus 50 years. Lifespan plus 50 years. The rewards roll in endlessly until he finally prompts the system to open the rare spring treasure chest. 3 vials of rare spring dew spill into his inventory alongside 5 dried wood antidote pills. The dew of withered spring grants him a 30-minute boost to health regeneration speed, while the sinking wood antidote pill bolsters his toxin resistance against nasty plant rots. He also nets a rare level 18 Withered Spring amulet that boosts his health by 300 points and spirit by 50. While these utility materials and trinkets do not directly upgrade his offensive power, Lu Chen remains determined to crack open one final chest. He confirms the prompt for the last Withered Spring treasure chest, and the container explodes in a blinding flash of golden light. To his absolute astonishment, a rare chest has somehow dropped an excellent grade random job skill chest. Since all his current skills are merely rare grade, and he lacks a true offensive ability tailored for the Blood Shadow Hunter, this drop arrives at the exact right second. He rubs his hands together in pure anticipation and activates the superior grade skill chest without a second hesitation. The system immediately rolls the reward, granting him a top-tier class skill that completely redefines his combat potential. Congratulations on acquiring the Blood Shadow Hunter class skill, Soul Hunter's Judgment Arrow. This brand new excellent grade skill charges up and fires a devastating projectile that deals massive physical damage to its target. Better yet, if the enemy is already suffering from marks, bleeding, slowed movement, or imprisonment, it unleashes severe extra soul-hunting damage. With a 90-second cooldown, it slots effortlessly into his existing arsenal of Shadow Blood marks and Mirror Arrow sheaths. Without wasting a single second, he selects the study option and instantly engraves the technique into his muscle memory. He immediately rips open another excellent grade skill chest, eager to see what other forbidden tricks the game will hand him. Another brilliant flash illuminates the suite as the system drops his next major mobility tool. Congratulations on acquiring the Blood Shadow Hunter class skill, Shadow Hunter's Blink. This incredible movement ability lets him instantly teleport a short distance in any designated direction while supercharging the damage of his next weak point strike. If he manages to land behind or to the side of his target during the displacement, the weak point bonus scales up even further. Gone are the days of relying solely on clumsy teleportation scrolls that fail in restricted zones. He rips open yet another excellent grade skill chest, chasing that intoxicating rush of progression as duplicate rewards flood his inventory. The system converts every single duplicate skill book directly into massive proficiency gains for his newly unlocked abilities. Notification after notification floods his screen as he pushes his arsenal straight to the absolute limit. Congratulations on acquiring the Blood Shadow Hunter class skill, Blood Shadow Substitute. This ultimate life-saving technique consumes a stack of Blood Shadow marks to completely nullify any incoming fatal damage while leaving a decoy clone behind. The clone lasts for 8 precious seconds to drag enemy aggro away from his real body. Since these marks accumulate simply by defeating monsters of excellent quality or higher, his survivability scales indefinitely the harder he fights. He pours his accumulated proficiency straight into all 3 superior skills, aggressively hammering away at the upgrade prompts until every single one hits level 10. The Soul Hunter's Judgment Arrow now deals 600% physical damage with a massive extra chunk for status-afflicted foes. Its level 10 trait even guarantees that hitting a weak point automatically triggers the full Soul Hunter effect. Shadow Hunter's Blink gains a deadly level 10 trait that occasionally refreshes its cooldown entirely upon scoring a kill. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow Substitute maxes out its clone duration to a full 8 seconds with a 5-stat capacity for marks. Output, mobility, and survivability are now completely maxed out across the board. Diving back into his remaining stash, he cracks open 500 more Withered Spring treasure chests until he finally hits a very special drop. Withered Spring Spirit Peach Pits emerge from the loot pool, acting as premium materials meant specifically for agricultural cultivation. Paired with the longevity soil and spiritual liquid he secured earlier, he realizes he is sitting on the blueprint for a massive farming empire. With an unlimited supply of fruit pits at his disposal, he pictures buying a proper house in town just so he can turn the yard into a sprawling spirit peach orchard. The thought of lounging among trees heavy with life-giving fruit brings a wicked grin to his face. Once he clears out the Sunken Ancient Forest quest, a real estate trip is definitely going to the top of his to-do list. Meanwhile, down at the Blackrock City teleportation array, 2 sharp flashes of white light announce the arrival of fresh blood. Baihe steps forward out of the platform's magic circles, steadying his grip on his bronze staff while adjusting his mixed priest gear. He takes a deep, appreciative breath of the main city air after their long, grueling journey. Mad Blade follows close behind, clad in his Insect King leather armor and gripping a heavy reinforced battle sword with a scowl on his face. Having just hit level 10, he expected this arrival to finally put him on equal footing with his rivals. But the moment his boots touch the platform stone, a massive public leaderboard catches his irritated gaze. Rank 1 sits Yagami at level 19, while the top 10 equipment rankings show Night God squatting on 13 spots simultaneously. Night God also dominates the Dungeon Contribution leaderboard as the undisputed #1 placer. Regional contributions and the Hunter Association rankings are utterly flooded with the exact same impossible name. Mad Blade stares at the glowing text in absolute, stunned silence, feeling the crushing weight of reality crash down on his shoulders. The sheer gap between their levels and achievements makes any comparison feel like an outright joke. He traveled all this way only to find out he is merely watching the historic rise of an untouchable monster. Baihe steps up beside his stunned companion and gives his shoulder a firm, sympathetic pat to snap him out of his trance. There is no point staring at the impossible numbers when their own survival depends on entirely different priorities. He reminds Mad Blade to drop the obsession, since that legendary player is apparently over 300 years old anyway. Hearing that age detail only makes Mad Blade feel even more miserable about his own slow progress and meager remaining lifespan. He shakes his head in utter disbelief, cursing under his breath at the sheer absurdity of the server's top player. Shrugging off the existential dread, he refocuses on the immediate grind of establishing a foothold in the brutal Maid City. Baihei urges him onward, pointing toward the commercial district where they can finally lay the groundwork for building their own guild. Securing a guild foundation remains their ultimate ticket to survival in this unforgiving high-level zone. The two companions march off into the crowd, leaving the crushing leaderboards behind them as a new chapter begins. Morning breaks inside the Silver Deer Hotel as Lu Chen wakes up to a familiar chime ringing from his system notifications. The daily limit for absorbing longevity items has officially refreshed, signaling the start of another absurd day. The daily counter reveals 10 uses available for the Lifespan fruit, 10 for the Lifespan crystal, and 5 for the Spring Longevity peach. Lu Chen wastes no time lying in bed while free years are practically handing themselves to him. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out the first longevity fruit, consuming it immediately to push his personal timer higher. 10 Lifespan fruits vanish down his throat, netting him a clean 50 years of extra breath. Next come the Lifespan crystals. Small, hard nodes that dissolve instantly upon contact and chip in another 10 years. It is a modest chunk compared to the fruit, but every single digit counts when you are holding time. Finally, he brings out the prized Spring Longevity peach, a pale golden fruit radiating an overwhelming wave of vital energy. He takes a massive bite, flooding his mouth with sweet juice that feels like a refreshing spring breeze. The sensation is so intensely rich, it honestly rivals whatever mythological monkeys experience eating peaches in heaven. 5 of these heavenly fruits vanish, pumping an insane 250 years straight into his veins. Today's fixed benefits conclude with a total haul of 310 years added directly to his personal clock. When the dust settles on his morning routine, his current lifespan sits comfortably at a staggering 800 years. Lu Chen stares at the panel with a massive grin stretching across the corners of his mouth. He didn't just crawl past his 490 years from last night, he straight up trampled the entire longevity leaderboard into the dirt. He casually pulls out a plate of Blackstone roasted meat, 2 cloud feather bud meatballs, and pours a refreshing glass of life soda. Eating a breakfast worth more than a small kingdom's annual GDP is just part of the morning grind. While finishing his meal, he pulls up the public Blue Star rankings to see how the rest of the world is holding up. The Lifespan leaderboard has just refreshed, and the view from the Absolute Peak is remarkably lonely. Night God of Daxia District sits comfortably in first place with 800 years, leaving everyone else choking in the dust. Augustus from continental Europe trails in second with 128 years, creating a literal structural fault line. For 3 whole seconds, the Blue Star channel falls into a stunned, horrified silence before the entire chat completely explodes. Thor Thomas from North America and Miyamoto Susuke from Sakura Ward trigger a flood of absolute disbelief. Players from every corner of the globe scream about system errors, outright cheating, and demands for administrative bans. Anubis from the desert region wonders if someone stumbled upon the mythical Fountain of Youth, while Europe panics over the sheer gap. Watching foreign players throw a collective temper tantrum over global chat is honestly better morning entertainment than watching the news. Lu Chen takes a slow, leisurely sip of his life soda and prepares a reply to settle the peanut gallery. He casually types out a foolproof secret to longevity: drink more water every morning, cut back on masturbation, exercise, and avoid staying up late. It is advice so profoundly useless yet aggressively cheeky that it instantly detonates the chat room. Thor Thomas fires back that North Americans pride themselves on reckless cannon fire as their true longevity secret, while Taishan dies laughing. Sakura Ward players lose their minds trying to figure out if drinking water is really all it takes to live 8 centuries. Enjoying the absolute circus he just started, Lu Chen closes the chat channel and decides it is time to get to work. He checks his gear and overall condition, making sure everything is pristine before heading toward the Thunken Ancient Forest. Just as he reaches for the door handle, a private message pops up from Bai He wanting to chat about urgent business. Lu Chen pauses his exit, curious what the newly minted guild leader has managed to cook up this time. Bai He wastes no time getting straight to the point, announcing that the creation of the Bai He Alliance Guild is officially complete. Members from Beginner Village 9527 form the core, alongside recruits gathered from other Daxia sectors. Bai He extends a formal invitation for him to join the newly formed ranks, but Lu Chen feels zero interest in tying himself down. Besides, Personal shops from the Hunters Guild or BlackRock Merchant Guild offer far better inventory than any startup guild shop. Declining the invitation flatly, Lu Chen assumes the conversation is over until Bai He pivots with a surprisingly clever counteroffer. Bai He asks for startup supplies and promises to put Lu Chen's personal intelligence requests at the very top of the guild task board. That proposal changes things completely, as using the Bai He Alliance as an agent network inside BlackRock City sounds genuinely useful. Bai He proves to be level-headed rather than a reckless brute, making this an investment worth considering. Bai He admits the fledgling guild lacks everything from low-level equipment and potions to antidotes, return scrolls, and skill books. They are entirely strapped for cash, forcing them to beg big shop players for startup capital and heavy investment. Lu Chen agrees to sponsor them on one major condition. He wants a massive, luxurious house right in the heart of BlackRock City. The estate needs fields, warehouses, and a full staff of maids and servants skilled in cooking, alchemy, and intelligence gathering. Bai He reads the ridiculous property demands and stammers over chat, pointing out that buying a house in BlackRock City requires rare purple gold coins. Lu Chen casually replies that he happens to have plenty of those exact coins lying around. Realizing the sheer financial monster he is dealing with, Bai He accepts the terms with total reverence and promises to hunt down the finest estate available. Lu Chen tells him to spare no expense, wanting the most luxurious setup money can buy. Lu Chen then dumps a ridiculous starter pack directly into the trade window. 2,000 intermediate life potions, 2,000 mana potions, and 200 return scrolls. He also tosses in 100 low-level barrier scrolls and piles of basic equipment. The absolute kicker is the inclusion of 100 blank-level skill books and 30 top-tier excellent-grade skill books. For ordinary players struggling in the dirt, this single package is a life-altering treasure trove of unimaginable value. Bai He stares at the completed trade list with bated breath, realizing this isn't just startup capital, it is an absolute divine blessing. He vows to hunt down every single rare material, blueprint, and dungeon clue exclusively for Lu Chen from now on. With the trade finalized and his new real estate agents marching to his tune, Lu Chen closes his chat interface for good. He strides out of the hotel and heads straight toward the North Gate, ready to conquer whatever the sunken ancient forest throws at him next. A chilling prompt materializes from the void, warning of a terrifying hidden area known as the Sunken Forest, with an exceptional boss awakening in 2 days and 12 hours. The warning grows even grimmer, noting that the black fog inflicts life loss, mental erosion, and vision suppression, making death a costly penalty in health points. Realizing the sheer difficulty of this hidden zone eclipses every dungeon he has faced before, Lu Chen steadies his nerves and prepares his remedies. He steps past the threshold into the sunken ancient forest, and by his third step, every single surrounding sound is instantly snuffed out of existence. The outer perimeter drains his life by 0.5% every second, though his spring longevity and withered spring amulet cushion the blow. His actual life loss settles at 0.18% per second, a terrifying drain that would send ordinary players into an absolute panic. Pulling out a high-grade guiding lake lamp, Lu Chen watches in frustration as the black fog aggressively suppresses its illumination range to mere meters. Even with his advanced guiding lake lights beaten back by the mist, Lu Chen refuses to be blinded and scatters dozens more across the murky ground. He pushes forward through the dense vegetation where the rotting leaves are frighteningly thick, leaking dark brown liquid with every heavy step. The black crystal hunting crown suddenly gleams, triggering Hunter's vision and revealing a disguised target lurking among the warped trees ahead. Noticing that the shadows of 3 dead trees are creeping closer while their trunks remain still, Lu Chen praises their disguise with a sarcastic smirk. He looses a blood-silver arrow that shrieks through the fog and punches directly through a tree shadow for 28,640 damage. The shadow emits a canine howl and instantly materializes into a level 18 rare monster called a Misty Treehound with 42,000 health. Before the creature can even plant its feet, Lu Chen lands his Shadow Blood Mark and fires an armor-piercing arrow that triggers cascading damage. His follow-up shots empty the hound's health bar in seconds, earning 9,000 experience and a rare, mist-swept canine tooth for his inventory. The moment the first monster falls, the black mist surges violently and over a dozen more tree shadows begin closing in from all directions. A warning flashes that killing the hound has alerted the ancient forest hunting group, bringing a whole pack of mist-shrouded tree dogs right toward him. Instead of turning back, Lu Chen advances and swiftly sets up the soul-locking cage formation as a dozen howling hounds leap out of the fog. As the formation slows their advance, Lu Chen unleashes Storm Arrow Rain, filling the air with a dense barrage of lethal explosive damage numbers. He spots three hounds trying to hide in the fog and snaps off three quick shots, blowing them to pieces with a weakness critical hit of 61,200. His Soul Hunter level increases by 3 with every kill, proving that while this sunken ancient forest is lethally dangerous, the rewards are remarkably fat. Lu Chen ventures further into the interior where the black fog thickens, and the trees sport swollen bark and dripping black sap from their drooping branches. A deer suddenly appears in the fog, gnawing on decaying leaves, locking its eerie gaze onto him and triggering a mental erosion assessment. The Black Crystal concentration dampens the mental corruption effect, leaving Lu Chen genuinely surprised by the hidden defensive mechanism. The deer slowly lifts its head to reveal its true horror. It has no eyes at all, only two dark wisps burning in the sockets of a level 19 black vine deer corpse. The elite beast unleashes its Deer's Cry soul-capturing skill, flooding his vision with hallucinations of hanging hunters staring down and laughing at him. The hallucination lasts only a heartbeat before the Black Crystal Hunter's crown tears it apart, giving Lu Chen the opening he needs to strike back. Tapping his foot against the decaying earth, Lu Chen activates Shadow Hunter Instant Step and vanishes completely from his spot. Blinking behind the black vine deer corpse, Lu Chen locks its crystal eye onto its neck bone and black vine core to set up a devastating strike. He fully draws the Beast Cage Soul Hunting Bow and lets fly the Soul Hunting Judgment Arrow, wreathed in dark spiritual energy. The arrow strikes the deer's neck bone with absolute precision, triggering a guaranteed critical hit and full Soul Hunter damage. A staggering 168,400 damage erupts on impact, evaporating the elite beast's massive health bar in one brutal blow. The ground trembles beneath his feet, as a system prompt announces that killing the outer patrol has raised the sunken ancient forest beast tide progress to 12%. Seeing an entire area of red dots light up in his perception range, Lu Chen swallows another soul-hunting potion and a driftwood anti-poison pill. The Soul Hunter's mark activates to grant a permanent bonus to weakness damage, driven by a mournful deer cry echoing from deep within the forest. He tosses out another dozen guiding lake lanterns to illuminate the gloom, firmly planting his feet inside a fresh set of animal traps and formation circles. Countless scarlet eyes emerge from the thick black fog as beings from the forest depths converge directly on his position. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen unleashes another devastating Storm Arrow Rain into the oncoming horde to kick off the chaotic brawl. A sudden tempest of blood-silver arrows rips right through the heavy black mist surrounding the sunken ancient forest, exposing every single hidden monster lurking within. Successfully defeated the level 18 Mist Tree Hound, the level 18 Leaf Crow, and the level 19 Black Vine Deer Corpse, while Soul Hunter level increases by 3 and 5. The Storm Arrow Rain successfully kills its target, which immediately refunds the cooldown, and more experience notifications continue to flash across the air. A leaf-dwelling raven suddenly swoops down straight through the dark fog, holding a human finger stuck right inside its terrifying beak as it moves. The target is identified as a level 18 Rotten Leaf Crow, a rare monster holding 36,000 health points and skills like Corruption Feather Slash. Lu Chen doesn't even bother looking up as he activates his Shadow Hunter Instant Step, appearing instantly to the side while the raven's attack misses entirely. Lu Chen spins around and fires a single arrow that scores a massive 74,000 damage weakness hit, blowing the crow into a cloud of black feathers. Lu Chen realizes something is seriously wrong when the fallen creature corpses refuse to disappear, instead melting directly back into the ground of the forest. The sunken ancient forest actively recovers dead units while black mist activity increases and the beast tide progress climbs upward to 15%. Lu Chen figures out the terrifying truth that the waking boss is using these piles of corpses as nutrients, meaning every kill only speeds up its awakening. Lu Chen blasts away coiling tree branches with an arrow, but the adjacent tree suddenly splits open to reveal a giant mouth packed with rows of human teeth. The creature is identified as a level 19 driftwood man-eating tree, a rare monster boasting 80,000 health points and dangerous root bind skills. The giant mouth suddenly opens wide and swallows Lu Chen whole, while numerous thick roots sprout from beneath the decaying leaves to tightly entangle his ankles. Lu Chen pulls out his soul-locking hunting cage and deploys an array right beneath his feet, locking up the roots that had just bound his movement. Lu Chen activates his crystal eye lock to identify the oral cavity weakness inside the giant maw of the man-eating tree, aiming his crosshairs dead center. Lu Chen unleashes a Shadow Blood Mark and a soul-hunting Judgment Arrow straight into the giant mouth, causing the entire tree to violently explode from within. Defeating the level 19 Drowned Man-Eating Tree awards 38,000 experience points, alongside a rare driftwood food pouch and a superior mist tree heart. Lu Chen's eyes light up as he bags the first exceptional resource from the sunken ancient forest, a superior grade material used for crafting and potions. A soft voice calls out for help from the surrounding black mist, revealing a white gold or illusory figure wearing a priestess dress and holding a rattan staff. Lu Chen calmly raises his bow and tells the creature that its impersonation is completely terrible, prompting the fake figure to drop its human facade. The entity is revealed as a level 19 Fog Sound False Spirit, a rare elite featuring 100,000 health points and dangerous shapeshifting abilities. Lu Chen takes advantage of the bewildered spirit's confusion to vanish with Shadowhunter's Step, reappearing directly behind it to unleash a devastating shadow arrow. Venturing deeper into the foggy wilds, Lu Chen pushes past the outer perimeter, where the canopy completely shuts out the sky. The surrounding black mist grows heavier with every step, and the ground starts becoming littered with the remains of fallen NPC hunters. He reaches a sunken clearing deep in the woods where a strange, deer-shaped beast awaits. This creature is small as an ordinary stag, but a jagged black sapling grows from its back, bearing unformed misty cocoons among its branches. The massive health pool of the Mist Nest Deer King Lava reveals a staggering 26,000 health points. Facing an elite boss of this caliber is a genuinely terrifying prospect for any solo player. The young Stag King slowly lifts its head and emits a soft cry, instantly triggering the surrounding black mist cocoons to rupture. 30 small mist beasts crawl out from the shattered husks, hissing as they flood the clearing. Every single one of these rare mist beasts spawns with 40,000 health points right out of the gate. They are far tougher than the black crystal monsters encountered previously in these woods. Grinning at the oncoming horde, Lu Chen deploys his soul-locking cage formation and tosses his sound-mimicking decoy right into the center. The combination of these two tools creates an irresistible trap for the incoming monsters. A voice identical to Lu Chen echoes from the center of the trap, drawing the mist beasts straight into the lethal perimeter. He stands safely outside the barrier as a furious storm of arrows obliterates the entire pack. The Soul Hunter skill level surpasses 2,000, permanently boosting his weakness damage by 1%. This brings his current permanent weakness damage bonus to a neat 2%. Realizing his minions are vanishing too fast, the juvenile Deer King forces the black tree on its back to take root in the soil. Over a dozen ancient trees connect their roots to the sapling, rapidly replenishing its health bar. Lu Chen immediately counters by loosing 5 poison explosion arrows in rapid succession. The heavy bombardments plunge the target into a putrefying state that slashes its incoming healing effectiveness by 70%. With its healing suppressed, the desperate Stag King transforms into a plume of black mist and crashes forward at extreme speed. It hurtles straight toward Lu Chen, smashing through 3 ancient trees without slowing down. Refusing to waste a random teleportation scroll, Lu Chen instantly triggers his Shadowhunter's blink and vanishes from danger. He reappears safely behind and to the side of the charging beast. Locking onto the exposed weakness on the beast's back, he unleashes his Shadow Blood Mark, Shadow Step, and soul-hunting Judgment Arrow all at once. The bowstring twangs as a devastating projectile pierces the core of the black tree. The arrow strikes with critical force, instantly emptying the remainder of the elite boss's health bar in one catastrophic blow. The creature is wiped out so fast, it never even gets a chance to trigger its second phase. Victory brings a massive windfall of 120,000 experience points, along with superior materials like Misty Nest Antlers and Young Cores. Best of all, every single dropped item material comes with an infinite quantity. He hits level 20, gaining a year of lifespan, 1 point to all attributes, 5 free attribute points, and 3 skill points. He dumps every single free point straight into agility to maximize his speed. Among the spoils is an exceptional domain-level skillbook called the Mist Shadow Hunting Domain. He learns it instantly and burns infinite skill books to max out its proficiency right on the spot. The fully upgraded hunting domain deploys a 60-second zone that massively buffs his stealth, weakness detection, and hit rate while crippling enemy vision and speed. Combined with his cage formation, it creates an absolute nightmare for anything that steps inside. As the young Deer King's corpse sinks into the soil, a deafening roar echoes from deep within the ancient woods. The beast tide progress spikes to 24%, proving that killing the juveniles only served to awaken something far more terrifying. A severe warning flashes across the air, telling me that stepping any further crosses straight into the domain of the boss waiting in the gloom. The level 20 Mist Nest Deer Mother is finally waking up deep within the shadows, holding an excellent level boss title that demands absolute respect. Before I even think about stepping inside, I chug down a bunch of potions to get my stats peaking and my condition completely locked in solid. A massive, 10-meter-long monstrosity slowly emerges from the depths, sporting a twisted, ancient tree right across its broad back. It lowers its enormous head to stare right at me with empty eye sockets that leak nothing but bottomless wisps of black fog. The beast boasts a staggering 1,800,000 health points, cementing its status as an absolute nightmare of a boss. The moment I cross the threshold, the domain slaps me with heavy debuffs that constantly drain my health and aggressively erode my mental state. Luckily, my Spring Longevity, Springtime Amulet, and Black Crystal Crown are active, instantly cutting down those nasty negative effects. I raise my hands without wasting a second and snap the soul-locking cage formation right onto the turf to trap the giant. Before the trap can clamp shut, the creature uses Black Mist Swap and vanishes from its spot like a cheap magic trick. My Black Crystal Crown triggers Hunter Vision just in time, letting me spot the offset and dodge an antler sweep that snaps 3 ancient trees. I draw my bow backhand and use Crystal Eye Lock to pinpoint the exact weakness right at the base of the left antler. I loose a shadow arrow that flies straight through the fog, landing a massive hit and triggering my Shadow Blood state for huge damage. The mother deer lets out a piercing cry that floods my ears with false voices calling my name, threatening to drag me into a deep mental illusion. Without my helmet, I would be entirely finished here, so I quickly down an intermediate mental potion to clear my head. I immediately deploy my brand new Mist Shadow hunting domain, cutting right through the boss's black mist with my own field of shadow. With the field suppressing its vision and movement, my second soul-locking cage formation successfully pins down its heavy forehooves. I flash backward with Shadow Step and loose a soul-hunting judgment arrow straight into the heart of the twisted tree on its back. The enraged boss thrusts its antlers down and bursts open over 20 black mist cocoons to spawn a swarm of rare mist beasts. I toss out a sound-mimicking bait that mimics my voice right into the trap, drawing the entire pack of newborn beasts into one neat pile. I unleash a devastating storm of arrow rain that blows the mist beasts away in droves and rockets my Soul Hunter levels straight up. Every single beast I clear feeds my stats, permanently boosting my weakness damage bonus as the Deer Mother prepares its ultimate forest technique. Countless black roots shoot out from all directions to connect with the Mist Nest Deer Mother, pumping new life into its battered body and healing its wounds. The Mist Nest Deer Mother is restoring health. Lu Chen's eyes turn icy as he watches the beast patch itself up, immediately drawing a poisoned arrow and unleashing a rapid 5-shot volley. The poisonous fog detonates right at the feet of the mother deer, spreading a choking cloud that chokes off its rapid recovery. Target has entered a state of putrefaction. Treatment effectiveness reduced by 70%. Lu Chen activates Shadow Hunter Instant Step, darting across the ancient forest and raining heavy explosive arrows down onto the tangled roots. Explosions tear through the air as Lu Chen focuses his firepower on the thick links, blasting them apart one by one until the healing stops. The ancient forest symbiosis has been weakened. The healing effect of the Mist Nest Deer Mother is interrupted. The mother deer lets out an enraged shriek as its massive body transforms into a dark shadow, rocketing forward in a devastating collision course. Just as he tries to blink away, the ground breaks open and black vines lash around his ankles, trapping him in place and killing his escape. You are affected by the black vine binding. Movement speed decreased. Shadow Hunter's blink ability was interrupted. Anticipating the boss combo, Lu Chen throws up his wind protection and a low-level barrier scroll, absorbing the brutal impact. The barrier has shattered. Wind Guardian absorbs 3,200 damage. You were injured in 1960. The barrier shatters and chips his health, but he casually chugs a handful of intermediate-level life potions to top off his health bar. Health plus 500. Health plus 625. Landing back on his feet, Lu Chen drops a secondary formation of the soul-locking hunting cage right beneath himself to freeze the vines. Seizing the opening, he triggers his mobility skills to slide behind the deer mother's right flank, spotting the weak crack in its rib cage. He lets fly a Shadow Strike arrow straight into the exposed weakness, dealing massive damage and chunking the boss's health bar down. With nearly half its health gone, the black mist nest on the boss's back fractures as a heavy, rapid heartbeat begins to pound from within. The mother deer in the fog nest has less than 60% health. The fog nest deer mother is about to enter the second stage. Beast Tide progress increased. Current Beast Tide progress, 28%. The nest tears completely open to reveal a massive black eyeball at its core, pushing the boss into its second phase and thickening the fog. The Fog Nest Deer Mother enters Phase 2, Fog Nest Rampage. The concentration of black fog has increased. Grimly watching the fog close in, Lu Chen drinks a bottle of Withered Spring Dew and a soul-hunting potion to steel himself for the onslaught. Activating his Blood Shadow substitute, he draws his Beast Cage soul-hunting bow and locks his sights directly on that giant core eyeball. The Fog Nest Deer Mother enters Phase 2, Fog Nest Rampage. Current health, 1,054,000 out of 1,800,000. The mother deer shrieks and bursts the pods on its back, spilling dozens of fleshy cocoons that tumble out and swell into half-deer monsters. Level 19, Mist-Feathered Beast Rare Monster. Health points, 52,000 out of 52,000. Quantity, 36. The swarm of mist-feathered beasts immediately scuttles toward the boss's feet, looking to sacrifice themselves and heal the mother deer. Not about to let that happen, Lu Chen tosses out a sound decoy and lets loose a devastating storm of arrow rain that wipes out the entire pack. Successfully defeated the level 19 Mist-Feathered Beast. Soul Hunter level plus 5. Before he can catch a breath, the boss's giant eyeball widens, sending out a ring of black mist that shatters Lu Chen's senses with an illusion. You have been subjected to enhanced mental corruption, triggered by black crystal concentration. Snapping out of the trance, Lu Chen chugs more psychotropic drugs to clear his head and throws down his shadow hunting grounds to fight back. The massive boss vanishes and reappears right above him in a flash of black mist, its gigantic hoof descending in a crushing stomp. The ground shatters beneath the sudden impact as the Mist Nest Deer Mother launches a brutal assault, its colossal hooves kicking up clouds of dust and debris, while Lu Chen scrambles away using Shadow Hunter Step. A second devastating kick follows too fast to dodge, forcing him to rely on wind protection and a barrier scroll to absorb the blow as layer after layer of defensive energy violently shatters around him. The enraged boss rears up and stomps wildly in place as the defiant human taunts her over his endless supply of barriers, triggering the hidden eye on her back to lash out with a beam of black mist. The Fog Nest Gaze's ability strikes true, piercing his chest with a fatal bolt of dark energy, but Blood Shadow substitute instantly triggers to leave behind a bloody decoy 20 meters away from the danger. He reappears out of range with cold eyes, quickly downing an intermediate-level life potion to restore his health bar before drawing out a soul-hunting potion to refresh his battle readiness. Dumping 100 stacks of his Soul Hunter resource into a temporary skill enhancement, he carpets the surrounding terrain with advanced animal traps, poison stingers, and the soul-locking cage formation. The beast steps right into the trap network as she emerges from the fog, her movement speed and evasion plummeting, while Crystal Eyes locks onto her rear weakness and Shadow Blood Mark sets up the kill. Using Shadow Hunter Instant Step, he teleports behind the beast and draws the Beast Cage Soul Hunting Bow to its maximum tension, channeling his gathered power into a singular, devastating projectile. The Soul Hunting Judgment Arrow shrieks through the gloom and punches straight into the giant eye on the back of the Mist Nest Deer Mother, detonating for over 400,000 damage in a single burst combo. The core of the boss takes critical damage, temporarily disabling her ability to reposition through the black fog, while her health bar plummets from over 1 million down to 600,000. Desperate to halt the onslaught, the creature summons an ancient forest shelter of rising trees, but he simply switches to exploding arrows and blows the wooden wall to pieces. When the wounded boss attempts to flee into the depths of the black fog, A sound-mimicking decoy diverts her attention for a crucial second before he blinks back into position with another shadow-hunting instant step. Another shadow arrow strikes the rear weakness as the creature drops below 300,000 health, triggering a desperate final resort where countless mist cocoons rupture across her back. Facing the Mist Nest Riot ultimate skill, he casually tosses out more traps and unleashes Storm Arrow Rain, clearing out the hatchlings in waves while refreshing his cooldowns and stacking more soul levels. With a final mournful shriek, the severely injured beast lowers her broken antlers and launches a suicide charge straight at him, determined to take her killer down with her. Refusing to dodge, he channels every remaining ounce of energy into one final arrow, drawing the bowstring to its limit as the massive creature bears down on him at point-blank range. The final, soul-hunting judgment arrow pierces the target with a critical weakness hit, triggering a cascade of bonus shadow damage that stops the charging beast dead in her tracks. The enormous creature crashes to the earth just 5 meters away from him, its rear eyeball erupting in a final geyser of black fluid as life leaves its massive frame. You have successfully defeated the level 20 Mist Nest Deer Mother. Excellent rank boss, gaining 800,000 experience points, Blackrock City reputation, Hunters Guild reputation, and Ancient Forest contribution points. Obtained the Pioneer of the Sunken Ancient Forest title, unlimited superior grade Mist Deer crowns, Fog Nest cores, Black Mist Judgment skill books, and a Sunken Forest treasure chest. Congratulations on reaching level 22, gaining 2 years of lifespan, plus 2 to all attributes, 10 free attribute points, and 6 skill points. Pouring all 10 free attribute points straight into agility, he watches the golden light wash over him and lets out a long, deeply satisfying breath as victory is finally secured. A towering, radiant screen flares to life across the entire sky of Blackrock City, broadcasting a massive regional announcement to every player within its borders. Player Night God has achieved a historic victory by slaying the superior level boss known as the Mist Nest Deer Mother, deep inside the sunken ancient forest. This monumental feat marks the very first kill of a superior level boss across the entire region of Blackrock City, unlocking an unprecedented wave of rewards. The system grants a massive haul including 500,000 experience points, 300 Blackrock City reputation, and 300 Hunters Guild reputation. Additional spoils roll in with 500 Sunken Forest reputation, 50 free attribute points, 50 skill points, and a full 100 years of extra lifespan. The victor claims a superior grade random job skill chest, a superior grade random equipment chest, and an excellent material selection chest with unlimited quantities. The rewards also unlock the outstanding First Hunter special title with unlimited supply, launch the brand new Sunken Forest reputation system, and lower regional danger. Player Noxgo claims the absolute top spot on the Blackrock City total contribution leaderboard, leaving the entire player base staring upward in absolute disbelief. A dense barrage of notification sounds rattles every single person in the zone, leaving veteran fighters wondering how an exceptional boss could fall so quickly. Players stare at each other asking who is really running this game now, especially after seeing those absurd experience payouts and the massive 100-year lifespan boost. Baihei stands frozen in front of the Baihei League headquarters for a long, quiet moment, while processing the staggering implications of what just happened. Recovering his composure, Baiha tells his guild members to safely store the acid-resistant pills and Dew of Spring that Lu Chen had previously handed out. He warns his officers that the outer edge of the sunken ancient forest is about to transform into the most fiercely contested resource point in the entire region. Quang Dao stands off to the side in dead silence, staring blankly at the glowing scoreboard where Lu Chen's name sits firmly at the very summit. Deep inside the sunken ancient forest, Lu Chen stands over the slain beast with a bated breath as the reality of his unprecedented haul finally sinks in. With unlimited quantities on superior grade skill, equipment, and material chests, his options for rapid character progression just multiplied several times over. He immediately equips the Top Hunter title, boosting his damage against superior monsters by 10% and gaining extra rare mob experience and NPC favorability. His lifespan surges past 900 years after starting the morning at 800, proving once again that survival pays dividends when you play your cards right. After a flash of radiant white light, I materialized right back onto the stone pavements of Blackrock City, straight from the depths of the perilous sunken ancient forest. Bypassing the crowded streets entirely, I hurried back to the Silver Deer Inn, locked myself in their finest suite, and collapsed onto the bed ready to open some chests. My absolute favorite part of any successful expedition is unsealing the spoils, and I started off by examining the superior grade random equipment chest sitting in my inventory. Activate. You have opened a superior grade random equipment chest. Congratulations on obtaining Mist Shadow Hunter armor. Excellent grade. Screw looking at individual pieces one by one. I shouted for every single container to crack open, ripping through roughly 600 chests in a wild unboxing spree. Notification. A complete set of superior grade equipment has been detected in your inventory. Do you wish to equip it now? That unexpected prompt caught me completely off guard, and I instantly halted my furious unboxing frenzy to see what the system had just pieced together for me. The Mist Shadow Hunter set was finally complete, featuring the Hunter King armor, bracers, boots, cloak, belt, leggings, necklace, and the Hunter King ring all together. Checking the full set attributes revealed an insane 2-piece bonus granting 15% weakness damage, alongside heightened stealth perception and unique mist combat traits. Activating all 8 pieces plunged me into the 45-second Mist Hunter state, massively boosting my critical hit rate, weakness hit frequency, and movement speed. I wasted no time replacing my old Insect King leather armor and Shadow Beast cloak, though I kept the Beast Cage soul hunting bow and Black Crystal crown equipped. With the core 8-piece set secured, it was time to push every single item to the absolute limit using Superior Grade Equipment Enhancement Stones. Superior Grade Equipment Enhancement Stone, Infinity. Upgrade all of them to +10, and watch the sparks fly as every single piece of armor and jewelry gets supercharged to its maximum tier. The Mist Hunter King set has been fully upgraded to +10, pushing all the set bonuses even further and extending the ultimate combat state duration. Nickname, Night God. Level, LV22. Class, Blood Shadow Hunter. Lifespan, 903 years. Health points, 7,200/7,200. Mana points, 2,950/2,950. Physical attack, 1,260. Agility, 690. Critical hit rate, 72%. Weakness damage bonus, greatly increased. Equipment status, Mist Shadow Hunter 8-piece set +10 activated. That is what a truly formed build looks like, completely rewriting my entire combat strategy rather than just lazily stacking a few basic attribute numbers. Naturally, I wasn't about to stop there, because my arsenal of superior level combat skills still needed a massive upgrade to match my new gear. Unpacking the skill chests rewarded me with 3 incredible area of effect techniques: Mist Shadow Arrow Rain, Soul Hunter Burst Arrow, and Thousand Shadows Barrage. With all 3 crowd-clearing masterworks maxed out to level 10, my group combat capabilities skyrocketed, giving me the ultimate tools to wipe out entire armies. Lu Chen simply selects every single material inside his loot stash, hoarding them all in unlimited quantities just to be thoroughly prepared for whatever comes next. While organizing his spoils, he sets aside his old equipment into a separate category, refusing to flood the market and crash prices by selling them indiscriminately. A sudden chime rings out across the whole server as the BlackRock City power and skill rankings update simultaneously alongside the broader Blue Star leaderboards. The BlackRock City top-tier gear ranking drops its bombshell, revealing that the top 10 spots are entirely dominated by a single player named Night God. Players on the main street are left completely speechless after discovering he has already graduated to a full set of excellent grade gear enhanced to +10. Moments later, the skill rankings update to show the Beast Cage Soul Hunter bow and the Blood Shadow substitute skill, both firmly locked down by Night God. The Blue Star power ranking places Night God at number 1 in the entire Great Shaw district with a mysterious triple question mark combat strength assessment. Players across the globe flood the regional channels to complain about the staggering monopoly, demanding the system release information on his impossible gear. Lu Chen ignores the exploding global chat channels entirely, knowing the public system announcements have already done all the necessary bragging for him. A direct message pops up from Baihei expressing sheer awe over his ridiculous full set of excellent +10 equipment, which Lu Chen brushes off as a mere base. Baihei quickly recovers from the shock and drops some massive news about finally making real progress regarding his house hunting endeavors in the city. Baihei pinpoints an abandoned manor sitting right at the border of the Hunter District and Noble District, formerly owned by a declining hunter noble family. Hearing the name Moonshadow Manor brings a slow smile to Lu Chen's face as he immediately asks to hear the financial details regarding the property. Baihe reveals that the sprawling estate comes with medicinal herb fields, warehouses, basements, and a small lake, all priced at a staggering 300 purple gold coins. While ordinary players would reap at a 300,000 gold coin price tag, Lu Chen simply tells Baihe he is heading over right now to inspect it. Blackstone City real estate manager Hope waits anxiously alongside Baihe at an empty intersection in the much quieter and more refined North District. Manager Hope immediately notices the blinding light effects of Lu Chen's equipment and realizes he is standing before the richest person in the entire city. With all formalities seemingly settled, Hope treats them with extreme respect and eagerly leads the two men deeper into the prestigious Northern District. They arrive at a grand and imposing structure defined by solid gray-black stone walls and a heavy metal gate bearing the manor's legendary nameplate. The heavy iron gates swing open to reveal a massive estate far larger than Lu Chen had ever anticipated, completely blowing away any expectations he had. Walking through the iron gates of Moonshadow Manor, Hope leads the way past an abandoned medicinal herb field and a neglected training yard. He explains the estate's history as a former hunter-noble stronghold that fell into ruin after a disastrous raid. Lu Chen's gaze locks onto the ancient array base buried beneath the rubble of the old protective barrier. Hearing that the foundation remains intact makes his pulse race, since repairing it requires raw materials he has in abundance. Hope warns that keeping up such a massive property demands a fortune in upkeep and a small army of servants to manage the grounds. To him, these hurdles make the estate an albatross, but Lu Chen simply cuts him off to ask for the deed. Hope's hesitation vanishes into a wide grin the moment Lu Chen demands to purchase the entire property in full, right then and there. He whips out a rare black land deed that grants total ownership of the sprawling hunter estate. 300 purple gold coins. You paid 300 purple gold coins. You have acquired the Moonshadow Manor deed. Moonshadow Manor deed added to inventory. This item is a special access item and cannot be copied. You have become the master of Moonshadow Manor. Current manor status, abandoned. Current barrier status, damaged. Current status of the herb field, abandoned. Current number of servants, 0. Baihe watches the whole exchange with a deeply complicated mix of awe and envy as 300 purple gold coins vanish without a blink. That kind of fortune could fund the entire White River Alliance for ages, yet Lu Chen spends it like pocket change. Summoned by Baihe, a line of 5 female recruits steps into the courtyard to be vetted for employment across the estate. Leading them is Aina, a sharp professional with an impeccable resume in accounting and staff scheduling. Aina, position, housekeeper. Specialties, accounting management, warehouse organization, contracts and documents, and servant scheduling. Leah, cook. Misha, potion apprentice. Vel, gardener's maid. Nora, bedchamber maid. Lu Chen turns his head to shoot Baihe a blistering glare that asks if he has completely lost his mind with that final job assignment. Baihe just offers an innocent, knowing smile and refuses to give a straight answer. Employment contract. Contractual parties. Yagami, Aina, Leah, Misha, Violet, Nora. Contract type. Long-term employment contract. 5 glowing beams wash over the maids as they seal a long-term contract, granting them unlimited access to materials and a handsome monthly wage. Earning 10 times their old market salary leaves the workers as joyful and eager as little rabbits. Watching the staff get settled, Baihe seizes the moment to pitch himself for employment with a desperate inquiry about his own gender alignment. Lu Chen rolls his eyes so hard it is a wonder they do not stay stuck in the back of his head. Instead of turning him away, Lu Chen tosses over a generous stack of high-tier random job skill books, potent potions, and an extra purple gold coin. Baihe's jaw drops so low it practically scrapes the dirt, instantly pledging his undying loyalty. With the Alliance leader dismissed, Lu Chen instructs Aina to begin scrubbing the main house tonight and lock down the registry for all future visitors. He leaves the logistics in her capable hands before turning away to inspect his new domain. Leaning against the second-floor window frame, Lu Chen surveys his newly acquired kingdom, stretching out into the twilight shadows. He quietly resolves to transform every square inch of this desolate estate into a sea of kalanchoe trees. Night falls over Moonshadow Manor as I sit down to a quiet dinner prepared by Leah. While the meal is fairly simple, it is still a massive step up from roadside barbecue stalls. Ina arrives shortly after with our first inventory report detailing miscellaneous expenses. I barely glance at her neat lists before handing over 2,000 gold coins to cover it. Nora approaches me later in the night wearing a soft maid uniform and holding a cup of hot drink. She informs me that she has prepared a warm bath for my relaxation. Soothing honey milk. Effect, mental relaxation, slightly improved fatigue recovery speed. After taking a few sips of the honey milk, I look at Nora and pat the edge of the bed. She takes a deep breath, strips off her outer maid dress, and joins me in the room. Morning arrives, and I wake up to find that Nora has already prepared warm water and fresh clothes. She stands quietly by the bed, looking far more natural than she did last night. Aina hands me an invitation stamped with gold foil, sent by the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. It invites me to their high-end auction in Black Rock City 3 days from now. Invitation to the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce auction. Time, night 3 days later. Location, auction hall, 2nd floor, Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Participants, high-ranking adventurers from Black Rock City, merchant guild representatives, noble stewards, and those who have made special contributions. Note, invited participants may submit items for auction or participate in the bidding. This auction is the perfect chance to test the waters and offload some of my excess materials. If we provide the final grand item, they will even waive the fees and give us a VIP box. We decide to supply 10 bottles of Spring Dew and 10 life-sustaining fruits to the auction. That modest quantity should be more than enough to drive the local players and NPCs insane. Ina brings up a major snag when I ask about the spirit peach pits we planted. She explains they need a sudden burst of life force and spiritual spring water to actually sprout. Leah serves up a fresh breakfast of silverfish soup and roasted meat rolls, while Nora pours honey water. Honestly, living like this is absolute perfection. I toss a spring longevity peach to each of the 5 maids right then and there. Watching them stare in absolute shock at a fruit that grants 50 years of lifespan is hilarious. You have consumed 10 lifespan fruits, increasing your lifespan by 50 years. You have absorbed 10 lifespan crystals, increasing your lifespan by 10 years. You have consumed 5 longevity peaches, increasing your lifespan by 250 years. Over the next 3 days, Moonshadow Manor undergoes a massive transformation. The desolation is completely gone as everyone pitches in to renovate the estate. I spend my days clearing normal monsters in local dungeons to level up, and my nights resting comfortably in the manor. My level steadily climbs to 26. Blue Star Lifespan Ranking. First place, Night God. Great Shah District. Lifespan, 1,837 years. Second place, Augustus. Continental Europe. Lifespan, 236 years. Third place, White Deer. Daxia District. Lifespan, 231 years. Fourth place, Miyamoto Sosuke. Sakura Ward. Lifespan, 227 years. Fifth place, Thor Thomas. North America. Lifespan, 223 years. My total lifespan skyrockets to 1,837 years, leaving the rest of the global leaderboard buried so deep they cannot even see my dust. Nickname, Night God. Level, LV26. Class, Blood Shadow Hunter. Lifespan, 1,837. Health points, 8,100/8,100. Mana points, 3,350/3,350. Physical attack, 1,385. Agility, 735. Spirit, 286. Critical hit rate, 74%. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Ina steps into my study to inform me that there are only 2 hours remaining until the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce auction begins. I rise from my chair and tell Ina to get ready to accompany me. 2 hours later, we arrive at the grand entrance of the Black Gold Auction House. 2 hours after our preparations, we arrive at the Black Gold Merchant Guild in the busiest district of Black Rock City. Armed guards line the grand entrance while packs of players crowd the street, buzzing with frantic rumors about tonight's auction items. A sleek black carriage pulls up to the steps, and my butler Aina steps out first in a sharp black and white uniform. She holds our auction invitation and authenticity certificate steady, ready to cut through the crowd without missing a beat. I step out right behind her, and the blinding, magical glow radiating from my gear instantly flashbangs everyone standing nearby. Players shield their eyes from the sheer wattage of my armor, howling in disbelief as they realize who just rolled up. The whispers explode instantly across the street as they spot my title and my custom manor rumors start flying. Someone brings up the 3,000 gold coins from my estate, quickly corrected by a guy who claims it was 300 purple gold coins. When a knowledgeable player explains that purple gold coins trade at 1,000 standard gold each, the crowd realizes my manor is worth 300,000 gold. You can practically hear their collective bank accounts and sanity shattering at once. Ignoring the weeping spectators, Aina guides me straight past the guards toward the guild entrance. The NPC greeter takes one look at our invitation and practically bows to the floor, welcoming us to our reserved private room. We head up to the second floor VIP boxes, which offer an immaculate, elevated view of the entire auction hall down below. Ordinary players are packed tight into the first floor lobby, while status-holding NPCs and elites fill the upper balconies. The moment I sit down in my plush chair, Aina hands me the advanced catalog of tonight's offerings from the guild. I flip through the pages, scanning past standard wares like skill books, blueprints, and short-term mining rights. The early items list a rare Holy Shield Impact skill book, a Black Iron Guard set blueprint, and red-hoofed horsemount cubs. There is also a 3-day mining lease for the Black Stripe mine and a 6-month herb field rental, but none of it catches my eye. Auctioneer Fiora steps onto the circular stage in a stunning black and gold dress, her voice carrying clearly across the hall via an amplifying crystal. She wastes zero time on pleasantries before kicking off the bidding with the first item. The Holy Shield Impact, rare skill book, hits the block with a starting bid of 1,000 gold coins, designed straight for shield warriors and knights. Defense class mains across the room light up, driving the price past 3,000 in seconds. Aina glances over to ask if I need it, but I just shake my head with a quiet scoff. When your standards are forged in the endgame, a run-of-the-mill rare skill book is basically bargain bin junk. The auction accelerates through the next items without a pause, landing the Black Iron Guard blueprint with a city defense officer. A wealthy noblewoman easily outbids everyone else for the red-hoofed foal at 15 purple gold coins. Half an hour later, Fiora unveils a silver tray carrying 10 vials of pale green medicine called Dew of Withered Spring. The moment she announces it resists curses and decay and comes directly from me, the room falls completely silent before exploding. Starting at a humble 10 gold coins, the price instantly obliterates the sanity of every regular player in the room, as bids leap by hundreds. Apothecaries, noble stewards, and guild reps tear into each other in a vicious bidding war. As the bids climb past 20 and then 25 purple gold coins, Aina watches the madness unfold with wide eyes. Even she looks mildly stunned by how violently people are overpaying for my supply. When the dust finally settles, a Pharmacist Association representative claims the 10 vials for a ridiculous 36 purple gold coins. 36 purple gold for just 10 potions is robbery, but I am certainly not complaining about the profit. Aina whispers that the closing price soared far above her initial estimates, but I just shrug it off as standard market behavior. When you hold a monopoly on anti-decay medicine during an expansion, 36 purple gold is just the warm-up act. Fiora unveils the second special item of the night on a clean silver tray, drawing every pair of eyes in the hall back to the stage. 10 pale white crystals rest on the velvet, casting a heavy, expectant quiet over the crowd. The moment those crystals are exposed, the entire auction hall collectively stops breathing as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly dense. Everyone in the building knows exactly what is sitting on that tray. Fiora's voice rings out clearly across the stunned venue to announce the life-giving fruits, provided once again by yours truly. 10 fruits per set, each granting 5 years of permanent lifespan extension with a 10-fruit daily absorption limit. Audience members gasp in disbelief as an extraordinary batch of 10 life-extending fruits is placed on the auction block. Since each fruit grants 5 years of life, this single lot offers a staggering 50 years of pure longevity to whoever claims it. The auctioneer Philora raises a hand to silence the murmuring crowd before declaring the starting price at a modest 10 gold coins. Bids must climb by at least 1 gold coin each time, setting the stage for an absolute feeding frenzy. The bidding erupts instantly with a ferocity that leaves everyone breathless as players and wealthy NPCs alike scramble for the prize. Within moments, the price shatters past expectations and climbs rapidly toward 120 purple gold coins. An elderly nobleman sitting comfortably in a private room on the second floor secures the winning bid with an astonishing 160 purple gold coins. The entire hall falls into a stunned silence at the sheer wealth required just for fruit. Aina looks over at Lu Chen with an increasingly complicated gaze as the magnitude of his wealth fully sinks in. She remembers watching him eat those exact longevity fruits like casual snacks earlier that very morning. Lu Chen merely glances at the final transaction price with total indifference before tuning out the rest of the room. Items that sell for astronomical fortunes outside hold zero personal interest for him right now. Philora suddenly pauses the proceedings and introduces the next lot as a dried-up spirit springstone recovered from ancient ruins. Because the spring water inside has completely dried up, its current function remains an absolute mystery. The response from the lobby is lukewarm at best, with many players openly laughing at the audacity of selling a dried-up rock. They mock the Black Gold Merchant Guild for trying to pass off a glorified decorative paperweight with a 50 gold coin starting price. Aina suddenly calls out softly to Lu Chen and explains that her historical research reveals the true worth of the gray stone. She urges him to buy it because the stone was washed by a life-giving spirit spring and can locate it. Upon hearing Aina's urgent explanation, Lu Chen's expression shifts instantly as he realizes the massive value hidden in plain sight. He speaks into the room's soundstones and calmly drops an opening bid of 100 gold coins. Every single person in the auction hall whips their head around to stare at Lu Chen's private room in sheer confusion. They scramble to figure out why the undefeated Yagami would waste money on a worthless rock unless there is a secret. A Chamber of Commerce manager on the second floor tentatively tests the waters by raising the price to 200 gold coins. Lu Chen responds immediately by casually bulldozing past them and calling out a bid of 1,000 gold coins. A noble steward refuses to back down and fires back with an aggressive bid of 2,000 gold coins to test the waters. Lu Chen completely ignores the incremental games and instantly leaps the stakes straight to 5 purple gold coins. Before anyone can even process the jump, Lu Chen calmly tacks on another increase to 10 purple gold coins without a single flicker of hesitation. The entire hall falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as the sheer extravagance of the bidding leaves everyone paralyzed. An NPC barrier master pushes his luck by bidding 15 purple gold coins in hopes of claiming the mysterious prize. Lu Chen casually crushes all competition in one clean stroke by shouting out a staggering 50 purple gold coins. Philora announces the 50 purple gold coin price with mounting thrill and begins counting down the final hammer strikes. The room holds its breath as the countdown reaches the final moments with no challenger yet daring to speak. Over in another private room, Vice President Rosen of the Black Crow Merchant Guild squints thoughtfully at the stage. He taps his fingers against his chair armrest while weighing whether the mysterious rock is worth a massive financial gamble. A guild appraiser frowns deeply and reminds Rosen that the stone is functionally a dead husk and would normally top out at 500 gold coins. He warns that bidding 50 purple gold coins is an insane financial risk if Yagami is bluffing. The guild steward scoffs at the hesitation and points out that Yagami wouldn't throw away a fortune if the stone was genuinely worthless garbage. He convinces the room that the undefeated player is simply trying to price everyone else out of a hidden treasure. Rosen smiles wickedly and decides to take the bait, aiming to bleed Lu Chen dry and test the limits of his legendary coin purse. He leans toward the crystal and loudly places a defiant counterbid of 80 purple gold coins. A massive wave of murmurs ripples across the packed hall as players realize the Black Crow Merchant Guild has challenged Yagami directly. Philora eagerly steps forward to call the new high bid, waiting to see if Lu Chen will answer the challenge, but a mocking voice simply echoes from his room declaring he is completely done playing. Rosen sits paralyzed in his private box as his cheerful bid hangs unanswered in the air. The manager beside him freezes, realizing the terrifying truth that nobody is going to follow up. The sharp-eyed appraiser shakes his head, knowing instantly that the night god has pulled a ruthless trap. They wanted to pad the bill, but now they are stuck holding an 80 purple gold coin paperweight. Rosen feels the blood drain from his face as he calculates the astronomical cost of his own malice. He bought a useless dried-up spirit springstone for 80 purple gold coins, and his pants are effectively gone. On the glittering stage, Philora maintains her bright composure as she counts down the final bids. She sweeps her gaze across the silent balconies, waiting for a voice that never comes. The heavy gavel falls with a definitive crack that shatters the fragile nerves of the entire Black Crow merchant delegation. 80 purple gold coins vanish into thin air for a rock with no known purpose. The panicked steward leans in close to ask if the stone might secretly possess some legendary hidden power. Rosen glares at him with pure venom, admitting he was totally taken for a ride. The entire hall erupts into loud whispers and unrestrained laughter as people piece together the brutal scam. Some wonder if the night god simply got sleepy and raised his sign just to stretch his legs. Lu Chen sits in absolute serenity while the crowd tears the merchant guild apart with ruthless mockery. Aina watches her master with growing amusement, noting how effortlessly he bends his enemies to his will. Lu Chen compares the situation to digging a foundation trench before building a house of cards. He refuses to chase after the guild after the auction, knowing full well they will come crawling back to him on their own. The atmosphere in the room shifts into a state of paranoid caution after the massive public fleecing. Every time the night god glances at an item, the entire crowd freezes in terror of getting scammed. Philora presents the final item of the evening from a polished black jade box with practiced grace. A pale golden scroll floats within, carrying the heavy aura of a rare structural relic. The final item is revealed as the medium-sized barrier core blueprint, carrying a steep starting price of 100 purple gold coins. It is the exact missing piece needed to restore Moonshadow Manor. Lu Chen speaks up without a moment of hesitation, instantly tossing out a massive bid of 150 purple gold coins. The entire room falls dead silent at the sound of his voice. The surrounding nobles and merchant reps grind their teeth in bitter frustration as they weigh the cost of competing. They want the blueprint badly, but they are terrified of getting trapped by the price. Lu Chen easily sweeps up the crucial barrier core blueprint for a cool 300 purple gold coins. Without wasting another breath, he turns his attention toward the exit. As expected, the desperate leaders of the Black Crow Merchant Guild intercept Lu Chen right outside the exit. Rosen approaches him with a low bow and a forced smile, begging for a moment of his time. Lu Chen halts his steps while Aina watches the unfolding spectacle with absolute calm. The master's prediction hits the mark with terrifying accuracy, leaving the Merchant Guild right where he wanted them. Rosen drops all his arrogant posturing and proposes a joint venture to hunt down whatever secrets the stone holds. He offers a 50-50 split on all profits, hoping to salvage his disastrous 80-coin investment. Lu Chen rejects the laughable 50-50 split with a cold chuckle and simply turns to walk away. Rosen panics instantly, dropping his terms lower and lower in a desperate bid to save his skin. Rosen shouts out in sheer desperation, slashing his share down to 40%, then 30% in rapid succession. Aina watches the squirming executive with a quiet, knowing smile in her eyes. Lu Chen stops in his tracks and asks the guild vice president if he truly wants to be friends. Rosen laughs hollowly, swearing up and down that befriending the strongest descendant in Black Rock City is his highest honor. Lu Chen demands that Rosen hand over the stone right then and there before he shares a single word of advice. Rosen freezes, caught between his lingering suspicion and his overwhelming financial panic. Rosen finally caves under the crushing weight of his sunk costs and thrusts the 80 gold coin stone into Lu Chen's hands. He plays his final gamble, praying that the secret knowledge will bail him out. Lu Chen casually produces an identical stone from his backpack, revealing that the entire item is nothing more than a common decorative bauble. Rosen watches his 80 purple gold coins turn into literal garbage as the horrifying truth shatters his sanity. Walking through the night, Aina leans in close to warn me that Rosen probably won't be able to sleep tonight after our encounter. I tell her he must be sleeping soundly after spending 80 gold coins on ornaments, and honestly, I can brag about this for a while. The dried-up Spirit Spring Stone is no ordinary pebble. The moment it entered my backpack, the game turned its quantity infinite, revealing a passive effect that tracks remnant life spring energy and serves as material for revival rituals. A single stone only gives a vague, weak direction, but the description notes that the more stones you hold, the more accurate the positioning becomes. For anyone else, that is a massive hurdle, but for me, it is the exact answer I needed. One stone isn't enough? Then I'll use 10. 10 still too vague? Let's bump it to 100, or enough to blanket the entire Moonshadow Manor. I climb into the carriage, tell Aina to turn the horses around, and we head straight back home. Back at Moonshadow Manor, Nora greets me at the door and relieves me of my coat. She tells me Miss Leah has a hot bowl of soup waiting, and that Misha and Violet refused to go to bed until I returned with news. Aina instantly shifts into strict housekeeper mode, ordering Nora to dispatch Vera to the herb field and telling Leah to prepare a midnight snack to keep my energy up. My staff takes care of business while I barely have to lift a finger. Gathered by the medicinal herb field, the maids watch in silence as I pull out just one dried-up spirit spring stone. The moment it appears, the pit of the newly planted spirit peach in the center of the dirt visibly twitches. Violet gasps out loud, pointing at the dirt as the peach pit reacts to the stone's presence. My eyes brighten because it actually worked on the first try, confirming that our hunch about the manor's hidden secrets was spot on. With a wave of my hand, I unleash 10,000 dried up spirit spring stones onto the edge of the medicinal field. 10, 100, 10,000 stones cascade down until the entire patch of dirt is completely buried under them. Violet is completely stunned, speechless by the sheer volume of stones, and Aina catches her breath at the display. Leah stares at the pile and deadpans whether I'm planning to use these precious artifacts to pave the floor. Every single one of those 10,000 stones simultaneously erupts with a faint light, their beams bending in perfect unison to point toward the rear of the manor. Aina reacts the fastest, sprinting off toward the back lake. Aina calls back over her shoulder that the spiritual spring's energy is pointing straight toward Hohu, the abandoned back lake. When we bought this estate, Hope warned us that the lake was half dead, murky, and utterly devoid of any vitality. Standing by the murky shore, I pull out more stones, and every last one glows toward the center of the water. A system prompt confirms a remnant of the life spring lies exhausted beneath the lake, waiting for abundant materials and a barrier. No wonder this used to be the manor of a hunter noble. They were sitting right on top of a life-extending spring. I pull out piles of materials, refusing to ration them out when I can just dump everything in and fill it up all at once. Before feeding the spring, I open the medium-sized manor barrier core blueprint to repair the old array base and lock in the energy. The system asks if I want to repair and upgrade the manor barrier, and I immediately confirm. I shove superior-grade black crystal mother ore, mist nest cores, and sunken wood spirit hearts into the array base. The entire Moonshadow Manor trembles beneath our feet as long-dimmed ancient array patterns flare back to life. The old barrier array base is fully repaired, deploying the core of a medium-sized manor barrier and unlocking the beginner Moonlight Guardian barrier. With the perimeter secured, it is finally time to revive the spiritual spring itself. I start feeding materials into the spring like a madman, burning through rare and superior items to force the revival process forward. The progress meter inches up by 1%, shifting the spirit peach pits from dormancy to a slight awakening. Reviving a sacred spring linked to lifespan is brutally difficult, but I'll take it one step at a time. I put Aina in charge of the spring, tell Nora to stick close for the rest of the night, and figure it's time to change into some black stockings. Morning breaks at Moonshadow Manor, with Nora ready by the bedside with fresh clothes. Sunlight streams through the glass, casting a golden mist over the lake behind the estate. Everything in the manor runs like clockwork, with Miss Aina reviving the life spring and Miss Violet tending the herb fields, while I enjoy my breakfast. Your lifespan increased by 310 years. Current lifespan, 2,147 years. My lifespan has finally surpassed 2,000, marking the happiest moment of my morning. The Blue Star Lifespan ranking updates in real time, placing Night God firmly at the top with over 2,000 years, while the rest trail far behind. North American player Thor Thomas loses his mind in the channel chat, panicking that he cannot sleep for fear I will wake up with centuries more added. I casually drop a live image of my breakfast peach into the channel, instantly melting the collective sanity of players complaining about the price of buns. After a quick tidy-up, I leave the manor and tear open a random teleportation scroll, heading straight to the bustling Hunter Association in search of new quests. Blackrock City's Hunter Guild is packed with new Chinese players grinding levels 12 through 16, all whispering about following my legendary path. I walk straight past the gawking crowds to the counter where short-haired Huntress Alice greets me respectfully and opens the newly refreshed shop list. Current permissions: Advanced Hunter VIP permissions. The fresh product list features 3 items, starting with an excellent grade soul hunting potion. The second item is a rare Hunter Expedition rations pack for 20 gold coins, and the third is an advanced fog-breaking powder to clear low-level miasma. The rations are useless for someone leading the leaderboard, so I snap up the soul hunting potion and fog-breaking powder with unlimited purchase quantities. Before I can leave, Guild President Grayson descends the stairs with his giant black bow strapped behind him, looking like he just stepped off the training ground. Grayson glances at my purchase records and accuses me of buying out the shop just because I have too much money burning a hole in my pocket. Grayson confirms the sunken ancient forest is clear and congratulates me on soloing the Deer Mother, punching my chest in genuine admiration. I joke that if I could not even handle a mother deer, Selena would probably beat me up, drawing a hearty laugh from the veteran guild leader. The light-hearted mood shatters instantly as hurried footsteps echo from outside and a young hunter covered in blood bursts through the guild doors. The young hunter collapses to his knees with a severe chest laceration, gasping for breath as Grayson rushes over to haul him upright. Grayson's face darkens as he demands to know what happened at the Grey Fog outpost, the entire hall falling into a dead silence. The hunter gasps that 26 men from 2 patrol teams were sent to investigate a strange new area, and only one managed to escape back. With his dying breath, the hunter utters a single, bone-chilling sentence before collapsing unconscious, leaving every player in the lobby with a deep chill. An emergency mission suddenly triggers right before my eyes, flashing red with danger warnings of spatial displacement, gravity anomalies, and flying monsters. Chairman Grayson frowns heavily at the young hunter's report, reeling from the grim news that almost all 26 Rangers sent inside have died. When Grayson insists that a high-level veteran must be dispatched instead, I step right up and tell him bluntly that I am going to handle this myself. Another player who joined the association recently speaks up to warn us that all the main city guards have already marched out to handle other crises. Realizing there are no other options left on the table, Grayson finally gives me his blessing, but warns me that safety must remain my absolute top priority. He hands me a special gray outpost badge, a restricted item required for entry that cannot be duplicated or copied by any means. I gulp down a speed-enhancing potion outside the east gate and set off at full sprint toward the Grey Fog outpost half an hour away. By burning through random teleportation scrolls, I slice a 30-minute journey down to a blistering 10-minute dash across the wilderness. I arrive at the Grey Fog outpost to find a gruesome scene of blood-stained earth and guards desperately treating wounded survivors. Hanging right above us in mid-air is an upside-down courtyard, its stone roof pointing toward the ground and its tree roots dangling into open space. A prompt appears asking if I want to enter the level 27 instance, and I grip my soul-hunting bow and tell it we are going in. The moment I step through the threshold, gravity completely inverts, making it feel like the entire world has turned upside down around me. After doing a few quick movement tests to make sure my aim and footing are stable, I carefully start walking forward into the strange, upside-down terrain. 10 seconds in, I stumble upon the battered corpses of the hunters who came in here earlier, lying abandoned among the dangling roots. Before I can search for more survivors, the chilling sound of flapping wings echoes down from the hanging eaves overhead. A dozen level 27 upside-down winged corpses drop from the ceiling, rare monsters with 88,000 health and terrifying status skills. One of the creatures detaches from the roof and plummets in a sudden dive, trying to sink its claws straight into my blind spot. I trigger my instant step to dodge the ambush and backhand an arrow straight into its chest, triggering a massive weakness hit. When the rest of the winged horde swarms me, I unleash my mist and arrow rain, blanketing the area in slowing, blinding projectiles. I follow up with 1,000 shadow shots in rapid succession, tearing through the monsters and converting every kill into endless stacking materials. After clearing the horde, I pry a ranger's badge from a broken wall and read the blood-smeared final words scribbled on the paper behind it. Out from behind a broken stone wall in the strange upside-down chamber, a tall monster clad in gray armor slowly emerges into view. Its body looks as though it has been crudely sliced into separate pieces and stitched back together by raw spatial rifts. Level 28 Grey Court Ranger, a rare elite. Health points stand at 260 million out of 260 million. Known skills include Spatial Step, Grey Blade Slash, and Positional Assault. The ranger casually raises a hand and swings a gray longsword, sending a blade of light slashing down from the empty sky beneath our boots. I have to scramble backward instantly as the vicious arc flashes right past my cloak. I immediately fire up my Mist Shadow Hunting domain, sending a thick gray-black fog spreading across the entire area to drop the target's perception and raise my own vulnerability awareness. Mist Shadow Hunting domain, in effect. Decreased target perception. Your vulnerability awareness has increased. Crystal Eye Lock. Target weakness, chest. Locking onto the target's chest, I loose a soul-hunting burst arrow straight through the gray-black mist. The heavy projectile slams dead center into the elite, forcing it back half a step with a deafening boom. Hunter's soul burst arrow hits. Shadow Blood Mark deals additional damage. The creature's body sways violently, splitting into three identical afterimages that all raise their swords to strike at once. Honestly, if you are going to use cheap parlor tricks against an archer, at least make them look convincing. I just smile at the pathetic display, picking out the real threat with the help of my Black Crystal Hunter's Crown and Mist Shadow Hunter Domain. My soul-hunting Judgment Arrow flies straight through the core of the true target's chest. Weakness hit. Hunter's Arrow Shadow triggered. Before I can even catch my breath, the ranger folds its body in half with a harsh metallic screech and plunges me into sudden weightlessness. Falling through this broken airspace means massive damage and a forced position reset if I don't move. Warning, you are about to fall. Falling into the air will cause significant damage and force you to reset your position. My teleportation scroll is useless because the local space is far too unstable, and my Shadow Hunter's blink is still 2 seconds away from its cooldown. I burn a Blood Shadow substitute, leaving a Crimson clone to take the drop while I reappear safely back on the ledge. Blood Shadow substitute triggered. Consumes 1 Blood Shadow mark. You have swapped positions with the Blood Shadow clone. The Grey Ranger barely has time to sheath its sword before my armor-piercing arrow and Thousand Shadow volley hit it full force. The final projectile smashes right into its chest core, freezing the elite in utter disbelief as its health bar completely bottoms out. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the level 28 Grey Court Wanderer, Rare Elite, gaining 65,000 experience points. Obtained a rare cut-off blade. The detachable blade has been added to your inventory. The quantity has been changed to unlimited. Pushing deeper into the second area of the upside-down Grey Court, I enter a twisted garden where dead hunter corpses hang from every tree root. Suddenly, every single corpse snaps its eyes open at the same time and begins muttering unintelligible nonsense. You are being influenced by a mental illusion, triggered by Black Crystal Concentration. Effect weakened. I toss out a handful of high-grade, mist-breaking powder, watching the gray fog clear and the illusion instantly collapse back into lifeless, withered branches. Honestly, if you were going to throw cheap jump scares at me, at least mix up the routine. At the very end of the garden stands a massive 5-meter-tall armored monster blocking a colossal stone gate. Its entire body is cobbled together from jagged rubble, broken armor plates, and a dozen tattered hunter flags stuck in its back. Level 28, Suspended Court Guardian, Rare Boss. Health points, 520 million. Skills, Gravity Hammer Strike, Rock Smash, Inverted Shield, Falling Judgment. The boss swings its giant hammer down from dozens of meters away, making the gravity-defying shockwave crash down directly from the sky above my head. Dodging once isn't enough in this cursed dungeon, because every attack hits you twice from opposite directions. I trigger the Mist Hunter King state, multiplying my movement speed and critical hit rate, while raining a flurry of misty arrows down upon the giant. When it snaps up a gray inverted shield to block the damage, I simply use my Crystal Eye Lock to find its true weakness. Bypassing its frontal defenses with an instant step, I appear right on a floating fragment behind the Guardian and sink a soul-hunting Judgment Arrow into the core of its broken flagpole. The massive beast shudders violently as a huge chunk of its health vanishes. When its health drops below 30%, the entire arena shatters and begins falling into the upside-down sky below. The boss tries to drag me down into the abyss with it, but 10 seconds is more than enough time to finish the job. The Guardians of the Suspended Court activate. The Fallen Trial. The arena is about to break. Please kill the target or leave the current area within 10 seconds. I stand my ground on the final chunk of rock, cycling my soul-breaking arrow and armor-piercing shots with absolute precision. A final critical shadow arrow punches straight through its chest core, blowing the massive Guardian apart in a deafening roar. Successfully defeated the level 28 Suspended Court Guardian, a rare boss, gaining 180,000 experience points. Gained Blackrock City Reputation plus 50, Hunter's Guild Reputation plus 80. Obtained 1 rare Guardian Core. The Suspended Court Guardian Core has been added to your inventory. The quantity has been changed to unlimited. Acquired equipment, Upside Down Boots, Rare *1. The Upside Down Boots have been added to your inventory. The quantity has been changed to unlimited. Congratulations on reaching level 27. Lifespan plus 1 year, all attributes plus 1, gain 5 free attribute points, gain 3 skill points. I dump all 5 free points into agility, watching golden light wash over my upgraded frame as the massive stone gate slowly grinds open. Beyond the threshold hangs a strange, silvery portal suspended in the open sky. At the edge of the porch rests a silvery white fragment resembling a broken key, covered in ancient characters. As I step closer, the fragment flares with sudden light, and the space around us begins to violently tremble. You have discovered a special trial crew, Sky City. Current clue completeness, 1/3. Hint: deep within the upside-down gray courtyard, a complete key remains. Continuing deeper, you may encounter the final guardian of the instance. A castle in the sky trial clue, resting right here in a normal dungeon, means the rewards go far beyond standard loot. Since a complete key is waiting somewhere deep in this upside-down nightmare, turning back is simply not an option. Stepping across the threshold into the doorway, I watch as the entire porch begins to rotate in an erratic, terrifying dance that feels entirely like outer space. A figure draped in a gray-white robe strides out from the haze, extending 4 gray bone wings and clutching a staff topped with 3 glistening silver fragments. Level 29 Upside Down Courtmaster, Excellent Gatekeeper. Health points, 1,080,000 out of 1,080,000. Skills include Gravity Flip, Gray Feather Judgment, Hunter's Afterimage, Inverted Gate, and Space Folding. Note: Final Guardian of the Upside Down Gray Court. My eyes narrow at the outstanding Gatekeeper, but as it asks if I am staying too, I draw my bow and promise to take the fallen home instead. The Upside-Down Court Master swings its long staff, instantly unleashing the Gray Feather Judgment skill as a swarm of gray feather blades slashes in from every direction. I activate Shadow Hunter Instant Step to dodge the first wave, backhanding a crystal eye lock to expose the spatial core at the tip of the staff before firing. Weakness hit. Hunter's Arrow Shadow triggered. Shadow Blood damage triggered. Target health drops to around 920,000. The Gatekeeper's body sways before the stone gate beneath our feet spins backward, triggering a gravity flip that drops my body toward the upside-down ground. I immediately deploy the Mist Shadow Hunting Domain to push aside the distorted gray fog, stepping onto a broken stone slab in midair with a swift blink. Throwing out a soul-breaking burst arrow with my backhand, the explosive impact lands squarely on the courtier's chest and forces it to take half a step back. The Courtmaster raises its long staff, summoning a dozen semi-transparent figures wearing old-fashioned cloaks from the legendary Hunters Guild. These manifested combat memories of fallen forest rangers immediately block my path, while 2 knife-wielding hunters circle around through a spatial rift behind me. Keeping completely silent for a moment, I raise my bow and unleash the Misty Shadows and Rain of Arrows skill to blanket the area in a storm of projectiles. One afterimage briefly regains consciousness and asks if the outpost held, and as he fades into specks of light, I reassure him that we held out. I take a deep breath and glance up at the Courtmaster, muttering that using dead comrades as shields makes this boss an absolute jerk. The boss folds the entire porch in a flash of spatial folding, appearing instantly beside me and sweeping its long staff across the platform. My barrier scroll shatters under the brutal impact, absorbing some damage while the ensuing spatial tremor slows my movements just long enough for a counterattack. Faced with the second stage of Gray Feather Judgment, I reserve my Blood Shadow substitutes and chain 2 instant steps to thread the needle through the feather blades. Target's weakness, the core of the inverted stone gate behind them. Realizing the door is the real body, I drop a sound-mimicking bait that calls out from the side, distracting the boss just long enough for me to slip behind it. Unleashing a soul-hunting judgment arrow, the blood-black projectile pierces straight through the gate's core, triggering multiple massive damage procs as health plummets. The instance shakes apart as the boss retreats backward into the stone gate, threatening to spread its anomalies across the world if it successfully escapes. Liu Chen refuses to let the grotesque entity slip away into the shadows and immediately triggers his soul-locking cage formation across the ground. Crimson and dark energy shoot outward to wedge firmly beneath the massive falling stone door, slowing its descent. The soul-locking cage formation is in effect. The closing speed of the inverted gate has decreased. Without hesitation, Liu Chen pulls out a high-grade animal trap and a heavy hunting net, hurling them straight into the gap to block the creature's retreat. The heavy steel jaws snap shut around the fleeing entity while the net binds its limbs. Advanced Bear Trap activated. Advanced Hunting Net activated. The inverted court's actions were thwarted. Liu Chen snarls for the beast to show itself and draws the soul-hunting bow to its absolute breaking point. Soul-breaking arrows streak through the air in rapid succession, slamming into the half-trapped entity with brutal force. The Lord of the Upside-Down Court forces half its body free and unleashes a furious tempest of gray feather blades. Lu Chen charges straight through the lethal projectiles, swallowing patience as his health plummets under the relentless assault. With its health dangerously low, the boss triggers a final gravity flip that sends Lu Chen plunging downward into a dizzying freefall. He has 10 seconds before impact, but his eyes remain entirely cold and calculating as he draws his bow midair. Final gravity flip. You are falling. You will suffer significant fall damage in 10 seconds. Unbothered by the deadly plunge, Lu Chen locks his crystal eye onto the target and unleashes the Soul Hunter's Judgment Arrow. The projectile pierces layers of spatial folds to strike the exact crystal core of the boss's staff with devastating impact. The core of the stone gate detonates in a deafening roar as the boss's health hits zero and the gravity trap instantly lifts. Lu Chen lands smoothly back onto the stable stone path as the dungeon around him begins to dissolve. Successfully defeated the level 29 Upside-Down Court Lord, excellent level gatekeeper, gaining plus 520,000 experience points. Abnormal instance, Upside-Down Gray Court, already cleared. Replica space is stable. Gain Hunter's Guild reputation plus 300. Blackrock City reputation plus 150. Obtained superior grade material, Space Feather Crystal 1. Space Feather Crystal has been added to your inventory. Quantity has been changed to unlimited. Obtained equipment. Upside Down Top Hat, rare. The Upside Down Top Hat has been added to your inventory. The quantity has been changed to unlimited. Equipment obtained. Gray Court Maid Dress, excellent grade. The Gray Garden Maid Dress has been added to your inventory. The quantity has been changed to unlimited. 3 silver fragments fuse together in midair to drop the heavy Sky City Tower key right into Lu Chen's hand. He activates the key, triggering a grand public announcement across the skies of Blackrock City for the new unlimited floor challenge area. A sudden burst of blinding white light flashes across the sky, and Lu Chen finds himself instantly teleported right back into the bustling heart of Blackrock City. Above the main central square, a colossal stone gate hangs suspended in the air, surrounded by pale silver clouds and steep floating staircases winding upward. Countless players flood the square below, staring up at the towering celestial entrance with burning ambition and loud cheers echoing off the stone walls. That joyful mood shatters in less than 3 minutes as bright beams of light fling dozens of battered players straight out of the gate and onto the ground. Players learn the hard way that the first floor throws level 15 flying monsters straight at you, overwhelming anyone who steps onto the floating islands. The Windwing creatures use brutal knockback attacks that send clumsy fighters tumbling off the railless edges, resulting in an immediate and forced failure. Dying inside this ruthless public challenge area costs 2 whole years of a player's real lifespan every single time, turning every defeat into a terrifying gamble. Baihei stands off to the side of the chaotic crowd, holding his trusted notepad and carefully recording every single piece of failure data shouted by the victims. Mad Blade stands right next to him with a dark, frustrated expression on his face, clutching his heavy battle sword while refusing to rush into disaster. A graceful female priestess known as Bai Lu pushes through the parting crowd, having already reached level 16 and sporting high-tier contribution gear. Bai Lu pauses near Bai He and asks with a faint smile if he is compiling a travel guide, brushing off his offer to sell her a discounted copy. After dismissing the gathered notes as common knowledge, Bai Lu strides forward alone and steps right through the massive stone gate to test her skills. Barely 10 minutes later, Bai Lu reappears in the square without a scratch, calmly announcing to the stunned onlookers that she managed to clear the 6th floor. Triggered by her success, Mad Blade grits his teeth and marches right into the portal himself, determined to conquer the platform challenges as a melee fighter. A few minutes later, Mad Blade gets spat back out onto the cobblestones with bloody gashes across his chest, and a face as dark as a soot-covered pot. Brushing off his defeat, Bai Lu sweeps her gaze across the surrounding players and asks out loud where Blackrock City's famous keyholder might be. Right on cue, Lu Chen strolls out from the teleportation point, the heavy magical radiance pouring off his endgame gear, instantly drawing every eye in the plaza. The entire plaza parts like a wave to let him through, with murmurs and cheers following every step he takes toward the towering celestial entrance. Bai Lu walks right up to Lu Chen and teases him for acting clueless about the brutal difficulty of a dungeon he personally unlocked for the city. Bai He steps forward to hand his freshly updated investigation notes over to Lu Chen, detailing every flying monster and knockback trap discovered so far. Watching him prepare to enter, Bai Lu softens her tone and reminds him that the gate only opens once a week, asking if he is taking it seriously. Lu Chen glances down at her and dryly asks if she is genuinely worried about his safety, to which she simply smiles and fires back, "So what if she is?" Lu Chen grins at Bai Lu with a crooked smile that shows he has absolutely no intention of hiding his mischief. She demands if he plans to express his gratitude using only empty words. Lu Chen steps forward and hands her the gray court maid dress, a fine grade item he pulled earlier. Bai Lu looks at the exquisite garment before reading its description, turning scarlet. Bai Lu screeches his name in pure fury, raising her staff to smash his head in and shouting that she will cave his skull in. Lu Chen shivers at her terrifying and completely ungentle display. He instantly triggers a random teleportation scroll, appearing right in front of the stone gate to escape her wrath. Bai Lu stomps the cobblestones in rage, baring her teeth as she vows to beat him. Bai He watches the outburst with a twitching lip, having never seen the young miss lose her composure quite like this. When he asks to see the outfit, she turns and barks that it is none of his business. Down in the plaza, players tilt their heads upward to gaze at the massive stone gate suspended in the clouds. They debate how far the famous Yagami can climb, with From betting on the 20th floor. Notification! You have entered Sky City, Tower of Babel. Current level, level 1. A reward is calculated every 10 floors cleared. Falling off the platform, dying, or voluntarily quitting will all be considered the end of this challenge. Lu Chen opens his eyes to find himself on a small stone platform floating amidst an endless sea of clouds. Howling winds buffet his clothes as smaller, suspended islands stretch upward like steps into the sky. First level of challenge begins. Monster. Windwing monster. Quantity, 30. Completion condition, defeat all monsters. 30 bluish-gray flying monsters burst from the clouds above, screeching as they swoop toward the platform. These level 15 excellent monsters lack massive health pools, but their knockback skills are lethal here. Lu Chen sighs at the simplicity of the stage and unleashes mist and arrow rain. A deluge of gray-black arrows blankets the area, instantly shredding health bars and crippling the flying beasts. Successfully defeated the level 15 Windwing monster. Successfully defeated the level 15 Windwing monster. Successfully defeated the level 15 Windwing monster. He follows up immediately with the Thousand Shadows barrage, letting autonomous shadow arrows track down every remaining target in the sky. In less than 10 seconds, the entire first layer is completely cleared. First floor passed. Enter the second level. Lu Chen breezes through the second, third, fourth, and fifth layers without breaking a sweat. The platforms shrink and wind walls appear, but a simple barrier scroll completely nullifies all knockback attempts. On the sixth floor, 3 level 18 Thunderfeather Eagles swoop down from the clouds, trailing blue-white lightning. Their speed is terrifying, but Lu Chen simply activates his Shadow Hunter instant step. His figure blurs and vanishes, leaving the 3 rare raptors to crash awkwardly into the empty air. Lu Chen reappears to the side, his crystal eye lock instantly zeroing in on their wing root weaknesses. He looses a soul-breaking arrow straight into the target's weak point, triggering explosive damage that obliterates 2 of the eagles instantly. The last eagle tries to flee, but Thousand Shadows barrage guns it down. Successfully defeated the level 18 Thunderfeather Eagle. He sweeps through the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors using the exact same ruthless efficiency. Moving wind walls try to shove him off, but he casually deploys barrier scrolls to block them while raining arrows. He steps onto the 10th floor platform to face the rare gatekeeper, a level 20 wind and thunder-winged beast. The beast flaps its massive wings, shaking the platform and unleashing a storm of howling wind blades. Lu Chen enters the Mist Shadow Hunter King state, utilizing instant step to circle behind the beast before firing a soul-hunting judgment arrow. The projectile strikes the wing root weak point for devastating damage. Successfully defeated the level 20 Wind and Thunder Winged Beast, a rare level gatekeeper. Passed the 10th floor, gained 180,000 experience points, gained 100 sky points, obtained Sky Treasure Chest, Fine Grade 1. Special reward obtained, Windwalking Feather Talisman, excellent grade. Effect, increases jumping ability for 10 minutes after use and reduces the backward distance when knocked back. Lu Chen inspects his rewards, noting that the excellent grade Windwalking Feather Talisman will make a fine tool for training future Manor Guards. Above Blackrock City, the official leaderboards update to show Yagami holding the 10th floor record. Down in the crowded square, players stared up at the glowing announcement pane with wide eyes, completely losing their minds over how fast the tower records were breaking. Bai Lu watched the new milestone with a very complicated expression on her face, knowing from her own painful climb on the 6th floor just how absurd this pacing truly was. Kwang Dao clenched his fist tight before letting it drop in quiet defeat, realizing the gap between them meant he was not even worthy of seeing the 10th floor gatekeeper. Up on the 10th floor, Lu Chen looked at the silver staircase leading to the 11th tier with a relaxed smile, having already figured out the basic rules of the climb. He breezed through the next several floors where mixed formations of air knights, thunder feather eagles, and wind element archers tried and failed to slow his relentless push. Stepping onto the 20th floor, the platform beneath his feet was 3 times larger than before, surrounded by 8 small floating islands linked together by violent wind. A rare level boss, the level 30 Sky Knight, burst out from the deep sea of clouds, riding a giant thunder eagle, and rushed straight across the gap in the blink of an eye. When the Thunder Eagle charge struck, Lu Chen used his Shadow Hunter step to dodge just as the impact rattled the entire platform beneath the debris. Airborne gunfire rained down a flurry of spear shadows that struck his defensive barrier, knocking him back half a step, even as the shield absorbed the worst of the impact. He raised his hand and released Mist Shadow Arrow Rain, but the agile boss used a wind wall to evade most of the volley and take only minor damage from a few stray hits. Dropping a sound-mimicking bait, Lu Chen baited the boss into a reckless dive and locked his crystal eye onto the base of the left wing to expose its fatal weakness. His Shadow Hunter instant step repositioned him instantly before a soul-hunting judgment arrow pierced the left wing, triggering a massive weakness hit that broke the bird's flight. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a rapid succession of shadow shots that found every gap in the Sky Knight's breastplate and sent its health bar crashing down. When the boss tried to take off again, a soul-hunting burst arrow exploded against its wind node to shove it back onto the platform before a final Shadow Strike arrow finished it. Defeating the rare boss cleared the 20th floor, granting 420,000 experience points, 300 sky points, and a rare sky treasure chest. The victory also pushed him to level 28, adding 1 year of lifespan, 1 to all attributes, 5 free attribute points, and 3 skill points, which he dumped into agility. He downed an airborne potion to reduce his body weight and boost his hang time, finding the rare consumable incredibly useful for navigating the vertical hazards of the tower. The difficulty spiked hard from the 21st to the 29th floors, with moving platforms, cutting wind walls, and double-layered sky islands that tested every ounce of mobility. Using his Black Crystal Hunter Crown and Mist Shadow Hunter Domain, he locked onto targets hidden on upper tiers and cleared the field with superior area of effect skills. Arriving on the 30th floor with 70% health remaining, he received a grim warning about the special fall detection mechanism guarding the final stage. The platform suddenly cracked beneath his feet and split apart into 9 floating stone platforms arranged in a circle around a massive bluish-white eye of wind below. Looking up into the churning clouds overhead, a colossal wind-armored warrior materialized from the storm to serve as the ultimate guardian of the 30th floor. The entire square erupted in astonishment when Yagami decided to re-enter the Tower of Babel immediately after his failure, leaving players staring in absolute disbelief. Baihei frantically scribbled notes into his notepad while questioning Lu Chen about the mechanics of the 30th floor, hoping for any useful strategy to share. Baihei stared down at his notes in total bewilderment as Lu Chen calmly explained that his failure stemmed from dealing damage too fast and triggering excessive suction. The surrounding players groaned in utter irritation upon realizing that Lu Chen's unique problem was simply overpowering the game mechanics with his terrifying damage. Prompt: Enter Sky City, Tower of Babel. Number of challenges available this week, 1/2. Enter. A brilliant, silvery white light engulfed Lu Chen's figure, causing him to vanish from the center of the bustling square and plunging him back into the tower. First level of challenge begins. Monster, Windwing Monster. Quantity, 30. Lu Chen casually unleashed Mist and Arrow Rain, sending a black downpour of projectiles that instantly pierced all 30 plunging Windwing monsters. First floor cleared. Breakthrough record in Blackrock City. Current highest floor, 10th floor. Record holder, Yagami. Players in the square dropped their jaws in utter shock as the 10th floor announcement flashed, noting he was a full 3 minutes faster than his previous attempt. Breakthrough record in Black Rock City. Current highest floor, 20th floor. Record holder, Yagami. Baihei checked his pocket watch and twitched his lips in disbelief, noting that the 20th floor speedrun was almost a third faster than the first time. Storm archers on the 29th floor attempted a coordinated suppression from above, but Liu Chen activated Crystal Eye Lock and slaughtered them instantly. Past the 29th floor, enter the 30th floor? Liu Chen swallowed an air travel potion to decrease his body weight and improve his hang time, then secured a wind-walking feather talisman to reduce knockbacks. You have entered the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. Current floor, 30. Guardian mechanism, Sky Eye. Warning, there is a risk of falling to the current floor. Level 32, Eye of the Storm, Warrior, Rare Gatekeeper. Health points, 1,800,000 / 1,800,000. Skills, Sky Splitting Slash, Wind Eye Anchor Point, Warrior Charge, Storm Exile. The Eye of the Storm Warrior shattered the platform beneath its boots with a heavy roar, charging directly toward Liu Chen with a bluish-white blade raised high. Liu Chen slid sideways to evade a direct hit, relying on wind protection to absorb the brunt of the sky-splitting slash, while a feather talisman dulled the push. Thunder Arrow effect triggered, the target has entered a brief state of paralysis. The Storm Eye Warrior activates his skill, Storm Eye Anchor Point. 3 Storm Eye anchors are about to arrive. Liu Chen raised his longbow and released a rapid 1,000 shadows shot in a row, shattering all 3 anchor points before the central storm suction could overwhelm him. The Eye of the Storm anchor point has been destroyed. Suction from the Eye of the Storm in the sky is decreasing. The enraged boss roared and surged forward in a blazing warrior charge, but Liu Chen vanished using Shadowhunter's instant step and countered with a heavy weakness strike. The Eye of the Storm is about to appear. Liu Chen vaulted through the air and loosed a devastating barrage of thunder-fettered arrows, obliterating all 6 anchor points across the chaotic battlefield. Liu Chen reappeared directly behind the staggering Guardian using instant step, driving a black soul-hunting judgment arrow deep into its windwheel to crack its core. Spotting the windmill's weakness was simple, but dodging the Wind Eye Warrior's massive horizontal blade required an instant, desperate retreat off the platform. Mana restored! With my mana replenished, I drew my bow once more and targeted the damaged windmill humming relentlessly behind the swirling Eye of the Storm. Warn! The Eye of the Storm Warrior is forcibly summoning the Eye of the Storm Anchor. Number of anchor points this time? 9. 3 extra anchor points compared to the last wave turned this 30-story trial into an absolute nightmare of overlapping environmental death traps. Crystal Eye Lock. 1,000 shadows in a row let loose a blinding barrage that tore through the howling winds and shattered the anchor points before they could empower. The Eye of the Storm anchor point has been destroyed. The Eye of the Storm anchor point has been destroyed. The remaining 6 anchor points roared to life, tilting the ground beneath my feet and dragging me uncontrollably toward the central vortex. I triggered Blood Shadow Substitute, letting a phantom absorb the fatal strike while my real body teleported safely to a nearby broken platform. All anchor points in the Eye of the Storm have been destroyed. The suction power of the Sky's Eye has decreased significantly. The Eyewake Warrior is suffering a backlash from the Wind Core. 180000. Clearing those anchors wasn't just about survival, it broke the core mechanics wide open and hammered the boss with a massive backlash. Warning, the enemy's health is below 30%. Final skill, Storm Exile, about to activate. 18 eye anchors descended in a blinding flash, proving this floor's designer had a genuinely sadistic sense of humor. Unleashing the Shadowhunter King's full power, I fired a relentless storm of arrows that shattered the glowing anchor points across the platforms. Storm Exile power-up progress, 60%. When the Eye of the Storm tried to shield the remaining pillars, I decided to punch right through the boss to reach them. Soul-hunting Judgment Arrow pierced the general's armor plate before driving deep into the anchor point behind it with unstoppable momentum. All 18 Storm Eye anchor points have been destroyed. The Eye of the Storm suffers its final backlash, -360,000. With every obstacle cleared, I launched a final Shadow Strike arrow straight into the Wind Core, pulsing at the heart of the Shattered Warrior. Successfully defeated the level 32 Wind Eye Warrior, a rare gatekeeper. 30th floor cleared. You have completed the third phase settlement and gained 180,000 experience points. Gained 800 sky points and 20 reputation points. Obtained Sky Treasure Chest, Superior Grade, 1. Now in inventory. Quantity increased to unlimited. Gained Superior Level Skill, Flame Shield, Fire Mage Skill, 1. Already added to inventory. Quantity changed to unlimited. Special reward obtained. Azure Wings, Superior Grade. Congratulations on reaching level 29. Gain +1 to all attributes, +5 free attribute points, +3 skill points, and +1 year to lifespan. A pair of pristine Azure Wind Wings materialized in my inventory as a superior grade treasure, completely transforming my early game mobility options. In a realistic game like God Realm, special equipment of this caliber is practically unheard of, let alone a pair of actual flying wings. Even without looking at the stats, an item this striking would drive the entire player base insane purely on its immaculate appearance. Equipping the superior grade Azure Wind Wings immediately slapped +120 agility and 25% movement speed onto my character sheet. The second I clicked yes, the stored feathers dissolved into a streak of light and anchored themselves directly into my spine. A pair of majestic silver-white wings unfurled behind me, their edges traced with flowing blue-gold wind patterns that hummed with quiet power. With a gentle flap, I lifted clean off the ground and slid forward more than 10 meters in a smooth, effortless glide. Sky gliding let me ride natural air currents over long distances without burning a single drop of stamina or facing any cooldown penalties. Windwing folding gave me a 20-second cooldown dash that instantly propelled my body 30 meters through the open air. Moving on to my next reward, I popped open the superior grade Sky Treasure Chest to see what kind of loot was hiding inside. The chest coughed up 10 superior grade Sky Enhancement Stones, a superior grade Eye of the Storm Core, and an excellent Wing Refinement Crystal. It turns out the Tower of Babel actually hands you the exact upgrade materials for the wings you just earned, which is terrifyingly considerate. Player Night God has successfully cleared the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. The entire main square plunged into absolute dead silence before exploding into total bedlam as players stared at the updated rankings. Baihe stood frozen in front of the leaderboard, completely bewildered by how fast someone managed to shatter the 30th floor mechanics. Ignoring the chaos erupting down in the city, I pulled up the enhancement interface right there on the 30th floor. I dumped 10 superior grade Sky Enhancement Stones into the first upgrade and watched my agility climb by another 10 points. Since my material supply was literally limitless, I just kept hammering the reinforcement button without a single care about failure rates. Hitting +5 unlocked Wind Pressure Immunity, rendering low-level atmospheric crushing forces completely useless against my movement. That single passive perk made moving through high-pressure zones inside the Tower of Babel an absolute walk in the park. Reaching +9 pushed the wings to their absolute limit, demanding a superior grade Wind Eye Core and 3 excellent Wing Refinement Crystals. The final upgrade consumed 100 stones and triggered a magnificent transformation, unlocking the game-breaking high-speed flight skill. Azure Wind Wings +10. Rank Excellent. Equipment type Special Wings. Agility +260. Movement speed +45%. Flight speed +80%. When affected by knockback, traction, or falling effects, the effect is reduced by 70%. Special effect immune to wind pressure. Additional skills Skyglide, Windwing Leap, High-Speed Flight. High-Speed Flight. Effect active skill. Unfold Skywings to enter high-speed flight, greatly increasing flight speed and turning ability, lasting 60 seconds. Cost consumes a certain amount of mana per second. Cooldown 180 seconds. Most players would find a mana drain per second rather annoying, but since my mana potions never run dry, it is basically a free pass to stay airborne forever. I give the Azure Skywings a gentle flap, and silver-white feathers unfold while cyan gold wind patterns flare to life across the frame. A bluish-white stream of air detonates behind me as the wings tremble, instantly transforming my body into a streak of pure light tearing across the space. The sheer acceleration covers tens of meters in a single heartbeat, and I cannot help bursting into laughter at how incredible actual flight feels. Glancing up at the entrance to the 31st floor, I am more than ready to see what kind of flying nightmares are waiting for me. With a quick command to enter, a silvery white pillar of light crashes down and swallows my entire figure whole. I arrive on the 31st floor inside a shattered sky battlefield where a single misstep sends you plummeting into the abyss below. Challenge on the 31st floor begins. Monster Cloudwing Spearman, quantity 40. Current environment, shattered cloud battlefield. Out of the thick banks of clouds emerge 40 rare monsters dressed in light blue armor, brandishing long spears with wind wings beating on their backs. Level 31, Cloudwing Spearman, rare monster. Health points 85,000. Physical attack 2,600. Physical defense 900. Magic defense 650. Skills Cloud Spear Thrust, Wind Wing Charge, Aerial Combo. 40 Cloudwing Spearmen level their weapons and trigger Wind Wing Charge, turning into 40 Azure After images converging on me from every angle. I activate high-speed flight and a bluish-white aura explodes, completely erasing my position, while every single spear charge strikes nothing. Reappearing right behind their formation, I draw my bow and loose mist and arrow rain, sending a black storm crashing down on a dozen foes. Damage numbers ranging from 7,000 to over 15,000 critical hits flood the air as the Cloudwing Spearman health bars plummet. They try to wheel around and surround me, but their sluggish flight speed is a joke compared to my +10 sky wings slicing through the sky. I fire 1,000 shadows in a row, planting a thunder feather arrow squarely in a spearman's skull and triggering a brutal paralysis effect. Successfully defeated a level 31 Cloudwing Spearman, gaining 2,600 experience points. Obtained Cloudwing Feather Fragment, Rare 1. Cloudwing feathers have been added to your inventory. Quantity has been changed to unlimited. Feather materials from aerial combat floors. Excellent, because these are going to be awfully useful for upgrading my wings down the line. 40 flying monsters snap back into formation, forming a massive aerial encirclement with their spears all pointed straight at my chest. They unleash their aerial combo, but I trigger Windwing Leap and vanish from the trap, reappearing 30 meters above them in an instant. Looking down at the spearmen from my high vantage point, I remind myself that fighting with wings versus without them is a completely different game. Storm Arrow Rain fills the sky with falling death, obliterating the remaining Cloudwing Spearmen in a relentless barrage of piercing projectiles. Storm Arrow Rain kills target, cooldown refunded. Successfully defeated level 31 Cloudwing Spearman. 31st floor cleared, gained 100 sky points and 80,000 experience points. Hovering in the air with my azure wind wings flapping lazily, I tell the system to take me straight to the next round. You have entered the 32nd floor of the Tower of Babel. Current environment, Storm Bow Formation. Monster Storm Archer, quantity 50. 50 Storm Archers standing on moving platforms pull their bows in unison, splitting their wind elemental arrows into a terrifying horizontal rain. I lateral slide 30 meters to the left using the wind wing mechanism, watching every single arrow miss and plunge into the sea of clouds. Since they want to play the ranged game, I draw my bow with a swift backhand motion and let loose 1,000 shadows in a row. Successfully defeated a level 32 Storm Archer, gaining 3,000 experience points. Obtained Storm Dagger Rare 1, added to inventory with quantity set to unlimited. I snatched up a dropped assassin's tool from the platform floor, knowing it would fetch a heavy price on the market, but I had no time to idle, so I unleashed high-speed flight and shot across the platforms as a bluish-white streak. I unleashed a blinding storm of Mist Shadow Arrow Rain, Storm Arrow Rain, and Shadow Strike Arrow. Moments later, my final Shadow Strike Arrow pierced straight through the forehead of the last Storm Archer standing. 32nd floor cleared, gained 120 sky points, gained 95,000 experience points. Enter the 33rd floor? Down in Blackrock City Square, the gathered players were completely paralyzed as they watched the tower leaderboard refresh again and again. Every few minutes, a new floor number blinked onto the public records without fail. I stepped onto the 38th floor, a massive circular floating island centered around a violently rotating thundercloud core. Every few seconds, jagged bolts of lightning lashed down to strike random spots on the battleground. 30 Thunderwing golems swarmed the arena with absurdly high physical defense that shrugged off my normal attacks. I quickly realized their fatal flaw, because the thundercloud's random lightning bolts struck monsters just as easily as players. I flew at high speed using my sky wings to bait the thundercloud core into locking onto my exact coordinates. The moment the sky lit up, I flipped away with Windwing Leap and let the descending bolt smash straight into my pursuers. Successfully defeated the level 36 Thunderwing Golem, gaining 6,200 experience points, obtained one rare Thunderwing armor piece, Lightning Wing armor piece added to backpack, quantity now, unlimited. 38th floor cleared, gained sky points plus 280, gained 220,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 30, gained +1 to all attributes, +5 free attribute points, +3 skill points, and +1 year to lifespan. Golden light washed over me and restored my peak condition the moment I hit level 30. This tower's experience gains are so obscene that running it daily would launch anyone straight to level 50 in no time. The 39th floor challenge begins. The current layer is a transition layer. Please cross the sky bridge within 10 minutes. Warning, the sky bridge is constantly collapsing. Please do not linger. The 39th floor offered no monsters at all, just a dangerously long sky bridge ending in a thunder-patterned stone gate. The moment I read the rules, the bros behind me began collapsing into the abyss while wind blades hunted me. This parkour level tested pure movement speed over combat output, which made it an absolute gift for my build. I flared my sky wings and used high-speed flight to cross the collapsing bridge in under a minute flat. 39th floor cleared, gained 300 sky points, gained 150,000 experience coins. Enter floor 40? I gripped my Gale longbow tight and wondered what kind of absurd reward the 40th floor would hand out after giving me the Azure Skywings. Without a second thought, I slammed the thunder-patterned gate open and plunged into the light. You have entered the 40th floor of the Tower of Babel. Current area, Thundercloud Dome. The gatekeeper is about to arrive. Countless thunderbolts roared deep within the sea of clouds as a massive spatial crack ripped open the sky above me. A pair of colossal wings wrapped in dark blue feathers and lightning snakes slowly unfolded to cover half the heavens. Level 38 Thunder Dragon Eagle King, an excellent guardian of the 40th floor. Its stats featured 3,600,000 health points, physical attack of 6,200, magic attack of 7,800, and devastating storm skills. Even for a tower guardian, 3.6 million health on a level 38 beast felt completely unreasonable for human players to tackle. Before I could finish my complaints, those golden eagle eyes locked directly onto my face. The 40th floor challenge begins. The Thunder Dragon Eagle King whipped its wings and transformed into an actual bolt of lightning during its Thunderwing dive. I triggered Windwing Leap and flashed 30 meters sideways just as its terrifying dive blew a massive crater into the clouds. The Thunder Dragon Eagle King takes off into the stormy sky once more, spreading its giant wings wide to plunge the entire platform into sudden darkness. Thunder Dragon Eagle King activates skill, Sky Thunder Domain. Brilliant bolts of lightning rain down from the dark clouds above, instantly reducing the available standing space on the platform to a dangerous strip. Lu Chen immediately activates high-speed flight, darting back and forth through the fierce lightning field to avoid the worst of the incoming barrage. Panic flashes across Lu Chen's eyes as he realizes their exact location has been locked onto by the relentless lightning domain. Using Windwing Leap, his body instantly shifts 30 meters to the side while lightning grazes his shoulder and detonates its aftershocks. You were damaged by the aftershocks of thunder. You are experiencing mild paralysis. Lu Chen's body stiffens slightly from the lingering electrical current, locking up his movements in the worst possible moment. Capitalizing on that split-second opening, the Thunder Dragon Eagle King swoops down from the sky with terrifying velocity. Thunderwing Dive. Enormous eagle claws, crackling with lethal purple electricity, rip straight toward Lu Chen's chest with fatal intent. Lu Chen's eyes turn ice cold as he realizes taking a direct hit from that dive will instantly end his run. Blood Shadow Substitute activates instantly, leaving a blood-red duplicate to absorb the devastating impact while the real fighter slips away. The Thunder Dragon Eagle King tears the Blood Shadow to pieces, and the real Lu Chen reappears directly behind and to the side of the monster. From this close angle, Lu Chen spots the creature's hidden weakness at the base of its wings in the form of two purple-blue lightning-patterned crystal cores. He realizes these glowing wing root crystal cores power both its terrifying flight speed and its unerring lightning lock-on ability. Lu Chen deploys the Fog Shadow Hunting Domain directly, unfurling a thick gray-black mist across the thundercloud sky. The shadow hunt has begun. Your vulnerability awareness has increased. Rapid ranged hit rate increased. Target's field of vision, perception, and movement speed are reduced. His Crystal Eye Lock highlights the left flank Razor Crystal Core and the right flank Thunder Pattern Crystal Core in bright crimson. Grinning widely, Lu Chen decides to fight dirty and pulls a mountain of nasty traps from his sunken ancient forest loot stash. Trap. Floating net has been added to your inventory. Quantity now unlimited. Trap. Lightning-attracting traps have been added to your inventory. Quantity is now unlimited. Trap. Poison sting traps have been added to your inventory. Quantity now unlimited. The soul-locking cage formation is under construction. He scatters floating nets, lightning traps, and poison sting mechanisms everywhere within the concealing fog, turning the air into a minefield. Lu Chen then tosses out a sound-mimicking decoy at the far edge of the clouds to taunt the beast with insulting jeers. The Thunder Dragon Eagle King locks its golden eagle eyes onto the obnoxious phantom and roars in absolute fury. The Dragon Eagle roars in fury. A terrifying sonic boom sweeps across the entire sky, detonating the thunderclouds right around the decoy in a flash of white noise. Folding its wings, the enraged beast transforms into a bolt of lightning and launches another Thunderwing dive straight at the phantom. Thunderwing dive. The rushing eagle plunges right into Lu Chen's trap zone, where a floating hunting net snaps tight around its body. Floating hunting net triggered. Lightning trap triggered. A massive 32,000 damage figure pops up as lightning and poison traps detonate simultaneously across its feathers. Dash 32000 factorial. The poison sting mechanism has been triggered. Soul-locking cage formation activated. Using Shadowhunter's instant step, Lu Chen flashes directly behind the immobilized eagle's left flank. Target enters Shadowblood state. He pulls the beast cage soul-hunting bow to its absolute limit, gathering 100 stacks of swirling hunting spirits onto a single heavy arrow. You have consumed 100 stacks of soul hunting. The Soul Hunter's Judgment Arrow has been temporarily enhanced. The enhanced arrow screams through the thunderclouds and drives straight into the crystal core at the base of the left wing. Weakness hit. The strike triggers a massive weakness hit, shadow blood damage, and hunter arrow effects that shave off hundreds of thousands of health points. 186000, 72000 factorial, 51000 factorial. The Thunder Dragon Eagle King lets out a mournful shriek as a deep crack splits across the surface of its left crystal core. Not letting up for a second, Lu Chen unleashes 1,000 shadows in a row to pummel the same spot with arrows. 12800 factorial, 13600 factorial, 25100 factorial, critical hit, 14200. The enraged boss shatters the floating hunting net in a burst of violent energy and spreads its wings for retaliation. Thunder Dragon Eagle King activates skill, Broken Wing Storm. Countless thunderous wind blades explode outward from between its wings, filling the air with lethal cutting pressure. Lu Chen quickly deploys a mid-level barrier scroll, blocking the frantic storm of wind blades as cracks spiderweb across the shield. When the boss dives again, it runs straight into another cluster of traps that Lu Chen left floating in its path. Floating Hunting Net triggered. Floating Hunting Net triggered. Reverse lightning surges through the net and strikes the wounded left crystal core, triggering a chain of heavy trap explosions. 28600, 31900, 30200. Lu Chen draws his bow and looses a soul-hunting bursting arrow straight into the widening crack on the left wing core. Weakness hit. 98000 factorial, 126000 factorial, 43000. Dodging a sweeping giant claw with Windwing Leap, Lu Chen scoots over to target the right flank. Soul-locking cage formation triggered. Invisible cage patterns lock down the right wing, tipping the monster off balance and opening a perfect window. Lu Chen unleashes another 1,000 Shadows barrage, filling the right wing crystal core with piercing arrows. 11800 factorial, 13200 factorial, 26900 exclamation mark, critical hit, 12700. 28100. Critical hit. In a matter of moments, Liu Chen completely shatters both wing crystal cores, stripping the boss of its mobility. The desperate beast lets out a final roar as all the lightning on its body gathers into a massive thunder core on its chest. Warn. Thunder Dragon Eagle King enters Berserk mode. Thunder core exposed. The Sky Thunder domain is about to enter an unstable state. Liu Chen narrows his eyes, using Crystal Eye Lock to pinpoint the exposed Thunder core as his final target. Target enters Shadow Blood state. The Mist Shadow Hunting domain compresses all its suppressing power directly onto the Defiant boss. You have consumed 100 stacks of Soul Hunting. Hunter's Judgment Arrow temporarily enhanced. This attack caused additional damage to the Thunder core. Drawing his bow with every ounce of strength he has left, Liu Chen lets loose the decisive strike. The Judgment Arrow tears through the thunderclouds and plunges straight into the center of the Thunder core. Weakness hit. 286000. 102000 exclamation mark. 79000. The Thunder Dragon Eagle King lets out one final furious roar before crashing lifelessly onto the stone platform. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the level 38 Thunder Dragon Eagle King. Excellent level Guardian. Past the 40th floor. Liu Chen lets out a massive sigh of relief, collapsing against his bow as he celebrates surviving the brutal fight. Before he can even catch his breath, a violent explosion rocks the airspace directly above his head. Thunderous punishment mechanism triggered. All living beings on level 40 take damage equal to 50% of their maximum health. Liu Chen's jaw drops in utter disbelief as he realizes the dead boss still has a parting gift meant to take him down too. Before he can dodge or protest, the tower's extraction beam swallows him whole and pulls him out. This Tower of Babel challenge is now complete. Highest cleared level, level 40. You have successfully defeated the Guardian of the 40th floor. The rewards for the 40th floor will be distributed as normal. The Sky Shop catalog opens with foundational gear, offering the excellent grade Sky Enhancement Stone for 50 Sky Points to upgrade wings and flight items. Next on the list sits the Wing Refinement Crystal at 100 Sky Points, alongside the superior grade Thundercloud Resistance Potion priced at 80 Sky Points. Rounding out the support items is the Floating Repair Scroll for 120 Sky Points, designed to temporarily patch up broken aerial battlefields. The Equipment Exchange offers heavy hitters like the Thundercloud Boots for 1,800 Sky Points and the Storm Codex for 2,200 Sky Points. Warriors can grab the Sky-Piercing War Spear for 2,500 Sky Points, while archers eye the Sky Hunter Bow priced at 3,000 Sky Points. Liu Chen lingers briefly on the Sky Hunter Bow, recognizing its sheer utility before deciding he can craft a replacement later with Augu's help. He scrolls past the standard gear until he hits the Wing Enhancement section, where the Wind Pressure Enhancement costs 1,000 Sky Points. Then he spots the Thunder Compatibility upgrade for 1,500 Sky Points, which requires a Thundercloud Trial Certificate or Thunder Materials to unlock. Further down the list, the Storm Skywing Evolution Path sits at 20,000 Sky Points, built for prolonged fights in complex wind fields. Right beside it is the Nine Heavens Thunder Wings Evolution Path for 3,000 Sky Points, offering high-speed flight and lightning teleportation. Liu Chen realizes the true power of the Sky Shop isn't just selling materials, but selling the actual high-level privileges and evolutionary blueprints. Special exchanges feature the Wing Skill Slot Expansion Stone for 1,500 Sky Points and the Sky Training Ground Admission Ticket for 500. The Stage 4 Sky Treasure Chest costs 2,000 Sky Points, tempting him with random high-tier loot despite his limited wallet. With exactly 4860 Sky Points to his name, Liu Chen has to budget every single point carefully instead of buying everything in sight. He commits 3,000 Sky Points to the Nine Heavens Thunderwings route and 1,500 to the Slot Expansion Stone, leaving 360. Liu Chen spends 3,000 Sky Points to purchase the Nine Heavens Thunderwings Evolution Path and adds it straight to his interface. He then buys the Wing Skill Slot Expansion Stone for 1,500 Sky Points, expecting a standard consumable item to vanish from the shop. The system prompt reveals that the Skill Slot Expansion Stone is actually an unlimited purchase, blowing his expectations wide open. With 36 Pulu Sky Points left over and an infinite supply of slot stones locked in, Liu Chen feels like he just robbed the store blind. Lu Chen steps forward to use his Thundercloud trial certificate, ready to kick off the long-awaited wing evolution process. The certificate transforms into a streak of purple-white electricity, instantly burying itself deep within the azure wind wings on his back. The evolution interface opens up, requiring 100 Thunder Dragonhawk feathers, 300 Skyforging stones, and the trial certificate. The evolution begins with a 60% success rate, sending a brutal, stinging pain coursing down his spine as wind and thunder merge. Crowds in the central square stare dumbfounded at the silvery wings on Lu Chen's back. Without any warning, blinding purple-white lightning erupts from the feathers, making everyone wonder if he is enhancing or evolving them right after exiting the Tower of Babel. Bai He watches with a completely numb expression, realizing the azure wings he thought were already over-exaggerated are far from reaching their final form. Bai Lu narrows her eyes, immediately deducing that he is using his 40th floor reward on his gear. Bai Lu notes that he is converting the reward from the 40th level directly into combat power. Bai He's lips twitch violently at the outrageous efficiency, realizing Night God snowballs his advantages faster than anyone else in the entire game. The evolution process climbs steadily through the percentages, while purple and white lightning grows exponentially denser. The original silver feathers of the azure windwings begin taking on a deep cyan metallic sheen with thunder patterns along the edges. Lu Chen watches the progress tick upward with a hint of tension, warning the system not to mess with him at the final hurdle. After a brief silence, the notification finally chimes to confirm the upgrade has cleared its determination phase. A streak of lightning shoots into the sky as the fully unfurled wings expand to a span of 3 full meters. Each feather is wreathed in crackling silver snakes, presenting an appearance that is utterly domineering and fierce. The Azure Wind Wings, plus 10, officially evolve into the excellent rank 9 Heavens Thunder Wings, plus 10. The upgraded gear grants 360 agility, 60% movement speed, 120% flight speed, and 30% lightning resistance. Lu Chen examines the attribute gains that slash knockback, traction, and fall effects by 80%, while granting immunity to wind pressure. He smiles with deep satisfaction, knowing this upgrade is vastly superior to his previous wings. Lu Chen takes out the Wing Skill Slot expansion stone he just exchanged and immediately uses it on his gear. The system unlocks an additional slot, bringing his current capacity to 1 out of 3 available slots. Refusing to leave any room for half measures, Lu Chen immediately uses 2 more expansion stones to max out his skill slots to 3 out of 3. That infinite expansion stone makes hoarding feel like a complete waste of time. Lu Chen pulls out the Thunderwing Flash skillbook and learns it without hesitation. His 9 Heavens Thunderwing successfully mastered the excellent grade skill, adding a devastating new tool to his aerial arsenal. The Thunderwing Flash skill allows him to instantly transform into lightning for a 100-meter super high-speed displacement. It provides brief invincibility and strips away low-level lock-on effects on a 30-second cooldown. Lu Chen gently flaps his newly evolved wings, sending a purple-white arc of lightning crackling across the cobblestones as he lifts off the ground. The raw flight capabilities alone make these wings light years ahead of his old ones. Surrounding players go completely wild as they stare at the 3-meter thunder wings crackling with real electrical arcs. Spectators shout in awe as proximity to the wings literally makes their hair stand straight up on end. Grown players scream in unadulterated hype, begging Night God to take flight just so they can witness the spectacle. One overenthusiastic fan even declares on the spot that Night God is his real father, raising the bar for parasocial attachment. Lu Chen listens to the chaotic noise of the adoring crowd and feels thoroughly pleased with himself. Judging purely by special effects alone, he is unquestionably flexing harder than any player or NPC in Blackrock City. A system announcement suddenly resounds across the entire sky of Blackrock City to broadcast a historic milestone. Player Night God has successfully evolved his wings for the very first time, triggering a brand new competitive leaderboard. The Skywings ranking officially opens to the public, with Night God claiming the #1 spot with his 9 Heavens Thunderwings plus 10. It is a flex so astronomical it practically redefines the power gap on the server. Bai He stares up at the sky announcement and opens his mouth to speak, but after a long pause, he can only manage a single word of stunned resignation. When the game breaks its own rules for one guy, vocabulary tends to fail you. Bai Lu abandons any thought of refuting him and simply exhales as she gazes at the Thunderwings. She knows this is no longer just a standard gear gap between top players, but an entirely different version of the game. Liu Chen glances up at the Skywings ranking and nods in deep satisfaction at his undisputed first-place crown. All those years of lifespan shaved off by lightning bolts finally paid off in spades. Getting blasted out of the Tower of Babel by divine lightning might have cost him several years of his remaining lifespan, but the payout was monumental. Clearing the 40th floor secured him a sky treasure chest, unlocked the sky shop, and funded the Nine Heavens Thunderwings route. He even walked away with the Thunderwing Instant Flash to round out his build. This wasn't just a simple profit margin, but a catastrophic windfall that leaves him miles ahead of the competition. With his new wings unfurled, Liu Chen launches himself into the sky to test out his game-breaking mobility. Players swarm around the plaza, staring in total awe at the gigantic 3-meter thunder wings unfurling from my back, completely forgetting to breathe. One brave soul asks to touch the feathers, then wisely reconsiders the moment dancing sparks threaten to turn his entire avatar into a harmless muggle. Listening to the chaotic shouting below, offering silver coins to watch a flight, I decide it is high time to test out my newly learned Lightning Wing Flash. A massive pulse of purplish-white lightning detonates beneath my boots, instantly lifting me off the ground and tearing the surrounding air into fine arcs. Hovering high in the air, I can immediately feel the sheer superiority of these Nine Heavens Thunderwings over any ordinary Skywing in speed and power. High-speed flight initiating. A flick of my mind triggers high-speed flight, turning my body into a blazing arc of lightning that flashes across the plaza before anyone can blink. The entire crowd below is left blinking at empty air, wondering how an archer could possibly move so fast that human eyes completely fail to track him. If I wasn't the one holding the infinite backpack, I'd probably be standing down there shouting "Holy crap" right alongside them instead of soaring up here. Taking it a step further, I unleash the Lightning Wing Flash technique with zero pre-roll, instantly vanishing into thin air from my previous spot. In less than a heartbeat, I reappear a full 100 meters away, leaving behind a purplish-white lightning streak that refuses to dissipate. Question mark, question mark, question mark. The entire square explodes into total chaos as players argue whether that was lightning teleportation or a complete break of the game's core balance. Even Baihei looks up at the leftover lightning after image and immediately tells Bailu that their entire Baihei League combat strategy needs a desperate revision. He calmly concludes that any future encounters with a flying enemy in the wild should result in immediate, unhesitating running away. With the air combat system tested to absolute perfection, I realize these lightning skills will make short work of oversized bosses. Finding a quiet spot away from the noisy crowds, I open my inventory to inspect the excellent grade treasure chest looted from the Tower of Babel. A quick glance across my boundless backpack reminds me why hoarding game-breaking gear is the best hobby a player could ever ask for. Open the Sky treasure chest. Superior grade? I rub my hands together in eager anticipation and activate the superior grade chest, watching 3 dazzling beams of light burst forth. You have obtained 1 small Sky Points coupon. The item has been added to your inventory and the quantity is now unlimited. Staring at my inventory, I literally couldn't believe my eyes when I spotted an infinite Sky Points coupon waiting right there. After burning through thousands of points upgrading my wings, I thought I was broke, but this little glitch completely changed the game. I reached into my inventory and immediately decided to use the small Sky Points coupon to test if it was actually real. A clean 100 points dropped straight into my balance, proving that this infinite coupon trick was working without a single hitch. You have used a Sky Points coupon, small. Sky Points plus 100. Current Sky Points, 460. I tapped the coupon over and over, watching my balance climb by hundreds with every single flick of my finger against the air. 10 cards gave me 1,000, 100 gave me 10,000, and I kept right on going until the numbers looked absurd. When my balance hit 20,360 Sky Points, I finally stopped clicking and caught my breath. With a massive pile of points sitting in my pocket, I waltzed back into the Sky Mall like I owned the entire place. My eyes locked straight onto the Sky Hunter bow, an excellent grade weapon that demanded 3,000 Sky Points to claim. I didn't hesitate for a second before trading the points for the bow and slipping it straight into my infinite inventory. Redeem successful. You have obtained the Sky Hunter bow. Excellent grade 1. Quantity, infinite. The physical grip felt incredible, and its wind and thunder resonance effect paired perfectly with my Nine Heavens Thunder Wings. Next up, I snatched a Sky Training Ground admission ticket for 500 points to master my aerial combat mobility. I rounded off my shopping spree by grabbing a Stage 4 Sky Treasure chest for 2,000 points to see what rolled out. You have obtained 1 Wind and Thunder Rune Core, Superior Grade. You have received 1 Medium Sky Points coupon. As if small coupons wasn't enough to break the game, the chest coughed up a Medium Sky Points coupon worth 1,000 points. You have used a Sky Points coupon Medium. Sky Points plus 1,000. Current Sky Points 2,986. With over 200,000 Sky Points flooding my balance, I was ready to completely shatter the market next week. Lu Chen examines his excellent grade Sky Hunter bow on the glowing upgrade interface, weighing 10 superior enhancement stones for the first risky step. He feeds the first batch of enhancement stones into the weapon and watches the success rate hold steady at 95% before clicking confirm. The enhancement flashes green with a clean success, pushing the Sky Hunter bow to +1 and adding 30 physical attack alongside 5 agility. He pushes the weapon through consecutive upgrades until it hits +5, unlocking a stabilizing effect that makes aerial shooting vastly more reliable. Confidence turns to minor irritation when a 65% upgrade chance fails straight out of the gate, reminding him that luck is fickle. Undeterred by the single stumble, he immediately forces another upgrade through and secures a solid +6 rating for his primary weapon. The enhancement level climbs steadily through +7 and +8, though the interface begins flashing warnings about potential level drops. Remembering the infinite superior grade enhanced protection scroll from his inventory, he activates it right before tackling the brutal, riskier tiers. The protection scroll absorbs 3 failed enhancement attempts in a row, keeping the bow safely locked at +8 while he burns through stones. Another attempt finally clicks into place, driving the Sky Hunter bow to +9 and granting massive boosts to his physical attack and agility. The final step to +10 demands 150 superior enhancement stones and a Wind and Thunder Rune Core he just pulled from a treasure chest. With the success rate plummeting to a brutal 25%, he fully arms his protection scroll and pushes forward without a second hesitation. The upgrade fails more than 10 consecutive times, testing even his legendary patience as the protection scrolls absorb every single penalty. A sudden flash breaks the streak, and a massive bluish-purple explosion of wind and thunder energy erupts from the newly forged +10 bow. The weapon resonates instantly with his 9 Heavens Thunder Wings, unlocking devastating new passive effects built specifically for high-speed aerial combat. The final stats read 1,320 physical attack, 180 agility, 25% attack speed, and 25% increased range. He tests the taut bowstring, feeling the wind and thunder energy hum through his arms as the resonance effect makes his air combat output completely effortless. He considers testing his new gear on the nearby monsters, but decides ordinary field mobs are too weak to show off a weapon of this magnitude. Deciding it is getting late, he opens the Blackrock City trading platform with a mischievous grin, ready to give the entire player base a massive shock. He pulls out an excellent grade Azure Wind Wing and a small Sky Points coupon, knowing these 2 rare items alone will drive the city crazy. He lists the Azure Wind Wings on the public auction house with a starting bid of 10 life crystals and opens the floor to special offers. Right beside it, he lists the small Sky Points coupon with a starting bid of a single life crystal, keeping the entry barrier delightfully low. With everything configured, he hits confirm and releases his high-value items directly into the bustling player-run economy of Blackrock City. The trading house announcements blast across the entire city instantly, causing a deafening uproar as players scramble to stare at the listings. Players in Blackrock City nearly lose their minds outside the trading post as a pair of celestial wings suddenly appears on the public market. Nobody can wrap their heads around the fact that Night God is already selling advanced flight gear while everyone else is stuck below level 20. The Azure Wind Wings sit proudly at the top of the auction house as a superior grade special equipment requiring level 28. Ordinary fighters immediately abandon all hope of buying the item when they catch sight of the outrageous starting bid of 10 life crystals. Over in the Baihe League headquarters, guild leader Baihe leaps out of his seat in total shock upon hearing the news of the auction. Guild member Bai Lu immediately insists that they must secure the winged artifact at all costs to dominate future aerial combat. Back inside the bustling trading hall, the bidding war explodes as rival factions throw piles of life crystals and rare materials into the pot. Lu Chen kicks back in his room with a quiet smile, watching the soaring prices of the obsolete gear he decided to throw away. He then directs his attention to a second listing on the board, a small voucher granting access to exclusive mall privileges. Surprised players quickly realize this coupon offers early entry into the coveted Sky Shop without grinding the usual requirements. Desperate to catch up to the runaway leader, the crowd starts driving the price of the tiny token higher and higher. The fierce half-hour bidding window rushes to a close, locking in the final frantic offers from across the entire city. A notification chimes to confirm the Azure Windwings sold to Bai Lu for 42 life crystals and 8 meteorite iron. Lu Chen arches an eyebrow when he sees the wealthy young woman's name attached to the winning bid for his old wings. A second chime announces that the small points voucher closed at 8 life crystals plus a mysterious bonus item. Low-level resurrection amulet added to the unlimited inventory. Quantity has been changed to unlimited. Lu Chen inspects the low-level resurrection charm, discovering it instantly negates a fatal blow and restores 20% health. He realizes trading a tiny points voucher for an infinite supply of free revives is the most ridiculously profitable deal ever. The charm's level 40 restriction means he has essentially locked in an absurd survival cheat for the entire early game. Deeply satisfied with his windfall, Lu Chen stands up from his seat and prepares to head back to Moonshadow Manor for a rest. Right before he can walk out the door, a sudden private message interrupts his quiet evening plans. Shirakawa reaches out through a direct chat channel to ask if the top player is currently tied up with anything important. Lu Chen pauses in his tracks, staring at the incoming call from the familiar guild leader. A direct message flashes across my screen from Shirakawa, asking if I am currently wrapped up in anything. I top out a quick reply saying, I just wrapped up my business for the day and am totally free right now. Shirakawa immediately follows up with an invitation to grab some food together at the South Street Night Market. I stare at the messages in utter bewilderment, wondering if my guild leader has completely lost his mind tonight. He explains that since the Baihe alliance is almost fully established, he wants to celebrate with a proper feast. It makes sense since life inside God Realm goes on just like in the real world, and I definitely needed a break. Before I can type my acceptance, Baihe drops another bombshell into our conversation that changes everything. Bai Lu jumps into the chat with a shameless tease, asking if I am coming while wearing black stockings. A massive grin stretches all the way across my face because that woman is an absolute riot. I enthusiastically reply that I am definitely on my way and demand the exact spot right now. I stroll down South Street in Blackstone City, taking in the familiar glowing crystal lights and clanging forges. The local tavern is packed with rowdy players loudly recounting their narrow escapes from angry wild boars. I spot Baihe and his core members seated at a long table outside the charcoal-grilled venison shop. Everyone immediately jumps to their feet as I arrive, welcoming me to their celebratory feast. Taishan groans that they almost wiped out in a level 18 area today before Sister Lu saved them. I pick up a skewer of roasted venison and bite into the tender, perfectly spiced meat. Bai Lu suddenly appears behind me, stunning everyone in the custom gray-white long dress I gifted her. She strikes a haughty pose and asks if her maid-style outfit looks pretty on her. I give her a utterly perfunctory compliment, causing the surrounding guild members to instantly choke on their drinks. Bai Lu glares at me with a pout and takes the empty seat right next to me. Baihe clears the table to reveal an old map that projects a three-dimensional light and shadow storm. Lu Chen stared in utter disbelief when Baihe casually dropped mention of a low-level dungeon hiding right in these craggy wastelands. Pointing deep into the shadowy canyon, Baihe revealed that the real prize sat locked away at the very end of the gorge. Floating in front of them, a mysterious notification outlined the entry requirements for Blackwind Thunder Valley, as a raid designed for 5 to 10 players between levels 18 and 24. 5 thunderous stone pillars guarded the threshold, demanding 5 distinct players activate them simultaneously before anyone could step inside. Baihe frowned slightly and took a cooling sip of soda, admitting he had debated keeping this quiet because Lu Chen was far too strong to need a standard raiding party. He explained that his crew originally planned to clear the entire instance themselves before simply handing over the rare drop. Glancing over at the noisy group of allies busy munching on roasted skewers next to them, Lu Chen caught their collective nods confirming the plan. Yet a knowing smile crossed his face as he realized there might be far more valuable secrets hidden within those old dungeon records. Urged by Baihe, Bai Lu quickly pulled out a brittle, time-worn archive document and slid it across the table into Lu Chen's waiting hands. The faded parchment detailed the forgotten history of Black Wind Canyon, once known as Thunder Spring Mining Valley for its rare subterranean yields. The ancient records explicitly spoke of the earth vein Thunder Spring Stone, a legendary earth vein material capable of repairing the sacred spring of life. To anyone else, it was just a peculiar drop, but to Lu Chen, it represented an absolute game changer for his personal estate. A sudden golden flash ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he realized this was the exact catalyst he needed to accelerate his manor's growth. With Moonshadow Manor already cultivating longevity fruit kernels, acquiring these stones would supercharge the dried-up spirit springs and skyrocket his harvest speed. Drawing in a sharp breath to steady his racing thoughts, Lu Chen snapped out of his trance because this leyline material was simply too important to pass up. Bai He offered to let his guild handle the raid alone and deliver the stones later, trying not to burden the stronger player. Lu Chen waved away the polite hesitation and insisted on joining them right from the start because he simply could not afford to wait. Completely stunned by how readily the powerhouse agreed to group up, Bai He stammered before eagerly accepting the unexpected partnership. Locking in the plans for the upcoming expedition, Bai He proposed they meet at the west gate of Blackrock City at 9 o'clock sharp the next morning. The White River Alliance would handle all preparations, loading up on potions, resistance food, and mapped routes around the canyon. Sitting nearby, Bai Lu chewed on a grilled skewer while struggling to suppress a massive, teasing grin that threatened to break her composure. Caught off guard by her sudden giggling fit, Lu Chen turned his gaze toward her and asked why she looked so amused. Bai Lu blinked wide-eyed and confessed she was merely smiling because she anticipated another glorious day of completely slacking off under his protection. Bai He nearly choked on his honey beer, while the other guild members kept their heads bowed in absolute terror. Refusing to let the jab slide, Lu Chen picked up a savory skewer of grilled kidneys and slid it directly across the table toward Bai Lu. With absolute deadpan seriousness, he told her to eat up so she could get her sluggish brain working properly again. Horrified by the choice of food, Bai Lu loudly protested that nobody used kidneys as brain food and promptly shoved the skewer back into Lu Chen's bowl. That's when Tieshan lunged across the table and snatched the disputed meat away with a panicked expression. Tieshan tried to claim the skewer for himself before catching a murderous glare from Bai Lu, warning him not to touch it. Terrified of the crossfire, Tieshan hastily dumped the kidneys right back into Lu Chen's bowl and declared he couldn't handle that kind of pressure. Silence fell over the entire table as everyone watched Lu Chen reluctantly pick up the rejected kidneys and chew in grim resignation. Even the toughest fighters in Blackrock City knew better than to cross Bai Lu, and she was locked in a war of wits. As the night wore on and the drinks flowed freely, Tieshan finally mustered the courage to ask what conquering the 40th floor of the Tower of Babel was really like. Lu Chen casually dismissed the brutal trial with a single vague word, leaving his companions entirely unsatisfied. Bai Lu immediately stepped in to translate his understatement, pointing out that his idea of all right meant ordinary players would get smashed into fine powder. Qing Ning, the timid young pastor sitting quietly at the edge, nervously wondered aloud if they would just end up as dead weight. Lu Chen bluntly assured her they wouldn't be liabilities, simply because any team composition would yield the exact same results with him carrying the weight. Though harsh, everyone at the table knew his brutal honesty was backed by terrifying, untouchable strength. Bai He flushed with pride and shouted that his alliance was a well-oiled machine, while Bai Lu promised to keep her healing magic locked onto Lu Chen's health bar. The banquet stretched deep into the starry night as the triumphant players raised their final toasts to their upcoming conquest. Waking up to another windfall of 310 years of added lifespan, our protagonist kicks off the morning with a nice little passive boost to his life expectancy. At the west gate of Blackrock City, the White River Alliance members have already gathered under the morning sky, waiting for the final countdown to start their raid. Tieshan touches his heavy shield and admits he is feeling a bit nervous, knowing full well that any charging monster's teeth will find his armor first in the fray. Lime leans in with a gentle whisper to reassure him that she and Bai Lu will keep his health topped off, turning his jittery panic into an instant grin. Emerging from the city archway, Night God steps out in a black hunting outfit adorned with faint lightning wing patterns that make surrounding players instinctively part. Bai He sends a party invite across the squad interface, pulling our archers straight into the 8-man raid group as captain of the whole expedition. Leaving the west gate behind, the team marches northwest toward Blackwind Canyon, across a desolate rubble wasteland, followed by a sinister forest of dead trees. While ordinary players would find these level 15 to 18 monsters a death sentence, Baihei orchestrates his team through the skirmish with practiced ease. Stepping across the threshold into the outer perimeter of Blackwind Canyon, the team triggers a zone alert warning of an abnormal thunderstorm and corrupted beasts. Three elite Blackwind wolves with arcing electric currents along their backs spot the intruders from a gravel slope and bare their jagged fangs. Taishan steps up to draw the first wolf with a roaring shield bash, taking a solid hit that proves these elite canyon beasts hit remarkably hard. King Fang darts around to flank the beast while Windblade tries to tie down the second wolf, but a third beast suddenly breaks away from the pack. The third Black Wind Wolf triggers a thunderous roar that triples its speed, bypassing the front line and rocketing straight toward Qingning in the back row. Before those sharp claws can land, a single arrow shrieks through the air and obliterates the charging beast's head with a devastating weakness critical hit. The system floods the chat log with nearly 20,000 experience points for a single elite kill, leaving the rest of the party staring in stunned disbelief. Watching their experience bars surge forward in huge chunks, the Alliance members realize raid dungeons are an absolute goldmine compared to grinding outside. Pushing deeper into the canyon, the group encounters ferocious level 19 Thunder Scorpions and level 20 Storm Lizards, crackling with storm energy. Lu Chen barely breaks his stride, casually loose-firing a few standard arrows into the elite packs, while letting his teammates soak up the heavy lifting. Half an hour of relentless clearing brings the vanguard deep into the heart of the canyon, leaving Tishan and Qingfeng right on the verge of hitting level 19. Emerging from the winding path of electric thickets, the party finally arrives at their destination, an abandoned mine completely shrouded in crackling lightning. Baihei stops at the edge of the cavern entrance with furrowed brows, knowing the true trial of the Blackwind Canyon dungeon is about to begin. With our archer leading the charge and the Alliance right behind him, the team steps across the threshold into the dark depths of the thunderous cavern. The Blackwind Thunder Valley key is detected by the system, and the dungeon entrance responds instantly to our arrival. Taishan flashes a grin as he looks at the 5 massive stone pillars that require simultaneous activation from our party. Baihei takes a deep breath and assigns responsibilities to everyone, placing herself and Bai Lu in the center for command and heals. I survey the area around the stone pillars where black winds swirl and lightning crackles, sensing that trouble is coming soon. The 5 assigned members place their hands on the stone pillars, and the activation progress immediately begins to climb upward. The 5 pillars tremble simultaneously, and the next second, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly light up in the surrounding gloom. The Thunder Guardian has been awakened, warning us to defend the 5 pillars before the activation gets interrupted. Taishan's expression changes as a group of level 20 Thunder Miner elites emerge, packing 6,500 health points. Baihei shouts at everyone not to panic and to guard the pillars, right as a miner smashes its thunder pickaxe into Taishan's shield. On the other side, Qingfeng faces 2 Thunder Miner slaves at once, pushing our resident assassin to his absolute limit. An arrow flies from afar and pierces straight through the arm of the miner, interrupting its devastating strike on the pillar. I raise my hand and loose storm arrow rain, sending a dense barrage of arrows directly covering the central area of the mine. One by one, the Thunder Miner slaves are pinned to the ground by the heavy rain of arrows, dying in an instant wipeout. We secure a Thunder Pickaxe fragment of fine grade, which conveniently adds an unlimited quantity to my inventory storage. Taishan can only shake his head at the ridiculous area damage, while Bai Lu reminds him to keep guarding the stone pillar. A low growl echoes from deep within the mine as a level 22 Thunder Miner captain emerges, dragging a huge thunder pickaxe. The rare elite charges directly toward the nearest pillar to execute a pillar-breaking strike that would slash our progress by 30%. A streak of crimson lightning pierces straight through the chest of the captain, dealing an absurd weakness critical hit of over 68,000 damage. The Thunder Miner captain's health bar is emptied in a single frame, and the remaining ordinary miners instantly lose all coordination. More waves of Thunder Miner slaves poured straight out of the churning black winds, followed closely by a pair of level 21 Thunder Miner overseers looking for trouble. They barely took 2 steps toward the central pillar before Lu Chen unleashed a crushing storm of arrows that wiped them out instantly without giving them a chance to react. Tieshan watched his own experience bar shoot upward at an absurd rate, his expression shifting from pure shock to giddy excitement as the numbers kept climbing. Lime whispered that this wasn't even a normal dungeon run anymore, while Tishan earnestly asked if he could pay rent to stay in this party forever. Lu Chen ignored the chatter entirely and kept his eyes fixed on the system notifications flashing right in front of him after another wave of kills. Current soul hunting level has reached 10,000. Should it be converted to permanent weakness damage bonus? After this conversion, you will gain permanent weakness damage plus 10%. He had been hoarding those stacks for a while, but hitting 10,000 floors this fast still caught him completely off guard in the best way possible. Conversion successful. Hunter's soul level minus 100,000. You have gained a permanent bonus, weakness damage plus 10%. Hunter's mark, current permanent bonus, weakness damage plus 12%. Baihei suddenly roared over the din that the thunderous stone pillar activation had hit 90%, demanding everyone stay on high alert for the final push. All 5 pillars shook violently at once, while deep fissures split the stone floor, spitting out 3 enormous elite monsters straight from the back of the mine. Warning! Final pillar defense phase begins. 3 elite units will simultaneously attack different thunder pillars. If the activation progress of any 2 stone pillars is interrupted, this attempt will fail. Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a single second as the 9 Heavens thunder wings flared open and catapulted him across the cavern using lightning wing flash. He materialized behind the first Thunder Miner captain and drove a shadow strike arrow straight into its neck, instantly emptying its health bar. His wings snapped as he vaulted toward the second captain, loosing a soul-hunting burst arrow that struck dead center before its pickaxe could even drop. The entire fight took less than 3 seconds, leaving the Baihei Alliance members staring in disbelief as 2 rare elites vanished before positions were even called. The final boss realized it was cornered, pivoting away from the stone pillar to cast Heavy Thunder Pull and drag Lu Chen down from the sky with lightning chains. Lu Chen shrugged off the pull with his Thunder Wing rules and put an arrow through its chest for over 90,000 damage, unlocking the Nightmare Dungeon at last. Staring at the Nightmare difficulty tag on his status interface, Taishan twitched his lips in sheer disbelief. He had barely set foot inside this forgotten mine before the system dialed the danger level to maximum. Baihe and his party quickly realized this brutal scaling had nothing to do with bad luck. Lime whispered that the game engine probably classified Lu Chen as an abnormal unit, dragging the entire team into this mess. Bai Lu chuckled softly at the accusation, while Lu Chen simply chose to remain silent. He had zero interest in wasting breath on trivial explanations when the real loot awaited. A higher difficulty meant denser monster spawns, faster soul-hunting level-ups, and a much better drop rate for the elusive Leyline Thunderstone. That rare material was the sole reason Lu Chen had bothered coming here today. Without losing another second, he ordered everyone to step inside immediately. Taking a deep breath, Baihe snapped back into leader mode and barked out tactical assignments across the squad. Taishan anchored the front line while Qingfeng and the others covered scouting and healing duties. When it came to Lu Chen, however, Baihe wisely paused and gave him complete freedom. The moment their boots crossed the threshold of Black Wind Thunder Valley, a gale of dark wind howled from every direction. The glowing system interface confirmed they had stepped straight into the Nightmare Zone. Their primary objective was shutting down the core while rescuing the missing crew. The Nightmare difficulty bonus promised an improved quality for the final completion chest waiting at the end. Lu Chen glanced at the notification and smirked, knowing increased rewards made the detour well worth it. Before they could take another breath, the howling wind split open ahead. A wretched mob of corrupted mining slaves and hulking overseers burst straight out of the dark mine tunnel. Lu Chen did not flinch, instantly raising his sky-hunting bow and tapping his foot against the stone. A dense gray mist spilled outward from his soles to claim the corridor. The mist shadow-hunting domain flared to life, dulling the enemy's vision, perception, and movement speed to a crawl. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with dark intent as he drew back his bowstring. A relentless barrage of projectiles whistled through the thick fog and slammed home. 1,000 shadows shot in a row, turned the narrow tunnel into a slaughterhouse of flying timber and flesh. Critical weakness hits punched past 30 and 40,000 damage in a single heartbeat. The slaves were pinned to the stone floor before they could even close the distance. Lu Chen pocketed the thunderous Overseer core as the system confirmed his massive experience gain and storage update. Taishan watched the pile of corpses vanish and silently lowered his heavy shield in utter defeat. He felt less like a tank and more like a glorified luggage cart. Lime offered a gentle word of comfort by telling Taishan he could still help pick up the loot drops. Taishan's face lit up briefly before he realized how deeply depressing that consolation actually was. Lu Chen gave them no time to linger, pressing deeper into the subterranean warren. Thunderous minor slaves, transformed hounds, and black-winged bats spawned continuously as the team pressed deeper. Lu Chen didn't even break stride, casually tossing lightning traps at his feet to snare the chasing packs. Every ambush was instantly answered by a sweeping storm of lethal arrows. 10 minutes of relentless fighting brought the squad to a massive, thunder-scarred underground mining pit. At the center sat a broken Laquan well venting crackling mist into the vaulted ceiling. Suspended above it by iron chains were the charred, dangling corpses of the missing miners. Leaning over the well was the Blackwind Mine Master, a towering brute standing over 5 meters tall. Its massive chest core pulsed violently as it locked glowing red eyes onto the intruders. Baihei's expression froze instantly as the terrifying health pool registered in his mind. The boss flaunted a staggering 180,000 health points, paired with brutal physical and magical defenses. Taishan gripped his shield handle so hard his knuckles turned white at the sheer size of that health bar. Lu Chen merely smiled bitterly at their terror, keeping his past kills to himself. The Blackwind Mine Master roared, its central core flaring with blinding electrical energy. Miner resurrection triggered instantly, causing the dozens of charred corpses hanging from the chains to snap their eyes open. Taishan felt a cold shiver race down his spine at the screeching horde. Before Baihei could even finish shouting a warning, Lu Chen had already deployed his Mist Shadow domain. A flurry of black mechanical balls crashed into the stone floor to lock down the reviving slaves. Spreading the Nine Heavens Thunderwings, Lu Chen launched himself straight into the upper air. Drawing the sky-hunting bow to its absolute limit, Lu Chen loaded a soul-hunting judgment arrow onto the string. Sensing an overwhelming threat to its existence, the boss frantically triggered its ultimate defensive protocol. A thick protective barrier enveloped the massive creature in response. The Leyline Overload Shield absorbed 50,000 damage points, but Lu Chen simply smiled at the futile effort. The Crimson Arrow punched straight through the barrier and buried itself deep within the monster's chest core. A catastrophic weakness critical hit erased more than half its total health bar. Baihei's eyelids twitched violently as he watched the massive health bar vanish in a single breathtaking blow. Taishan could barely form words, completely shattered by the sheer absurdity of that output. Roaring in agony, the boss slammed its massive fists into the shattered Thunderspring well. A torrent of dark blue lightning liquid shot upward from the fractured well and swept straight toward Lu Chen. The outer layer of his thunder wings instantly tore the incoming plasma apart into harmless sparks. Using the momentum, Lu Chen vanished into a flash of electrical light. Thunderwing Flash triggered seamlessly, teleporting Lu Chen directly into the blind spot behind the towering Miner Master. The sky-hunting bow drew back once more, condensing a vicious, soul-hunting burst arrow. He released the string without a second of hesitation. The arrow drove straight into the monster's previous wound, detonating its core from the inside out. An air launch combo triggered a chain of violent concussions that shattered the remaining health points. The rare boss let out one final deafening howl before crashing hard into the stone floor. The system confirmed the defeat of the level 25 rare boss and distributed rich experience rewards. Rare earth vein thunder spring stones and pollution crystals dropped directly into Lu Chen's inventory with infinite stacking. His Manners Spring was finally getting its revival. Just as Lu Chen secured his prize, the entire underground chamber convulsed in a violent, ground-shattering tremor. Baihei shouted over the deafening roar, demanding to know what new nightmare mechanism had just triggered. Bailu immediately threw up a glowing group protection barrier. Reacting instantly, Lu Chen ripped open a thick stack of high-grade barrier scrolls to shield his allies. Qing Ning pointed a shaking finger directly toward the corpse of the fallen boss. The dead monster's abdomen was beginning to convulse and tear apart from the inside. Taishan stammered in disbelief, wondering if the boss was somehow clawing its way back to life. Baihei instantly dismissed the idea, noting that system verification had already confirmed the kill. Something else was tearing its way out of the carcass. With a deafening explosion, the boss's corpse blew apart in a shower of gore and splintered bone. A colossal beast covered in eerie black and blue scales lunged forward from the wreckage, resembling a terrifying fusion of a wolf and a lizard with crystalline spikes. The final mutant boss had arrived. A towering beast forged from corrupt ley line energy glares at us from the center of a bubbling thunder pool with an enormous health bar. The glowing appraisal window shows a Revel 27 exceptional rank boss, packing over 500,000 hit points. Taishan and the rest of the guildmates completely lose their minds staring down a monster that could wipe out an elite team. Bai He asks in a terrified whisper if Lu Chen is truly confident facing an enemy of this caliber. Lu Chen brushes off the existential terror with a casual reminder that it is just another target waiting to be put down. Bai He swallows his panic, ordering all damage dealers to hang back while the support trio loads up Lu Chen. Lu Chen unfolds his magnificent Nine Heavens Thunder Wings, taking to the air while his shadow hunting domain plunges the boss into confusion. His crystal eyes scan the raging monster, locking onto two critical weak points at the charging throat and the heaving chest. Drawing his bow with wind and lightning roaring in resonance, he lets fly a shadow strike arrow straight into the target's throat. The heavy hit slams home for over 116,000 weakness critical damage, instantly interrupting its devastating thunder cannon. The enraged boss triggers its Thunder Crystal counterattack, hurling a vicious streak of reflected lightning directly along the arrow's path. Triggering a lightning wing breakthrough and a rapid flash, Lu Chen effortlessly sidesteps the recoil bolt as it shatters the stone wall. Gliding above the creature, he unleashes a rapid Thousand Shadows shot that triggers an air launch combo and a wind and thunder resonance. Successive hits shatter the protective ley line layer on its chest, knocking its remaining health down to just over 240,000. Tieshan finally understands the obsession with getting wings after watching this disgustingly unfair aerial beatdown play out. Completely enraged, the boss smashes into the Thunderpool to trigger a Thunderpool rampage, flooding the airspace with lethal voltage. Ignoring the storm surges, Lu Chen weaves effortlessly through the lethal gaps in the lightning, thanks to his natural elemental affinity. Positioned directly above the blinded beast, he draws his bow for a soul-hunting judgment arrow, aimed right at the fractured chest crystal. The projectile shatters the ley line crystal for nearly 250,000 damage, ending the nightmare boss in a single decisive strike. The colossal beast crashes into the water with a thunderous roar, sending waves surging dozens of meters high into the cavern air. A flurry of system notifications confirms the flawless Nightmare S-rank clear, depositing chests, springstones, and skill books into inventory. Lu Chen pockets his new Earthvein Thunder Springstone before bidding farewell to the stunned party and activating a town portal scroll. Taishan stares in utter disbelief as he realizes the sheer absurdity of dungeon experience has rocketed him straight to level 20. King Feng, Xiao Dao, and Qing Ning share the exact same stunned reaction, watching their levels jump from 19 to 20 all at once. Bai He walks over to express his profound gratitude, admitting they would have been utterly wiped out without such overwhelming firepower. Lu Chen tells Bai He to keep an eye out for special dungeon keys before flashing out of the canyon, leaving his teammates to head back. Leaving Blackrock City behind, I snap open my lightning wings and tear through the sky toward Moonshadow Manor, eager to finally revive the life spring with my new materials. Before I dive into the main task, I figure I might as well crack open a nightmare clearance treasure chest I picked up, and see what kind of loot drops. The chest pops open to reveal a pile of gear and minerals, including Thunder Mine armor, superior-grade Blackwind Thunder crystals, and rare lightning resistance potions. The heavy armor is decent for a shield warrior like Taishan, but it is completely useless for me, so I toss the whole lot straight into the back of my backpack. Next up is a brand new skill book waiting for me to consume, and I pull it out of my inventory without a second hesitation to claim its power. I slap the Thunder Arrow Rain skill book against my palm, instantly committing the complex combat techniques to my memory. The new Area of Effect spell covers a designated zone with piercing lightning arrows, delivering multiple ranged strikes and a nasty paralysis debuff to anyone caught inside. Since I already own the book, I feed every single duplicate copy I have straight into the skill to convert them directly into massive chunks of proficiency. The notification chimes ring out in rapid succession as my proficiency skyrockets, pushing the skill all the way to level 10 in a blinding flash. At max level, the spell shreds armor, locks onto targets, and triggers a devastating wind and thunder resonance when fired from my Sky Hunter bow. With my new spell maxed out, I touch down inside Moonshadow Manor just as my loyal maids Aina, Leah, Misha, Violet, and Nora hurry over to welcome me home. Aina steps forward to give her report, letting me know that the medicine fields are secure and the medium barrier is holding steady without any issues. When she mentions the dry riverbed of Ho Hu Ling Chuan, I reach into my bag and pull out a jagged crystal pulsing with crackling dark blue lightning energy. Aina recognizes the Earth Vein Thunder Spring Stone instantly, her breathing hitching as she realizes this is the rare material needed to repair damaged earth veins. One stone might not cut it, but I didn't come prepared with just one, so I dump an entire literal mountain of 1,000 Laquan stones onto the lawn. Aina and the rest of the maids stare at the glittering hill of high-grade stones in absolute dumbfounded silence, completely overwhelmed by my absurd stash. After catching her breath, Aina shakes off her shock and confirms that this is more than enough raw material to completely restore the dried-up spring today. The maids spring into action immediately, marching around the basin to cast hundreds of the glowing stones into the dry earth one batch at a time. Every stone tossed into the basin drives the spring recovery rate surging upward by 8%, vastly outperforming any ordinary lifespan material. Notification after notification rolls in as the spring hits 51%, then 75%, rapidly mending the broken ley line veins beneath the manor. A few minutes later, the recovery meter hits 100%, and a vibrant green hue spreads across the lakebed as long-dead aquatic plants sprout new life. Standing over the newly flowing spring, I realize I am just a few steps away from harvesting the first infinite lifespan fruits this world has ever seen. I turn back to Aina and officially place both the revived spiritual spring and the medicinal herb field under her direct supervision for daily upkeep. Aina accepts the duty with a deep bow, but before I can head out for my daily missions, she stops me with an unexpected piece of news. She tells me that a representative from the Hunter Association dropped by earlier this morning, after I left, urgently asking for my presence. Curious about what urgent matter they could possibly want, I summon my lightning wings and blast straight up into the clouds toward the Hunter Association. I dropped out of the sky right outside the Hunter Association headquarters, folding up my 9 heavens thunder wings as my boots hit the stone paving with a solid, satisfying thud. The 2 guards posted at the front doors snapped into a respectful salute the second they spotted me, calling me Lord Yagami like I owned the entire block. They told me the president and Lady Selena were already cooling their heels inside, waiting for me, which meant another mission was dropping right into my lap. Stepping inside, the grand hall was packed tighter than I had ever seen it, buzzing with both players and powerhouse hunter NPCs milling around the tables. My guard escort chuckled, noting he had never witnessed the association this lively before, a clear sign the whole operation was growing by leaps and bounds. We climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor without losing any time, coming right up to the heavy double doors of the inner chambers where the bosses sat. I shoved the door open to find Grayson and Selena sitting across from each other at a large table, turning their heads the moment I crossed the threshold. Grayson took one look at the thunder wings on my back and the Skyhunter bow in my grip, then asked how my power had spiked this insanely fast. Selena chimed in from the side, reminding him I had already cleared the 40th floor of the Tower of Babel and soloed the sunken ancient forest. I told them I had only gotten a tiny bit stronger, though I knew damn well crashing through top-tier dungeons single-handedly wasn't exactly standard procedure. Cutting straight to the point, I asked the president and Selena what business they had hauled me up here for this time. Grayson paused for a beat and motioned for Selena to take over the conversation, letting her lay out the groundwork for what came next. Selena looked right at me and said, the Soul Hunter aura clinging to my skin was already thick enough to cross the threshold of the next stage. Grayson nodded right along with her, spelling it out plainly that we were talking about unlocking my 2nd job advancement. Player's current class detected. Blood Shadow Hunter. Current level, level 30. 2nd job advancement unlock level, level 35. You have already met the conditions for triggering a special job advancement. You can choose your 2nd job advancement path in advance and start the prerequisite quests. Selena raised her hand, summoning a heavy black stone tablet onto the table that immediately lit up with 3 distinct beams of colored light. The Blood Shadow Hunter's 2nd job advancement path is now available. The currently available 2nd-tier career paths are as follows. Grayson pointed to the first option, the Blood Shadow Arbiter, calling it the safest route that stacked directly into my current single-target burst damage build. Selena gestured to the 2nd route, the Mist Shadow Hunter, which focused on territory suppression and massive group hunting in large dungeons. Then her expression turned ice-cold as she touched the 3rd option, a forbidden path not even normally offered to 1st-tier classes. The Forbidden Soul Hunter route pushed the soul mark and weakness rules to their absolute limits, offering insane growth potential alongside catastrophic risks. I didn't hesitate for a second, telling them I'd take the third path because why settle for lower potential when the ceiling is right there? Selena let out a soft sigh, muttering that she already knew I wouldn't pick the safe route, despite the sheer danger waiting down that road. You have chosen the second job advancement path, Forbidden Soul Hunter. The prerequisite quests for the second job advancement are now available. Grayson warned me that the soul-severing hunting grounds up north were corrupted by a fallen forbidden hunter, meaning the place could reverse tag and hunt me right back. Selena slid a special black passage token across the desk into my hand, telling me it was the only key that could open the outer gate at Soulbreak Valley. I caught the soul-slaying hunting order, tucked it safely into my inventory, and turned on my heel to march right out of the association toward the northern wilds. Selena stands in the guild hall with a heavy frown on her face, demanding answers from Grayson about the grim situation unfolding outside Blackrock City's walls. Grayson sighs heavily, reminding her that Lu Chen chose his own path as a forbidden soul hunter, though Selena quickly clarifies she is worried about a different disaster. Selena gazes toward the sunken ancient forest, where city guards recently reported a massive surge in the dark fog concentration hanging deep over the forbidden woodlands. Patrol teams spotted thunderstriped deer, black vine wolves, and rotten vine giant bears roaming the periphery together, pointing straight toward an impending beast tide. A joint commission from the Blackrock City Guild drops directly into the Hunter Association network as a glowing advanced task for qualified members. Low commotions ripple through the association hall as hunters and players alike receive the anomaly investigation quest for the sunken ancient forest. Selena listens to the uproar downstairs and questions Grayson if their current manpower will suffice to hold back a disaster of this magnitude. Grayson replies that members from other associations will have to join the fight, before telling Selena to keep this mission secret from Night God for now. Selena agrees to keep the news quiet until Night God completes his second job advancement and unlocks his full offensive capabilities. Grayson marches toward the door, promising to head out alongside the other associations and return with good news from the front lines. Just as Grayson reaches the exit, Selena calls out to urge him to be careful and stay safe out there in the field. Lu Chen touches down at the quiet entrance of a desolate valley, greeted by scattered animal bones and a creeping layer of dark red mist. Lu Chen pulls out his soul-severing hunting token and activates it to step straight into the outer perimeter of the hunting grounds. The world shifts into a gray-black hunting ground, where sparse trees loom over blood-soaked earth and distant beast roars shake the silence. Lu Chen checks his hunter permit and sets his sights on bagging 3 polluted prey to complete the prerequisite trial. A rare, soul-shattering deer shadow bursts from behind a tree, its grotesque black and red bone antlers locking a blood-red charge straight onto Lu Chen. Lu Chen sidesteps the glowing charge with Shadow Hunter's instant step, exploits a revealed neck weakness, and obliterates the rare prey with a fatal arrow. The deer shatters into experience points and items, handing over a soul-severing hunter's seal and a rare soul-severing black blade. Not far away, a level 32 Shadow Eater wolf leaps straight out of the dark shadows beneath his feet to launch a vicious surprise attack. Lu Chen takes flight on lightning wings, freezes the beast in place with Thunder Prison Arrow Rain, and follows up with a clean weakness critical hit. The Shadow Wolf collapses into more rewards, pushing his task progress to 2 out of 3 and sending his experience bars surging upward. Lu Chen presses deeper into the fog until he encounters the terrifying corpse of a decapitated hunter kneeling in the center of an open space. The decapitated hunter rises and looses a terrifying shadowless arrow that hums through the air, forcing Lu Chen to rely on his 9 Heavens Thunder Wings. Lu Chen locks onto the glowing weak point on its chest and drives a soul-hunting judgment arrow straight through the mark, shattering the boss completely. Before fading away completely, the decapitated hunter delivers a chilling warning that the hunter deeper inside is still alive. The prerequisite quest is officially finished as the third seal drops into his inventory, alongside a pile of rare crafting fragments. Lu Chen sweeps through remaining hounds and bats to polish off his experience bar, finally triggering the golden light of a level 31 breakthrough. He pours all 5 attribute points into agility to push his speed even higher before using a town portal scroll to return to Blackrock City. Stepping back into Blackrock City, I made a straight line for the Hunter Association building. The guards out front snapped to attention immediately and saluted Lord Yagami. I pushed past the double doors, but the interior was bizarrely deserted. Every single player and NPC had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an eerie silence. Shrugging off the mystery, I headed up to the third floor to find Selena alone in her office. She looked up from her paperwork and froze in utter shock when she saw me. I walked right up to her desk and slapped down 3 soul-severing hunting seals. Task complete, I told her, letting the items speak for themselves. Selena stared at the glowing seals on her desk in absolute silence for 2 solid seconds. She finally managed to choke out how impossibly fast I had pulled it off. You have submitted 3 soul-severing hunting seals. Second job advancement prerequisite quest, Soul Hunter Permit, completed. You have obtained Forbidden Soul Hunter Job Change Permit. Current level, LV31. The official second job advancement quest unlocks at level 35. Insufficient level to start the official second job advancement quest. I glanced over the notifications and realized I was 4 levels short of the main event. Turning back to Selena, I asked if she knew a shortcut to grind experience. She clearly expected the question, pulling out a black business card and sliding it over. She told me to track down a wandering merchant named Morton in the West Market. Leaving the association behind, I plunged into the chaotic sprawl of the West Market. Stalls jammed with screeching players and shady merchants filled every inch of space. Weaving past the mob, I finally spotted a quiet corner stall run by a dozing, middle-aged businessman in a gray robe. A wooden sign out front read, Morton Grocery Store. I walked right up and asked Morton about the admission tickets for the Vientiane Experience Park. He opened one eye, looked me over, and named a steep price right away. When he demanded 3,000 gold coins or rare materials, I simply pulled out a lifespan crystal. Morton bolted upright in his chair the second he saw the golden dew. You have obtained an admission ticket to the all-encompassing Experience Paradise. This voucher has been added to your inventory, and the quantity has been changed to unlimited. Each player can only use this once per week. Lu Chen opens his eyes to find himself standing on a massive circular platform with a single luminous crystal floating in the absolute center. You have entered the wonderland of experiences with a strict 2-hour time limit where myriad beasts grant vast experience but zero equipment. He raises his massive sky-hunting bow with a grin, knowing that every second of these 2 hours must be squeezed for every drop of experience. Brilliant beams of light tear open the edges of the platform to unleash a charging pack of stone-armored rhinoceroses and fire-feathered crows. Lu Chen ignores the heavy rhinoceroses for a moment, setting his sights squarely on the fire-feathered crows swooping down from midair. The massive 9 heavens thunder wings on his back snap open with a violent crack of lightning, launching him vertically to dodge the first wave. While suspended in the air, he drops a mist shadow hunting domain that instantly freezes the heavy rhinoceroses and iron-armed apes below. His thunder prison arrow rain turns the sky black and blue as lightning-charged arrows shred the entire flock of fire-feathered crows. He snaps his thunder wings to dodge a heavy boulder heaved by a raging iron-armed ape, firing 1,000 shadows barrage right back down. Rivers of experience points stream into him from the fallen monsters, but he refuses to slow his pace for even a single second. The first wave vanishes entirely as the central crystal flares once more to vomit forth a horde of whirring mechanical puppets. A high-speed explosive mechanical ball comes rolling directly toward him from 2 directions at once, threatening to disrupt his attack rhythm. Activating Crystal Eye Lock, he spots the glowing weak point inside the rushing steel-bladed puppet and looses a volley straight into its chest. When a steel-bladed puppet closes the distance with crossed blades, he uses Shadow Hunter's Blink to vanish and reappear directly behind it. He presses his bow against its back and triggers a soul-hunting burst arrow that blows the mechanical puppet's core completely apart. Congratulations on reaching level 32 with lifespan plus 1 year, all attributes plus 1, 5 free attribute points, and 3 skill points. He dumps every single one of his newly acquired attribute points straight into agility without a moment of hesitation. Agility plus 5. The third wave spawns immediately after, transforming the edge of the platform into a chaotic elemental battlefield of ice and lava. Thunder-patterned treants and ice crystal serpents slither and march forward, releasing volatile shockwaves across the entire arena. Lava giant lizards vomit molten streams across the floor, while stormhawks shriek overhead, hurling razor-sharp wind blades downward. Floating elemental orbs pulse with dangerous multicolored light, joining the fray to seal off every possible escape route around him. Lu Chen charges right into the teeth of the elemental storm, ready to squeeze every last ounce of experience from the remaining time. A towering, myriad-eyed, thunder-patterned treant emerges first, with over 90,000 health points, wielding lethal vine entanglements and heavy magic attacks. Right beside it charges a myriad lava giant lizard, packing massive physical defense, scorching shell armor, and a devastating lava breath ability to burn down intruders. Above them screeches a myriad stormhawk, bringing high-altitude dive attacks and vicious windblade turbulence to complete the punishing enemy lineup. Refusing to fight a chaotic crowd on foot, Liu Chen unfolds his 9 heaven thunder wings and takes to the skies to rain down mist and arrow rain. The level 34 golden armored warbear joins the fray next as a rare elite monster with a massive health pool and devastating ground-shaking attacks. Accompanying the bear is the Thunder Raven King, a rare elite flyer boasting high magic attack, lightning feather barrages, and elusive aerial evasions. Rounding out the elite trio is the Myriad Stone Demon General, whose staggering physical defense and rock core armor make it a total nightmare to crack open. Deciding to clear the Air Force first, Liu Chen flashes behind the Thunder Raven King and shatters its wings with a brutal Thousand Shadows shot in a row. A follow-up soul-hunting burst arrow drives straight through its defenses, dropping the elite bird instantly and netting a massive 6-figure experience payout. The golden armored warbear charges in below, slamming the ground with an earth-shattering palm strike that misses Liu Chen entirely thanks to his aerial position. Liu Chen locks onto the back of its neck using Crystal Eye Lock and fires a soul-hunting judgment arrow straight into its weak point. Though the beast triggers a berserk protective aura, a swift second burst arrow shatters its golden armor and finishes it off for good. The heavily defended Stone Demon General is left for last, falling victim to a cunning sound-mimicking decoy and a well-placed lightning trap. Liu Chen lands a clean weakness critical hit right into the Stone General's core, wiping out its remaining health bar in one fluid motion. Congratulations on reaching level 34. Lifespan plus 1 year, plus 1 to all attributes, plus 5 free attribute points, and plus 3 skill points. Naturally, Liu Chen dumps all his new free points straight into agility to keep his movement speed completely unmatched. With 40 minutes still left on the clock, the central crystal flares up with a scarlet light to spawn even more buffed jungle monsters. Congratulations on reaching level 35. Lifespan plus 1 year, plus 1 to all attributes, plus 5 free attribute points, and plus 3 skill points. Player level 35 detected. The official second job advancement quest has begun, instructing the player to return to the Hunters Guild and find Selena. Liu Chen calmly puts away his sky hunting bow, genuinely pleased with how smoothly this brutal grinding session finally wrapped up. Opening up his personal panel, he confirms his current class as Blood Shadow Hunter, with the Forbidden Soul Hunter second advancement path waiting ahead. It is finally time to tackle the second job advancement and push his power to an entirely new tier. Do you want to leave the Vientiane Experience Paradise? With the paradise cleared out and every goal crushed, Liu Chen steps out to claim his next major trial. A blinding pillar of white radiance envelops our hero from above, cutting off his conversation and whisking him away in an instant of pure magic. He materializes instantly behind the West Market, where a massive crowd of players is staring in total disbelief at a completely rewritten leaderboard. Blackrock City level ranking. First place, Night God, level 35, Blood Shadow Hunter. Second place, White Deer, level 21, Priest. The entire plaza erupts into chaos as players stare at a staggering 14-level gap between the top 2 champions, completely losing their minds. Dozens of players scour the streets in a frantic search, tracking the miracle back to an old merchant running a humble shop in the West Market. Morton sits behind his counter in stunned silence as a dense wall of desperate players traps him from all sides, waving gold and rare gear. Desperate buyers offer 3,000 gold coins, rare crafting materials, and excellent grade gear fragments just to get their hands on a ticket. Morton hastily raises his hands to plead for calm, desperately trying to explain that he is just an ordinary businessman caught in a madhouse. Watching the absolute circus from the sidelines, our hero lets out a hearty chuckle at the poor merchant's sudden, unwanted burst of fame. Deciding it is time to depart, our hero unfolds his 9 heavens thunder wings and shoots straight up into the clouds in a brilliant flash of lightning. He touches down swiftly at the Hunter Association, where the gate guard drops his jaw in pure shock upon realizing his current standing. Striding straight up to the 3rd floor, he finds Selena seated at her desk, looking up just in time to have her entire worldview shattered. She takes one look at his newly minted level, and her composure utterly collapses, demanding to know if he somehow ran into Morton by pure chance. Second job advancement quest now open. Quest name, Forbidden Soul Hunter Trial. Mission objective, enter the Soul Hunting Trial Grounds and complete the 3 Forbidden Hunting Trials. Upon completion of the quest, you can officially change your class to Forbidden Soul Hunter. Note, this is a solo class trial. You cannot team up. You have obtained the Trial Stone, Forbidden Soul Hunter. Quest item, cannot be duplicated. Selena warns him that the trial is easily deadlier than the sunken ancient forest, handing over a dark gold trial stone with a deadly serious gaze. Leaving the association behind, he travels northwest to the desolate old soul hunter's tomb, a burial ground far more grim than any Broken Valley. Finding a dilapidated altar waiting in the ruins, he steps forward and places the dark gold trial stone squarely into the center groove. Trial stone detected. The Forbidden Soul Hunter trial has begun. Level 35, Faceless Hunter, Trial Projection. Health points, 42 million. Physical attack, 3,600. Physical defense, 950. A heavy stone gate grinds open in the darkness, and a shadowy hunter immediately unleashes a lightning-fast arrow straight at his brow. Lu Chen leaps sideways in a flash as a black arrow grazes his cheek and punches a massive crater into the stone wall behind him with a thunderous boom. He tries to pinpoint the hidden foe using Crystal Eye Lock, but a glowing layer of obstruction instantly blocks the attempt and hides every flaw. The Faceless Hunter draws its bow again, loosing 3 black projectiles that lock down Lu Chen's left, right, and upper escape routes all at once. Lu Chen utilizes Shadow Hunter's instant step to vanish completely from the spot and materialize instantly to the side and behind the masked archer. He plants a shadow blood mark directly on his attacker, but the Faceless Hunter flicks its heavy cloak and splits into 3 identical afterimages. Lu Chen's countershot only destroys a fleeting duplicate, leaving 2 remaining afterimages to loose consecutive arrows straight at his position. He hastily raises wind protection, but the first arrow cracks the glowing shield, and the second pierces the edge to bite into his shoulder. 3840 factorial. Refusing to waste any more time, Lu Chen unleashes the Mist Shadow Hunting Domain to bog down the clumsy afterimages with swirling mist. He follows up immediately with 1,000 shadows shot in a row, blanketing the copies in a blistering storm of rapid-fire projectiles. 28600 factorial. 31200 exclamation mark. The afterimage dissipates. Weakness coverage is loose. Noticing the enemy's defenses slip, Lu Chen unfolds the 9 Heavens Thunderwings and flashes through the air to hover above his target. He fully draws his skybow to unleash Thunder Prison Arrow Rain, blanketing the area in crackling bolts that trigger a brief lock and paralyze the foe. Thunder Prison Paralysis triggered, brief lock triggered, Crystal Eye Lock successful. Target weakness, chest. Spotting the revealed chest vulnerability, Lu Chen looses the Soul Hunting Burst arrow directly into the enemy's exposed core. 116800 exclamation mark. Weakness critical hit. Hunter's Burst triggered. Before the battered hunter can slip away with Shadow Step, Lu Chen finishes the fight with the Soul Hunting Judgment Arrow. 168400 factorial. Weakness critical hit. Hunter's Judgment triggered. The Hunter's Mark weakness bonus activated. The Soul Hunting Arrow Shadow is added. 39200 factorial. First trial complete. Lu Chen chugs a bottle of advanced life potion to top off his health bar, knowing the trial is only just getting warmed up. The heavy first stone gate collapses into dust, and the second stone gate grinds open to reveal a grotesque, multi-eyed horror. Staring down my dark reflection in the trial grounds, I realized this wasn't just some standard Blood Shadow Soul Hunter. It was an enhanced phantom copy of my exact build, complete with my own gear, stance, and murderous intent. The Shadow didn't waste time talking, instantly loosing a shadow blood mark straight at my chest. I threw my hand up to match it, firing my own mark to intercept the bloody projectile dead center. We drew our bows in unison and unleashed our soul-hunting judgment arrows head-on. The 2 crimson bolts crashed together with a thunderous blast, forcing both of us to slide backward from the impact. Before the shadow could even plant its feet, it vanished from my sight entirely. Its sheer velocity was terrifying, and the nine heavens thunder wings flared across my back just as I scrambled to react. An after-image materialized behind me and loosed a bolt that clipped my shoulder despite my desperate dodge. A massive 11,600 damage hit my bar, proving this thing punched way harder than any normal player. Shadow Blood Mark triggered. I slammed back a high-grade life potion to drag my plummeting health bar back up from the brink. The shadow gave me zero breathing room, immediately drawing back its string for a lethal shot straight at my throat. I snapped my wind protection barrier into place just as the bolt struck, draining the shield's durability in a single hit. 3 more arrows followed instantly, each one locked relentlessly onto my vital points. I refused to play defense the whole time, dropping a barrage of Thunder Prison arrows as I dodged sideways. The Dark Phantom used Shadowhunter's Blink to dive clear of the main Tempest, but still caught the area's lock-on. Thunder Prison Paralysis triggered. Brief Lock triggered. Seizing the brief paralysis window, I unloaded 1,000 shadows shot in a row directly at its chest. We turned into dual turret fire, trading volleys of bloody arrows that shattered each other mid-air. My volley was simply too dense for the shadow to dodge completely, tearing through its defense for massive weakness damage. Wind and thunder resonance detonated across its armor, leaving it stiffened from the shock. I followed up instantly with a soul-hunting burst arrow, landing a devastating weakness critical hit right in its chest. The impact carved away a huge chunk of its health bar, but it wasn't ready to go down yet. Blood Shadow Substitute triggered. A crimson duplicate materialized out of thin air and took the brunt of my ultimate blast to save its master. Using a substitute purely to eat critical damage instead of escaping was honestly the most obnoxious thing I had ever seen. The real Shadow circled around my flank and fired a soul-hunting judgment arrow faster than I could track. At the same time, the Soul Hunter's backlash from my previous hit locked my feet in place for an agonizing fraction of a second. That tiny delay was all it needed, forcing me to burn my mirror image substitute just to survive the incoming bolt. The shockwave still smashed into me, reminding me that fighting your own overpowered kit is absolute torture. I tossed out a sound-mimicking bait as a diversion, but the shadow instantly saw right through the sheep trick. Fortunately, the fake was just cover for the real trap, a hidden lightning and poison stinger setup waiting at its flank. Corruption triggered. Target movement speed decreased. Target recovery effect decreased. The poison stinger triggered instantly, rotting its health and dragging down its movement speed before I dropped the Mist Shadow hunting domain. I kept my heavy attacks in reserve to bypass its annoying substitution rhythm. I slipped a Shadow Strike arrow right through the Gray Rain, sinking deep into its shoulder blade for heavy weakness damage. The impact triggered another Blood Shadow substitute, but I refused to let it stall me out again. I covered the escape route with Storm Arrow Rain, locking both the clone and the real body firmly in the impact zone. With its movement restricted, I lined up my sights for the finishing sequence. I locked my Crystal Eye onto its chest weakness and primed a soul-hunting burst arrow for a guaranteed kill. Its judgment arrow was still on cooldown, meaning this arrogant copy had 0 ways left to fight back. We lost! Before I could finish my taunt, the Phantom ignored its cooldowns and began glowing with a terrifying, forbidden aura. Every stray blood shadow in the entire trial ground started feeding into its weapon. A forbidden arrow flew across the arena with terrifying speed, punching straight through my heart before my wings could lift me away. The triple damage detonation wiped my entire health bar clean in a single horrifying frame. Low-level Resurrection Amulet passively triggered. To offset death. Restores 20% of maximum health after 3 seconds. Thank the gods I had a Resurrection Amulet equipped, or I would have been permadated right there on the floor. I materialized in a flash of white light, instantly dumping every trap I had and taking to the air. I let loose a fresh Thunder Prison Arrow Rain, paralyzing the shadow and locking its movement for half a second. Following up with the Mist Shadow hunting domain and 1,000 shadows continuous volley, I shredded its limbs. When it tried to channel that Nightmare Forbidden Arrow a second time, I sent a shock arrow straight into its wrist. The precise interruption canceled its charge dead in its tracks and left it wide open. I unleashed my ultimate soul-hunting judgment arrow, stacking every single status effect and weakness bonus into one strike. The bolt punched right through its chest, triggering a cascading chain of detonating soul cores. Its health bar vanished entirely, leaving the defeated copy staring down at the gaping hole in its chest in disbelief. With its dying breath, it rasped out a final farewell, telling me to carve my path through the myriad realms. The shadow dissolved into fading embers, and the massive stone gate collapsed behind it as the trial grounds shook. I stood victorious among the ruins, ready for whatever insane challenge the upper floors were going to throw at me next. The third stone gate collapses completely into countless blood-red fragments, floating in midair before surging wildly inward to be swallowed straight into Lu Chen's body. You have slain the Blood Shadow Soul Hunter trial remnant. Third trial complete. The Forbidden Soul Hunter's second job advancement trials are now complete. Final settlement in progress. Lu Chen stands in the center of the training ground, with his long bow slowly layering, surrounded by a deathly silence after every single blood-red fragment has been absorbed. Trial completed. Trial evaluation perfect. Congratulations on completing your second job advancement. Your career has changed from Blood Shadow Hunter to Forbidden Soul Hunter. An even more terrifying power erupts from Lu Chen's body in an instant, and the complete job panel opens directly in front of him to display his new status. Forbidden Soul Hunter. Profession rank, Forbidden. A hunter who walks between shadows, weaknesses, souls, and taboos. You are no longer just hunting monsters, but hunting the flaws in life. Lu Chen looks at the job description with his eyes brightening slightly, realizing this profession is something else entirely compared to ordinary archers who just shoot straight arrows. You have gained an attribute growth boost due to completing the Forbidden level second job advancement. Health growth increased, critical hit rate increased, weakness critical strike bonus increased. You have received the following second-tier rewards: all attributes plus 50, free attribute points plus 100, skill points plus 60, and lifespan plus 50 years. You have obtained the Forbidden Hunter exclusive skill book, Forbidden Arrow, which has been added to your inventory as an unlimited item, alongside a unique job change chest. Lu Chen's pupils contract slightly as he recognizes the skill book as the exact weapon used by the terrifying final boss that had previously made him suffer heavy losses. The Forbidden Arrow. Rank, Forbidden. Type, Active Skill. Condenses the power of the Hunter's Mark, Shadow Blood Mark, Weakness Lock, and Domain Suppression to fire a Forbidden Arrow. After reading the skill description, Lu Chen remains silent for 2 seconds before smiling and declaring that this skill is utterly toxic because it completely ignores ranks. Should I learn the skill, Forbidden Arrow? Study. You have mastered the forbidden skill, Forbidden Arrow. Just max out the proficiency of the skill right now. You have used the Forbidden Hunter's exclusive skill book repeatedly, converting every extra copy into skill proficiency as the level skyrockets from level 2 all the way up. Forbidden Arrow level upgraded to level 10. This skill has reached its current level cap. If the target's health is below 10%, Forbidden Arrow gains an Execute modifier. With its cooldown slashed down from 60 minutes to 20 and an instant kill execute built right in, Lu Chen decides this max level devastation is absolute perfection. Lu Chen turns his attention to the unique job change chest that cannot be replicated, eagerly cracking open the lid to see what other game-breaking loot is waiting inside. 4 beams of light fall into his backpack, delivering Soul Hunter's Vision, Soul Hunter's Judgment, the Forbidden Soul Core prototype, and the Weakness Reconstruction Scroll. Activating Hunter's Vision reveals hidden enemy flaws and core weaknesses instantly. This forbidden skill lays the entire tactical foundation of my new second job class. Hunter's Vision. Rank, Forbidden. Level, LV10. Significantly reveals target weaknesses, disguises, core, and flawed rules. Next up is the Soul Hunter's Judgment skill book, waiting right on the stone altar. Without missing a beat, I reach out and press my hand directly against the cover. Do you want to learn the skill, Soul Hunter's Judgment? You have mastered the forbidden skill, Soul Hunter's Judgment. Soul Hunter's Judgment level upgraded to LV10. Cooldown 45 seconds. Cost, high mana. A 45-second cooldown with kills refunding the timer turns this into a literal roll call. Grab the Forbidden Soul Core next and see what it can do. Haikin no Tamashi. Rank, Prototype of Forbidden Weapon. Type, Core Class. Bound by Yagami. Current status, inactive. Activation condition. Defeat a unit of superior rank or higher that is at least equal to your own level. The Weakness Reconstruction Scroll forces a target's true flaws out into the open for 5 whole seconds. It is time to step outside and test this absolute monstrosity. Weakness Reconstruction Scroll. Forbidden Weapon Level. Effect. Forces reconstruction of the target's weakness assessment, briefly exposing true weakness. Combining the weakness reconstruction scroll with my forbidden skills lets me shatter any boss in seconds. I am practically walking through the game with cheat codes enabled. Assign free attribute points. Add points for success. Agility plus 100. With 100 free points dumped straight into agility, my body feels light as a feather. The trial ends here, and it is time to head back outside. A blinding flash of light drops me right back onto the third floor of the Hunter Association building. Selena should have some juicy missions waiting downstairs to activate my core. My hand barely touches the door before a wild, frantic tolling bell shatters the quiet air. Blackrock City is shaking from the sheer panic ringing through the streets. I teleport straight down to the first floor entrance to find out what is causing the massive earthquake. Selena is already striding toward me with an extremely grim look. Selena stops dead in her tracks the moment she lays eyes on me standing by the entrance. She asks how I got back so fast and managed to clear the Forbidden Soul Hunter advance. I brush it off by asking why she was sprinting like her life depended on it and what the emergency alarms mean. Selena quickly drops the small talk and gets straight to the point. A massive horde of monsters is swarming out from the depths of the sunken ancient forest in a terrifying beast tide. The black fog rolled in so fast that the first outpost lost contact instantly. These creatures belong to completely different territories and should never be moving together like this. The mother deer might have resurrected, but Selena warns the real problem is Grayson.